stop by for the Nintenbyte. You got the Triforce and it feels right. Like Bowser, you can listen all night, singing Peaches until the sun lights. Summer shooter beams so bright. Master Hand always brings a fight. Catch 'em all and use that fire blast. Put the soul back to visit your past. Welcome to the Nintenbyte.
Welcome to the Failure to Start podcast. How you doing, everyone? This is the Nintenbyte Podcast. Yes. For those watching on my channel, the live version, no, this had nothing to do with my internet. Actually, what really messed us up, we want to be completely honest, all of the screw-ups began because my septic field caved in on itself like an hour before the show. Mm-hmm. So that's really what began, because it threw everything off and I didn't get things set up like usual. So then when I was going to get it set up, I'm like, oh, let me invite everyone in while I'm still setting up. And when you do that, it messes certain things up. And then when I reset it up, there was an error. And then it created the podcast twice. And then when we tried to go live, it didn't go live on my channel, but then it went live on everyone else's channel. And so then we had to cancel all of that. And then, yeah, so we're like the Failure to Start podcast. That's what it is today. And it's all on me and that damn septic field. And I don't know. That's all there is. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am Nathaniel Robojets from Nintendo Prime. This is the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 2, Episode 6. We got a loaded show for you guys. So starting this late is not what we want to do. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and have a banger show. I know it. It's going to be a good one. We're going to bounce back and make this one of our best shows ever. And that's because our special guest today is Landon from Nintendo Land. How you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. Thanks for having me back, man.
Yeah, technically, the original tech issue.
Oh, yeah. I screwed everything up. It was all me.
Yeah, it's all Landon's fault.
We're good, though. We're good now.
Awesome. Welcome aboard, man. Glad to have you here. If you have to dip out at any time before the end of the show, I totally get it, because now everything's messed up. Gamer Classic, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing well. I think there's only one likely explanation for the technical issues tonight, and that is the villain of the show, Gamebird Classic, here to soar. And hey, what's better than being fashionably late? That's what I always say.
Hey, it's better to be here than not at all, right? That's right. We're not going to miss a week because of tech issues. We keep it going.
Yeah.
Or in this case, just idiot issues. This is not tech issues, idiot issues. Eric Moore.
Hello.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. Are you getting excited for the draft with the Green Bay Packers shirt on?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Tomorrow starts my Christmas Eve.
Okay.
My NFL Christmas Eve. Because the Underworld Olympics start tomorrow. And then the draft is my actual Christmas. Yeah.
There we go. Then we got Thunderstash Gaming.
What's up, everybody? Very excited. Excuse me. I was joking on my drink earlier.
Oh, whoa.
We're having so many problems today.
I totally thought that was a bit. I thought there was going to be like punchline afterwards. I'm like, oh, snap. What's he got?
Yeah, that's just how it's going. Yeah, really excited, though. Week 2 of the Nintendo launch history. So a lot of exciting stuff. I got to drink some water here.
Yeah, you want to get some water because I'm about to call on you for your first topic. You guys know what's up. I'm Nintendo Prime. I was the one that messed a lot of the stuff up today, but I'm going to blame my drain field because that really threw me for a loop.
Yeah,
I'll let Stash catch up over there and get his throat all cleared out. Because obviously, okay, cool, yeah. So he's going to be doing the first topic today, guys. He's going to be doing our continuation of the Nintendo launch history series that began last week. So that'll be our first topic this week. So no need to do a topic roulette for him. He's just going to be running that sumbitch every single week until right before Switch 2 happens on the 2nd of April. So, all right. And it's a banger one this week. We got 3 amazing systems we're going over this week. It's going to be awesome, including my second favorite system of all time. So, all right. I'm curious because I don't remember the launch lineups for any of them, and I've been not looking them up because I want to be shocked.
It's been educational.
Same.
It's been fun.
All right. That being said, Gamebird, which topic do you want, buddy?
Oh boy, there's some good topics this week. But I think I'm gonna go with the Switch 1 Direct that's been long rumored. Are we getting it? Seems like maybe no, but we'll dive into that when we hit that topic.
All right. Eric, what do you want, bud?
You know what? Let's go with the oh good God. Why can't I think of his name now? The Gordon Ramsay. What are we cooking? for games.
Yeah, this topic, folks, is one where we're going to go through all of Nintendo's first and second party studios, and talk about what they're, what we think they might be working on for Nintendo Switch 2. Some of them we know, the Mario Kart, right? Like that's already announced. We're getting Mario Kart. Some of them we don't. Some of them are still working on games currently coming to Switch 1. So, anyways, it's gonna be good times. And it actually was inspired by a news story. Well, we'll get into that when we get there, because again, it was gonna be in my video today, but there's a reason that didn't happen either. I'll save that for a chit chat on my stream tomorrow. All right, that means I am left with, hey guys, what was also going to be in my video today that didn't happen? There's a new leak for Nintendo Switch 2 and some other nonsense related to Switch 2. So kind of our Switch 2 roundup thing. But there was something that happened today, so I guess it's tomorrow's video after everyone's already made videos on it. It happens. It'll be fun. So you're going to get it here first on the Nintenbyte Podcast. All right, let's go ahead and get to our first topic. Thunder Smash Gaming. Oh, he's already ready. He's got this thing ready to go. Let's get her up.
Here we go. All right. So to start this off this week, I'm going to just go through these slides one more time. But we're not going to talk about them, okay? I'm just going to take you on a journey all the way up until where we're going to be today. So again, last week, we discussed what we're going to be talking about. Again, that's the launch history. All the memories of all the games that came out for all the consoles. One more time, there's your quote from the great Reggie. Last week was the NES, the Game Boy, and the Game Boy Color. These were some of the games that we talked about.
Oh, man.
Some of the classic images there. Again, that Game Boy box art never gets old.
Dude, it's so good.
It's the future in the palm of your hands. and that Game Boy Color, God, it's so nice.
Love
Game Boy. That brings us to today. So we have Scrooge McDuck pogoing over to the Super Nintendo, the Virtual Boy, and the Nintendo 64. So many great memories of these consoles, but let's get into it, okay? Here's our quote for this week. There are many people in the industry that know nothing about games. It's quoted by Nintendo president. He was the longest standing president by far, Hiroshi Yamauchi.
I think that's a quote that reigns true today still.
Yep.
I do too.
Yep.
I was like, man, dude, he knew because do you guys think it's more true today than it was when he probably originally said this quote?
Yeah.
Yeah, just all around, man. Everywhere you look, in game development, all over the place. I think that's totally true. And if you guys see this image here on the bottom left, I found this, and I thought this represented him well. This is the old plaque on the Nintendo building, the last one he was president of, if you're wondering what that is. All right, let's jump into it. First things first is the Super Nintendo. And again, I'll tell you what, guys. You guys want to know something funny real quick? In building this PowerPoint, it's very hard to find some of the console box arts in decent, like, picture quality. And it's just so interesting because you'd think that those would have been preserved. You'd think it would be easy to obtain a high resolution scan of the box art, and it's not. It's really not. A lot of the boxes are beat up and look like crap, and I don't want to put them in the presentation. So this is the best box I could find, which I think is pretty solid. This is the launch box right here with the Super Mario World on there.
Such a beauty.
It really is. And, if you think about it, this was the last time we had a Mario game packed in at launch, right?
Yep.
Packed in, yeah.
Packed. Yep. 1991. Oh my God. It's hard to believe it's been that long.
I don't even want to think about it.
Right.
As far as the Super, guys, let me ask, did you obtain one early on? Did you have to wait a few years to get one? Because, back during this time period, that wasn't in our hands, right?
Yeah.
It required a lot of salesmanship
Mhm.
with the parents, right? And then they had to have the funds in order to do it too, right?
Oh yeah.
So it
Yeah.
wasn't easy. We can't just go out to the store and buy a Super Nintendo. I was 6 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely didn't have it at launch. We did have one, I believe, by like 1994. I think it was about the time that we finally had one. I can't even remember how we got it. I know it was a Christmas thing, but I know it was like the whole family went in on it. It was like grandparents and my parents like all went in on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think I definitely didn't get it at launch, but I do think I had mine before the end of its first year on the market. Yeah. At that time in my life, we had like a bunch of us in one house, a bunch of family in one house, and so all the kids, it was to keep us busy and occupied.
Yeah,
And
of course.
possibly, I mentioned on the last episode that like my first video game, I got a hand-me-down NES with the gold cartridge of Zelda.
Yeah.
And that really was my footing. But this console is the console that cemented me as a lifelong gamer. This is the one that just took everything to the next level for me.
That's awesome, man. Landon, when did you play this?
Well, I wasn't born when this dropped, so
I thought that might be the case, but I wasn't sure.
but my dad had it, and I started playing, like, he still had the NES, the SNES, and I was playing most of the classic games before. My first real console experience was the GameCube, but I did experience pretty much all these games. Back in the day, I didn't really care when I was really little. I was like, man, I'd rather play my GameCube, but my dad's like, no, you need to play these first, and you come back in.
That's awesome.
I'm glad he did, though, because I was missing a whole generation of gaming. And
that's funny. My godson, he's 5, and I was telling my cousin the same thing. I'm like, you got to start him out on the beginner stuff. Like, start him out with the NES so he can appreciate this stuff.
Get him a NES Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll teach him how to like troubleshoot too. Like, don't let him go online and look up guides. This is good. Like, this is really good brain exercise. Like, have him play Legend of Zelda and try and figure out how to beat it on your own, just like we did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm totally with you on that. I've always said, if I have kids, the lady wants to have kids. So if we eventually decide to have kids, that's how I plan to do it in my mind, is the way your dad did it, Landon. So good to hear there. Cool. I'll tell you guys briefly the Super Nintendo launch story. So my cousin Jim, his birthday is October 5th, 1982. And obviously the SNES came out in September 1991. And he got it for his birthday. So we got it right after launch. We rented the Super Nintendo at Gamers right when it came out. Played Super Mario World and F-Zero. Those were the games we rented. So we got 2 games with it. And Jim came over and played it too. He loved it. He told his mom and dad, like, yo, this is what I want for my birthday. And he didn't think he was going to get it for his birthday because this is a big gift to get for your birthday. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to ask for a video game. It's another thing to like actually ask for a console for your birthday. Back then that was a big deal. We know that. And to actually get it. So this is the funniest, saddest story all in one. We got the Super Nintendo. Okay. I asked my mom if I can go over and spend the night at Jim's on Friday night. We're going to watch some TGIF. And nice. Then we're going to play Super Nintendo basically all night and not sleep. And he totally screwed it up. You want to know how he screwed it up? You guys will never guess this. This is the wildest shit ever. This would only happen in the 90s. Back when like parents were super, super strict. So he ate a sleeve of cookies, of Girl Scout cookies. Okay. And my Aunt Darlene, my mom and my cousin's mom are twin sisters, identical twins. And my Aunt Darlene comes in and we just started playing. Okay, mind you this. She asked, "Where did the sleeve of Girl Scout cookies go? Did you eat them?" And just keep this in mind. My family, my mom's side is super old school, strict Catholic Italians. If you lie, dude, you're screwed, man. You're so screwed. And he lied. Like, looked her in the eye. Like, she even said, like, look me in the eye and tell me you didn't eat these. And he did. And then she walked out of the room, and I looked at him, like, gave him that look, like, did you eat these? Because if you did,
he's got crumbs all over his chest.
Yeah, like I hope you got a good game plan in your head of how you're going to get through this lie, because I'm starting to worry that we're not going to be able to play this tonight. So sure enough, I don't know how she knew or what she said. I don't remember those specifics, but what I do remember is the end result. He screwed up so bad. My Aunt Arlene told Jim to unhook the console right now. We're returning it. No joke, dude. No joke. Swear to God, this is 100% true story. And just like thinking about it now, I can see it all. Like I can see it perfectly. I remember it all. I remember how pissed I was too. Like, like, why are you lying? Like, why are you lying to your parents, man? Like, it's cookies. Even at my age, I'm like, it's cookies, dude. Just say, yeah, you ate them. Sorry, I messed up. I'll do extra chores. What do you want me to do? Like, do extra yard work? we already do all the yard work. What else do you want us to do? So yeah, that was my first experience with the SNES, and I really thought that I was going to be playing it at his house every weekend, hopefully leading into Christmas, where hopefully we could get it, because I had to talk my brothers into asking for this as well, because like I said, we would all have to ask for it and get it as a big group gift in order to make it happen. And they really wanted a Sega with Madden 93 or Madden 92 would have been. So yeah. But we did end up getting a Super Nintendo, thankfully, that year. The rest is history. That's my launch story. Very real.
The Stash Man hasn't eaten a cookie since the story traumatized so much.
Yeah,
do not get Stash around a Thin Mint. It's going in the trash.
Yeah. You see the beads of sweat instantly forming.
I just can't believe it, dude. Like, it's straight. The console got returned, and you know how hard it is to return stuff. Once it's open. I don't even know how they got it returned, but it was returned. All right, so enough with that horror. Let's talk about the games. So the first one, obviously the pack-in title. I guess we could talk about that first. Super Mario World. There's many debates that it will go on for generations, possibly even after we're no longer here, about what the best 2D side-scrolling Mario Brothers game is. And that debate's always between Mario 3, of course, and Super Mario World. I don't want to get into that debate because that's a whole topic in itself. But what were your thoughts of this game the first time you played it?
Well, I'll go first here quick, because Monic Brawler had a super chat on this that really mimicked my thoughts when I first saw it. So he said, I remember when the SNES first came out, I got one that holiday season, and it blew my mind. The evolution from 8-bit to 16-bit Super Mario World is goated. And that was like,
yes,
that was my first experience, because it was with every Super Nintendo. So even though I got it a few years later, it was still packed in with the system. And the jump in visuals, I was floored. I was absolutely floored. And so as I'm playing Super Mario World, not only the jump in visuals, I'm at the age that I like superheroes. And now he wears a cape and he can fly.
Yeah.
And I don't mean fly like with the Tanuki suit and the tail. No, I mean, you put that cape on, I feel like I could jump off my roof and fly like that, man. You can't, but I feel like I could. I'm like, this, dude, it was so much fun. And again, not worth the debate today, but one of the greatest Mario games ever made. Period.
Yeah. This is my favorite 2D Mario, period. Not to debate it. But I think that Super Mario World, there's a very strong argument for saying that this is the greatest game ever made. It is a perfect game in my opinion. I think it visually holds up and looks beautiful today. The music is iconic and fantastic. I love that they really did something new. It wasn't, the Mushroom Kingdom stuff. That's kind of a rare thing in the 2D Marios, and it broke up the flow of the games. It had all the secret paths and secret levels. And dude, I played this game beginning to end so many times that years later discovering, oh my gosh, there's a secret in this level that I never knew about, and I finished this game 20 times already, was mind-blowing. And I've been begging Nintendo to kind of return to the Super Mario world, because they do kind of follow, I feel like, Super Mario 3 a lot when it comes to the more modern 2D Marios. I really want them to return to the world formula. I want more secrets and hidden pathways and things for you to discover that are really well hidden outside of, tokens like they do. But yes, this game is a huge part of my childhood. It might be my favorite launch game of all time. It's made that big of an impact on me. You can tell my excitement. I'm passionate about this one.
Yeah.
Now you hate it, Eric. What do you think about it?
Man, it was such a fun game. And one of the biggest things too is it was the introductory game for Yoshi. That just to all of a sudden see something little dinosaur thing pop out of an egg, and then all of a sudden you can bop it on the head and it sticks his tongue out. Because yes, Mario does commit animal cruelty in that game.
So many jumps. Sorry, man, you're going down the pit.
Right. Bye. Sacrifice. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, it was such a great game. It was so much fun. I actually never had a Super Nintendo. I still kind of question if I do, because I bought the SNES Classic, but it's been here at Nate's house the whole time. So I don't know if I actually still own one or not.
It's here.
No, I know. I know it is.
There.
I know where it is. It's just, yeah. So yeah.
By the way, I beat every game on the SNES.
Nice.
Already.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh man.
So yeah, no, I didn't play it much, but when I did play it, I had a whole lot of fun.
Awesome. What are you thinking over there, Landon? When did you get to experience this first?
This was actually one of my first ones I played. My dad showed me this and Mario Brothers 3, and I'm gonna make some people I'm a little bit on the Mario Bros 3 side still, just because I think I have more nostalgia with that. I played it so much. That's kind of like, the one I really dug into. But Super Mario World, it feels different than the others too, because for one, you're like in dinosaur land. It's a completely different world.
Mm-hmm.
The vibes are different. It's not the Mushroom Kingdom anymore. Like you said, Yoshi's there. You got all these different dinosaur enemies and creatures, and the Koopalings are back, and it just looks so much better. The Koopalings look better. The music. I mean, that's another thing. It's just the music is excellent, and I think, I can't believe I didn't even know this was, because I guess in my head I was thinking, well, technically Luigi's Mansion came out with a GameCube. That's technically a Mario game, but this is the really only Mario game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, how is this possible? But yeah, there's no better way to start a console off with the best 2D Mario game of all time, potentially.
Yeah, I'm with you guys on that. Again, I just kind of echo everything you said, but Super Mario World was just so special. That jump from 8 to 16-bit right from the get-go, going from Mario 3, which again, for its era, that game is going to be always goated, right? And to go from that though to Super Mario World, and to have Yoshi now, and the music, the music in Mario 3 is so good, right? I love it.
Mm.
But to hear the difference in sound quality with that Super Nintendo chip with Super Mario World, it was a big difference. Like, you didn't have to listen closely. It was very obvious. Like, wow, this sounds like so cool. This is so good. All the secret exits. I was thinking about the special world, at the end of the game with all of the levels that were named like awesome and gnarly and funky and all those. It's like, dude, that was so cool. This is a game though that, in my opinion, has aged extremely well. It's on my list of games to revisit on my channel, and also because I have a MSU1, so like a Super Nintendo CD version of this game that has, I think, 108 fully orchestrated tracks. So they replaced
Oh, that's cool.
the MIDI tracks with fully orchestrated MP3s. So I'm like, that'd be a fun way to revisit this game because it doesn't change the gameplay at all. It's just the music. And who doesn't love a fully orchestrated video game soundtrack, right? F-Zero. That felt like the future. Am I right?
Oh my God.
We never had a racing game like that before. What are you guys' thoughts, Nate?
So F-Zero was amazing. I mean, the whole franchise really is every single game, even all the way up through 99 on Switch. And it's funny because 99 is based off of this, off this one. So if you guys have never even played it, if you played 99, you get like an idea of what it's. Obviously, we didn't have all that multiplayer like that, but F-Zero was just great. And I think this was before Mario Kart existed, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was actually like Nintendo's first real like true racing game. I mean, you could argue Excitebike and other stuff obviously on NES, but this was more like a track racer, and I really loved it. It just, I mean, guys, where do you think Captain Falcon Punch, baby? Where do you think it came from? This is it. Oh yeah, I loved it. I didn't have it right away, but this was like I think I got it like 3 months after the system came out. It was like the first game I rented a Blockbuster for it. Hell yeah.
Nice. Game Bird, what are your thoughts?
F-Zero's rad. Love the cool colors. The game was fast. You know, I hadn't played anything like it before. Really hard to his nails. It was one of those games that would really frustrate me as a kid and make my hands sweat, but I always went back to it. And yeah, I mean, you know, Nate said it pretty well. This was the start of Falcon Punch, you know, or when you're on your lunch break at work and you yell Falcon Lunch and you're eating your favorite cereal branded Falcon Crunch and all that good stuff that came along with this game. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, I love F-Zero. This was the start of high octane futuristic bounty hunter race in action. And you know, obviously games spawned that were deeply inspired after this one that were really cool as well. But yeah, love F-Zero.
Eric.
Yeah, freaking A. I want an F-Zero game again, but they got to bring back the death wheel. When you freaking died and you could possibly screw over somebody else when you died, I want that back.
Okay. Death wheel, that was in
I'm pretty sure it was in the very first one.
Was it in the very first one?
Sure. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't in the second one.
Let me see.
I was trying to look it up, but
yeah, I'm trying to remember which one that was in. Was it the very first one? Geez, you figure a quick Google search would tell you.
Yeah, right.
But it doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
but yeah,
anyways,
that was a fun
rocks.
game. I freaking love F-Zero.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's so sad.
You just need the
it
death
went
wheel.
away for a little bit.
The death, whatever the hell you call it.
Nintendo, if you can't tell, no matter what anyone else has to say, bring it back.
Amen to that. Landon.
Yeah, Landon.
I started off hating F-Zero. Man, I remember this is one of the ones that my dad tried to get me to like. I just couldn't get with it. And it took me literally until last year. I finally decided to like get into GX on the GameCube, and I loved it. And I was like, okay, maybe I should go back and give it a try. And I went back and started playing the old ones. I was like, okay, I get it now. It took me a little bit, but I definitely get it, because in my mind, I guess I always thought, you have Mario Kart, I don't need this. But it's just so different. It's like futuristic, high speed. It's actually like, not that Mario Kart isn't skill, but this one takes a lot more skill in my opinion. And there's a lot of like little things that you have to do to make sure like your vehicle doesn't explode. You have to get your battery and all that. And I definitely have a newfound appreciation for it. And I wish I kind of knew that when I was younger, because I can't believe I just now started getting into it like with GX, but better late than never, I guess.
I feel like that makes sense though. I feel like I said at the time, kids had never played anything like this before. So it's like, holy crap, what is this game? But now I see this as like a tough one. If you didn't experience a game like this for the first time back then, I do see how this is kind of a tough one to go back to. I mean, even Super Mario Kart's hard for me to go back to today, but I love it.
Yeah. For me with F-Zero, again, it felt like the future. Just looking at the box art, it's one of those games is I can hear the music looking at the box art. Like I don't even need to turn it on. It's been in my head since we started talking about it. And gone too soon, right? Like we had the GBA games, we had of course GX on the Cube, we had F-Zero X on 64, and now it's just it's kind of a part of history. Obviously we have 99, but I'm talking about like a real retail release. We need one. I just don't know if we'll ever get one because again it's internal competition. It's internal genre competition with Mario Kart. So I just don't know if we'll ever get it again, but it was good while we had it. Pilot Wings. Did you guys play much Pilot Wings on the SNES?
I didn't really until later in life.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually pretty good. I would have been curious what I would have thought if I played it when I was a kid, because I feel like I might have been more impressed as a child
with those Mode 7 graphics.
Yeah.
But
But by the time I played it, I had already played like newer games, so it was kind of like But
Game Bird, did you fly with this one?
So I did play Pilot Wings. I had a buddy who had the game. Never owned it myself, so my experience with it was limited. But I mean, it was fun. It was a fun time. We dabble in Pilot Wings here and there. I have not too much to say about this one. I never owned it, so but it was a fun time. A series I would love to see come back.
Eric.
Yeah. It looks like it did screw up. It looks like it was F-Zero X that had the slot machine.
There you go.
But still, I still stand by it. They need to bring that back.
Every time F-Zero comes up,
it's adrenaline filled and crazy. As for Pilot Wings, God, I'm trying to remember. Did they have one on 64?
Yeah, yes. Well, actually, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, I don't think I ever played on the SNES.
Okay,
so I think we played it on the 64. So I haven't really played it on the SNES. Like I said, I didn't have one, so I haven't played a ton of SNES games.
Okay. Landon, did you ever play this one?
I played it years later as well. I actually played there was like a 3DS one, Pilot Wings Resort or something.
Yeah.
I played that one first, and I was pretty impressed by the way it looked, because it did have like a 3D look to it. And like that little guy climb off the ladder and like skydive. I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't play more than like a couple hours though, so it was cool.
Yeah. I'll kind of say the same thing. Like as Nate said, I didn't play this till later in life on the Super, like a few years at least after it came out. And by then, the Mode 7 graphics weren't as impressive because a lot of the games started looking a lot better. That's kind of how it was back in the day. Whereas the games that looked really good didn't come out till probably like 95, 96, towards later in that life cycle. SimCity. Did we all first play this on the computer or on Super Nintendo? I played this at school.
PC, baby.
PC. I've actually never touched this version of SimCity.
Yep.
So this one's a blind spot for me. Did this play with the SNES mouse, or was it with just the controller?
That's a good question. I have SimCity. I have it on my shelf behind me. I have it complete in box. I wonder if actually I don't want to dig it out, but I do wonder if it had mouse support. You'd think it would. One thing I remember is it had Nintendo specific stuff. Like if I recall,
it did not support mouse. A lot of people consider it actually unforgivable because it made it significantly worse without it.
Yeah, if I recall, King Koopa could Bowser could go in there and basically create natural disasters and like breathe fire on your whole city. Did you guys know that? Like it had Nintendo specific stuff, which is nothing new for Nintendo, but yeah, that's what made it unique, of course, to playing on Nintendo.
Well, I mean, that's not a surprise. Back in the day, a lot of these multi-platform games kind of had that. There was like something unique on the platform it was on. So I'm not too surprised with that. I mean, one of the biggest one that pops out is like the Soul Calibur 2, the different fighters on the different consoles. That was really neat. But
yeah,
like I love SimCity, but I played it on PC, and I gotta correct myself. There was some SNES mouse support, but it was so limited that it frustrated people to use it. So like, yeah. Anyways, no, I never played it on SNES, but I love the series and I love the game on PC. But the thing is, because I played it on PC, I kind of, even with the Mario stuff, would probably feel like it's inferior. I can't even imagine playing it with it's the same reason like I bought Civ 6 on the Switch, and yeah, I get how it works. It's so much worse than using a mouse and keyboard on PC.
Yeah,
like it's not made for that.
Yeah,
But,
no, definitely not. I agree with you.
Oh, good thing Switch 2 has a solution.
Yeah, we can finally play SimCity on Switch 2.
Yeah, add the
mouse mode will not be included with SimCity.
On the NSO would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That would be cool.
Would
Actually,
be...
I do love that.
You guys have any more memories of SimCity? No. All right, Gradius 3.
Never played
or sorry, Gradius.
Yeah, Gradius. Yeah, never played it. Nope.
I never had Gradius for the SNES. I had it for the Game Boy, and I was obsessed. I don't know the differences between the two, but man, that must have been my Before the Color must have been one of my most played Game Boy games after Super Mario Land 2 and Tetris. Love this game. Super hard, but just getting all the, classic arcade shooter, getting all the power-ups and getting farther and farther each run,
Yeah. It's kind of weird. It's like the only one of the launch lineup that I just have no experience with the entire franchise.
Oh, wow.
I have Gradius 2. I have it somewhere on my shelf for Famicom.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good game. I bought it because it works with the analog NT because you can put Famicom games in there. So I had bought it on eBay, probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Really good game. I don't have any memories of playing part 3 on the SNES. I feel like probably not a lot of people picked this up at launch.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it was like the top 3 games on this little list here, where it's F-Zero, Super Mario World, Pilot Wings. Those are like what a majority, I think, of people played.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was literally, I think people bought them in the order that we see because Super Mario World came with it. So I think F-Zero was the first thing everyone picked up.
Yeah.
And then Pilot Wings, SimCity, and Gradius. All right, let's look at the launch window highlights because we got some really good ones for a launch window.
God.
Good Lord, right?
Yeah.
Kicking it off with Super Castlevania 4, man.
How big is the launch window?
9 months.
9
9-month launch window. Dude. That's Nintendo's definition.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, really, dude, just where do you start?
With my favorite Final Fantasy game of all time.
Final Fantasy 2 is your favorite.
You love it.
Wow.
Is that the one with Kefka?
Yeah.
No.
No.
That's 3.
This has the airships, and Cedric, and oh my God, this one's amazing. And someone stole it from me, and I'm really mad. I had an inbox complete. I got jacked. Love this game. Love it to death. No, this is not Final Fantasy 2 in Japan because we're in the US and we got to do things differently.
Yeah.
Duh. You can't ever have the numbers be right. Yeah, you guys don't know about Final Fantasy. In the early days, Final Fantasy was numbered differently in the US for some reason, like completely different.
Yep.
So I'm not even sure what number this one really is if you go off the Japanese ones, but I don't care. It was my favorite.
It's 4.
Is it 4? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny, like even on the internet, right? People will still correct you or try to like correct you and be like, "Oh, you're wrong. This is actually Final Fantasy 4." It's like, "Yeah, I know, bro, but like I thought we could let it go. It's been like 30 years. It says Final Fantasy 2 on the cover. We all know it's Final Fantasy 4, but do we have to explain ourselves every time we discuss these games?" You know what I'm saying?
I'm always just like, look, red box, Final Fantasy 2, SNES, done. Do I need to explain more than that?
Yeah, because there's always someone who's like, you do know that that's Final Fantasy 4, right? Yes, yes, I do. I'm 40 years old. Yes, I know this, bro. Every time. I played these games when I completely shred it. Not even a rupture, shred it, my Achilles tendon. It was awful. And I was working in the restaurant industry. So obviously I couldn't walk. My foot was detached from my leg. And I was in a wheelchair for quite some time. And lots of physical therapy. I was off work for about, I think, 3 months. And that was a very fast recovery. But knowing that I was going to be at home, guys, what do you think I did? I'm like, dude, I'm going to go after my bucket list hard for backlog games. And so I played and beat Final Fantasy 2. And this was, when I shredded my Achilles, I was 20, I think I was 20, I was 25 years old, 24, 25. So 15 years ago, I played Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3. I forget. And Chrono Trigger actually beat the whole game. So I have really fond memories of playing these games at home.
Yep.
In a wheelchair, no stress. Didn't have to be anywhere. The only place I had to be was in front of the TV. As an adult, like you guys know how rare that is. To actually feel like I don't have anything else I can do. I literally can't walk. This is what I'm doing, and I'm going to enjoy it.
This lineup, man, the launch window.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Dude, it is insanity. Yeah.
The only thing on here I never touched was the Super Scope. So I never used one.
I got a game for Christmas that required a Super Scope, and I never owned one. And the game just sat on my shelf. Still have it. I don't remember what the game's called. It's got like a green robot on the front of it.
Battle Clash.
Yep, thank you. That's the game. Damn, that was fast.
Yeah, right.
I love it. Dude, I don't know where to begin with this. I mean, I'll start with the big one. A Link to the Past. This was so
Yeah.
I made a case for how I believe Super Mario World could be the greatest game of all time. And there's an argument there, I believe. This game was my favorite game that I ever played, and a perfect game. It was my favorite for an entire generation. I'm sure you guys can guess what replaced this one. But this was the game that set the standard for the this is the game that set the standard for the series, created all the staples I feel like that we know and love. The formula, a lot of the famous items, the music, a lot of the greatest hits that we've heard in so many games started in A Link to the Past. We could literally do a whole episode on this game. There's so much to say about it, how special it is, and how much it launched the series forward. I mean, this picture says 1,000 words for me.
That's awesome. Eric, any of these games standing out to you?
Paperboy was fun.
Hard. Yeah. It was very hard, but it was fun.
Crazy.
most 90s box art.
Right?
I proudly put that in this PowerPoint. I'm like, oh, this is so good.
Oh yeah.
Great. Landon, any of these stand out for you?
The only ones I played was Castlevania, Paperboy, and Zelda. Zelda, yeah, dude, this was what got me on my long spiral of just I want to play everything Zelda. To me, this destroyed Super Mario World. It was my life, dude. I remember being so stuck on, I think it was like the forest dungeon where you had to go in and outside the dungeon.
Yeah.
There's all these different entrances, and I was like, dude, I was so amazed by that. And
Dude,
it was just
the
like
the light and dark world mechanics too, just
oh my
mind
gosh.
blowing.
And that mechanic is something that I've wanted to see so bad redone in like a 3D game, and like just like a whole separate world. It's just like the same world but different, and all the towns are changed, and the people are changed. You really felt like you were in the game. I mean, that one was just, yeah. I have so much love for a Link to the Past, and that's why I also love Link Between Worlds, because it's like a spiritual successor of that. And
game.
I want to see that game come back too on the Switch eventually. But yeah, Link to the Past is great.
Gotta love it.
Eric, what
Yeah.
stands out?
I mean,
He said Paperboy.
Oh, Paperboy, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I played all of these games, and I played all of them a lot, believe it or not. Super Castlevania 4. I just revisited that not too long ago and reviewed it on my channel. And so many great memories with all the Castlevania games. You know, going back to the NES. Final Fight is so good. There's 3 Final Fights, actually 4 if you count the Blockbuster exclusive Final Fight guy.
Yeah.
Love those games. They're such great beat 'em ups by Capcom. Would love to see them bring that back. You guys know how I feel about Final Fantasy 2. Super Ghouls and Ghost. So Ghost and Goblins, I have it on my arcade, and I had the NES game as well. And everyone knows that this game is like extremely difficult, and you have to memorize everything in this game to beat it. Like, you have to really, really practice. It's very hard. Super Ghouls and Ghost wasn't as hard, but it was still tough. But everything was just so much better. Like, all the things that felt really unfair in Ghost and Goblins were a little bit more fair in Super Ghouls and Ghost. So I think a lot of fans probably appreciated that. Madden football. We used to play Madden for money. We'd play $1 a game, but our parents couldn't know we were betting, obviously.
Oh yeah, no. You would not have Madden anymore.
Like, you wouldn't have the money, like $1 bill out in front of you, you know, because we had to show the money, obviously, that we had it.
The money.
Yeah, but we'd put it in, like, we'd hide it, because if mom or dad wouldn't care as much, honestly. But if mom walks in, if mom walks in, yeah, because she knows it could end in a brawl, you know, in a fist fight, because that happened all the time. HB toss and pass. That's all I gotta say. That was my play.
Yep.
I'd run all the way back with my quarterback, have all the defense collapse, and then I'd have a wide open receiver. And whenever I would do that, my brother would like punch me, or he'd like try to rip the controller out of the controller port.
You're glitching the game, you fucker.
Yeah, but dude, that was the best. HB toss and pass. Never forget that. UN Squadron. I played that game way later in life. I think I actually played it on the Wii Virtual Console.
Yep.
Great game. Super Off-Road. We played a ton of Off-Road on the NES. So we played this as soon as it came out. And, you know, when I say this, guys, like, we were renting all these games. The only one that I owned personally, like myself as a kid, was A Link to the Past. But we rented games all the time. You know, like,
that's part of the culture, renting games. Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, that was life. That was gamer life back then, was renting games. And it was so much fun to see what was out, what's new. You know, like, it was exciting going there, just the drive there, because you'd be like, I wonder if there's anything new. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so stoked. And like, it was funny too, like, reflecting on this era of gaming. how important the box art was for like
The box
what
art.
game you were gonna, that was everything. It
Mhm.
was like you always judged the book by its cover initially
Yeah.
when it came to these games.
That's why box arts aren't as good today.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They don't hire like real artists. That's why like when Dragon Quest 3 HD came out, they actually hired a professional artist to make that box art.
Mhm.
I forget who it is, but it's somebody famous and respected. And that box art kicks ass. It's so nice. And it's like, man, I wish we did that for games today, but they don't put money into that anymore because everyone can go online. Box arts no longer sell, unfortunately.
And it wasn't even just that, the game manuals that have custom art in them.
Mhm.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
I
that was the
missed
best
them,
scene.
man.
The
I used to
concept
love
art.
that.
Oh.
Yeah, Zelda always had really
Oh,
good instruction
fun.
manuals with that art.
Oh yeah.
Metal Gear Solid as well, and Final Fantasy, and
Oh yeah, those were the days, man. But yeah, big fan of Super Off Road, buying the nitros, upgrading your vehicle. Love that game. Would love to see it come back. Ease 3. That one, it's funny. I didn't play Ease 3. That's not one that I played. That is the only one I didn't play. Super Smash TV, same thing. It was an arcade game. So being able to play that at home with my brothers and cousin was fun.
it's a cool
Super
game.
Adventure Island. Obviously, it's Adventure Island, bigger and better. Contra 3, a lot of memories with that one. Lots. Very, very good game. Right? It's one of the best Contra games, possibly the best one. I'd have to really think about it, but I think there's a good chance that might be the best Contra game along with Hardcore. Top Gear, again, played all the Top Gear games. They were really good. Kemco did a good job there. Pit Fighter was an arcade game, and it was fun to play in the arcade. The Super Nintendo port wasn't great. It was if I recall, the controls were like pretty clunky, and so was the movement. Right, the movement felt pretty bad compared to the arcade.
This was a rental I regretted.
Yeah, same. But we're like, this game sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
I remember first on SNES I saw it, then when it was at the arcade, I can't remember who I was with. They're like, "Oh, we should go play this." I'm like, "Dude, that game sucks. Why would we?"
Yeah,
I didn't even play it in the arcades. I didn't even realize it actually isn't bad. I just never played.
no, it's cool. And I remember it's so stupid because the game sucked so bad, and we like talked my mom into letting us rent it because again, you always judge the game by the box art, and there's like guys fighting in a pit, right? It's mom's like, I don't know if I want that in the house, so you guys already fight enough. So I think mom was pretty happy to find out we actually thought the game sucked. One of the few times she was happy to hear that. Paperboy 2, yeah, it's funny. Like if you look closely at that box art, he looks like the pizza delivery guy from Home Alone. From Little Nero's Pizza.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. Just makes it so much cooler. A gaming regret is Super Scope 6 because I too have never played that. And I always wanted to play Yoshi's Safari. Always wanted to play it. I should try and track that down because, I have a CRT.
Mm-hmm.
You need one to be able to play the light gun game. So I wonder how much that would be. But yeah, my fondest memories, guys, easily hands down, Link to the Past. I did get stuck on it for a while when I was a kid. It was one of those games where I had to like walk away from multiple times and like return back with fresh ideas. Because again, it's just you trying to figure this out. No one else is helping. And it was when you get turned into the pink bunny. So before I think you get the third pendant, I was struggling there. And, finally got past that. But for me personally, Link to the Past is my number one. It's my favorite 2D Legend of Zelda game. Easily. It's so good.
Yeah.
I do always wonder if we're going to get a remake one day. And again, that's something that they have to like tread real carefully on. And
Yeah.
Also, I reviewed this game last year and I played the Super Nintendo CD version. It has like 130 fully orchestrated tracks in the game. So it's the
That's so
soundtrack
cool.
yeah, it's so cool. Like playing that in
That's so
surround
cool.
sound, like this is the best way to re-experience this until we get a full-on remake whenever that would be. So yeah, fond memories here. All right, guys, you ready to step in to the future?
No, hold on. Before we jump, I have to go back and touch on like a little bit of the rental part of it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Because there was absolutely no worse feeling than going to like Blockbuster, and then all of a sudden the game that you really wanted to try was not there, and they're like, "Son of a God, no!"
Yep.
It sucked so bad because I mean, every time you go back and it's like, "Nope, not there. Nope, not there." But the feeling when it was there was so amazing.
And
Yeah.
did you ever wonder if someone rented it and just kept it?
Lost it, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
that was the thing. You're like, did they just keep it? Like you'd ask whoever you're there with, whether it's your brother or cousin, do you think they kept it? Every time we come here, the game's rented out. And then we'd go ask the people, either at Gamers, we knew them well. Blockbuster was literally in the same parking lot. That was our second place to go to if Gamers didn't have what we needed. But we'd ask the Blockbuster employees, like, hey, can you check and see when this game was last rented out? And you guys know that was a normal thing. You did that at the library too, right?
Yeah.
When is this coming back?
Yeah. Like, is this book overdue by chance? Because I'm wondering if I need to go to another library.
Yeah, this was returned a month ago. Okay, so we're not getting this one back.
Yeah, but that was such a real thing. And if they said no, it was rented out 2 days ago, which means, technically it's due back today by 5 p.m.
Mhm.
And that's when you'd call them. You'd blow them up. It's like 4:30.
Right.
Hey, did they return it yet by chance? 4:45. Hey, did they stop in yet?
Son of a
You're outside the store with binoculars watching everyone who walks in. Yeah.
Right. And then you'd ask and be like, sometimes you'd call so much, they'd be like, wait a minute, why don't you give us your number? And when it comes in, we'll put it on hold for you. Like, great, perfect.
yes.
This is what
Dude,
I
I used
wanted anyways.
There were some games that I loved so much on the SNES that I'd just keep renting them over and over again. One of them that I remember fondly was Mega Man X. I probably rented that game like 8 times. I love that game. So
I enough, it would have been cheaper to buy it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The worst part was when you had to return a game and you didn't beat it, but you got like close and you knew that, okay, I'm going to rent it again next weekend. And by the time you rent it again, somebody erased your file.
Of course.
And they didn't need to. It was for no reason. It's literally for no reason, just to be a dick.
Yeah. Yep.
That was the worst, is going home, that ride home, and you're just hoping and praying that nobody erased your file.
I'm sorry, Stash. That was me.
Right.
I literally everyone's files every time I got it.
You did?
Yep.
Oh, dude, that is such a dick move.
I'm just like, this ain't your game, it's my game.
That's funny though. I mean, yeah, life was different back then, man. That's wild. All right, let's step into the virtual arena. And I will say one thing about this, guys, is that we have the entire library because it all came out within the launch window.
Well, you mean the Virtual Boy didn't last 9 months? Oh, man.
Yeah, this is it, dude. This is it. Before we talk about the good games, I just love that Waterworld is right here.
That's so rad. I love it.
Oh, that's great.
It's just so funny because if growing up in that time, this movie was like so hyped, right?
I love this movie.
I know.
It's so good.
So bad.
For better, for worse. It's so good.
And
Kevin Costner, baby.
have you guys seen the Universal Studios
Yeah.
Waterworld show that they do?
Yeah, the live show. It's awesome.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah, I saw it as an adult for the first time. I think maybe, like 8-9 years ago. It was my first time going. I went there. I went to the Harry Potter land and whatever. And the girl I was with was like, "You want to go see the water world?" I'm like, "I mean, I don't know. Do you? Is it good? Do you know anything about it?" She's like, "Oh no, I've seen it before." I'm like, "Really? It's good?" I'm like, "Let's go." I was thoroughly entertained. I'm like, "This is awesome." Like, it was better than the movie.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy though that they have a
Virtual
something
boy.
for yeah, it's wild.
Guys,
you-
I apologize. I got to use the restroom really quick. I'm going to be real fast. I know, worst co-host thing to do.
Gotta
But
go
I am the
fast.
villain. I
Gotta
am the
go-
villain.
You gotta go fast.
So
Yes.
one thing I noticed, guys, is Panic Bomber right here, which, as we know, is Bomberman.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they didn't call it Bomberman, because this is the US title. So, but again, Bomberman, reoccurring theme as a launch title for Nintendo consoles.
Yep.
It's almost always there, no matter what. Did you guys get to play Virtual Boy?
I have played one. I've never owned one.
Yep.
It was at a shop,
Mhm.
a local game shop. I can't remember, had one, and they had it set up. They wouldn't let a lot of people use it, but then they found out that I was running Zelda Informer, and they're like, "Oh, you want to give it a try? We'll let you hook it up. Just don't let other people touch it because it's very fragile. It's pretty beat up." And I got to try out Tennis and Wario Land. Oh, I gotta say, I understand why nobody really bought the thing. It was not a pleasant experience at all. But I try to remember, like, this is of the time. This was cutting edge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know who at Nintendo thought this was a good idea to actually release as a product. But hey, I give them kudos for Nintendo experimenting. And thank God they had a backup plan. And that backup plan is what's going to be after this. But yeah. Because they tried to go with this. They wanted this to be a big deal, but then nobody bought it. But Nintendo being Nintendo, they had something else in mind if this didn't work out. So,
Eric, did you get to play it?
I think I've tried it at like kind of something similar to Nate with, I don't remember where it was, but I remember just being able to dabble in it for like 5 minutes, and it was goofier than hell.
you didn't like all the everything's red,
Yeah,
all
right.
the time. Wee.
Did it hurt your guys' eyes?
I don't remember it hurt my eyes.
I don't remember that either, but I
Yeah.
think I only played it for like 5 minutes, so it really wasn't enough time to really even attempt to hurt my eyes.
I remember it felt clunky while playing. Like the movements weren't. It just because I'm coming off of the SNES where everything felt so tight,
Yeah.
so controlled. Like this didn't feel that way.
Yeah.
Did you play it, Game Bird?
I've played one game on this. I had a friend. His family had a lot of money, so he got all the cool stuff when it first came out.
Yeah.
You have the power.
No, this one didn't turn out to be as cool as we all thought it would be. He did have the Power Glove, which the Virtual Boy I will argue is way better than the Power Glove.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's novel, but I got to play Wario Land, which is a pretty neat game here.
Yeah.
But everything was red, which was kind of cool and felt futuristic. Like, I don't know if I was just in denial, but I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then, you play it for like 30, 40 minutes and you're like, this sucks. Like, it hurt my eyes. The stand was super cheap, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember being slightly into denial and thinking that, like, oh my gosh, like, if this is what it's like now, the Virtual Boy 2 is going to be so crazy. But, we all know.
all hopes and
that
dreams
went,
of children.
Yeah. But Wario Land, I mean, it was, it was fine for what it was. I can't speak on the other games. So I missed if you guys played the other ones.
That story makes me wonder if there are children today that played Labo and built the cardboard like piano, and they're like, man, if this is what it's like now,
I wonder.
Labo 2 is gonna be so badass,
Right?
Well, I have news for you.
Nintendo Land, do you play this?
No, I don't. Doesn't sound like I was missing anything.
Does it say,
but-
did your dad make you play this one?
No, thank God, no. I had a bunch of the like Nintendo Power magazines, and I remember seeing just like images, and I remember as a kid I used to think, like I saw Wario Land, I was like, is this like a rated R Wario Land game where like he's like killing people and there's blood all over the screen?
Oh
And
yeah.
I was like, what is this? And yeah, I found out it's just like just games are all red for some reason. I was like, that's cool, but no, nothing.
Yeah, it's wild. Like the branding of it too. The Virtual Boy is red, black. It's black and red. Everything is in black and red. I played Mario Clash in store on demo. That was the game I got to try. And I always wanted to have more time with it because it did feel like the future. I do want to point out, if you guys see on the console box there, it's got a sticker on there for a special mail-in offer to get 6 Duracell batteries, which is just so funny. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Imagine that today, right? I don't want this sticker on my box, man. I'm trying to keep it in mint condition. But it's just so funny because you would do that. 6 free batteries, sign me up, man.
The batteries are expensive.
Let me
And
go.
don't worry, that would probably only last you about 4 hours.
Probably. I will say I played all these games now on the 3DS. There's a way to get Virtual Boy on your 3DS and use the 3D slider.
Yep.
And it's, first off, let me just say that is badass. Really, it's done very well. But I finally got to play Wario Land. That was one game I really wanted to play. And it is actually really good. It's a lot of fun. I played Nestor's. I played all of Nestor's Funky Bowling. That was actually pretty fun. Mario Clash, Mario Tennis, all of them. But the one that stood out as Wario Land, that was easily the best game. It is the best game. It sucks that that's the only way to play it now. Yeah, this it came out in August 1995, which is wild because we're jumping into the 64 next. That came out literally 13 months later after the Virtual Boy. And this was, as we know, this bombed so bad. So
Nintendo knew it was going to bomb.
There's this beauty right here. One thing that I miss about consoles, buying them, is looking at the back of the box and seeing those games that haven't came out yet, like seeing a screenshot of them, because that was a big deal, right?
Huge deal.
Because it's usually a screenshot that you haven't even seen yet. And you can see there's no screenshot of Zelda on there because that didn't come out till 2 years later. So they didn't put that old 3D image of The Legend of Zelda on there. But you have like Star Fox, GoldenEye, Cruisin', Mario Kart, International Superstar Soccer, which was I think by Konami. Obviously Wave Race, Shadows of the Empire, Turok, Tetrisphere, Diddy Kong Racing, obviously Mario, and then NFL Quarterback Club, which had Brett Favre on the cover every year.
Yep.
Yes.
Wait, was that 99 or 98?
This is 90. Well, no, this would have been
The one on that,
96.
probably 98. 6?
Probably 96
Oh,
or
yeah,
97.
yeah. True. I had
That
98.
was by what? Acclaim? Was it Acclaim Sports?
think
Yes.
so.
Yes, it
I
was.
believe so.
Yep.
Yeah. Good old days, man. Again, yeah, what were your guys' thoughts of 64?
Look, I played Pilot Wing 64 much later. I rented it much later, but dude, Super Mario 64, come on. What are we doing? It is one of the pinnacle games in gaming. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's the greatest game ever made, because I've enjoyed many of the 3D Marios even more than that, and other games more than it over time. But dude, back in the day, this was groundbreaking. It was revolutionary.
Absolutely.
It took a side-scrolling series, successfully transferred it into an open zone 3D world, and did it in a way that to this day, it is one of the most replayed Nintendo games of all time.
Yeah.
There's so much, not just nostalgia for it, it's just so good, even by today's standards. And I mean, literally, I can't think of a 3D platformer that hasn't drawn some sort of inspiration from the original Mario 64. It is crazy. Like, if you think about this, this isn't a great launch lineup in terms of games. There's only 2. You only play 2 games.
Mhm.
But it's just that one game is so revolutionary that it made people forget that this was the only thing you really had to play, because it's the only thing you really wanted to play anyways. And it was so replayable, and collecting all the stars, and oh man, it was just I could gush on and on. I'm gonna let Eric go on this one because this is Eric's jam right here. This is
my home.
yes. He
Yeah,
lives on that game.
Yep. I played Super Mario 64 so much when I was a kid. Picked it up, once we got our 64. Had tried out rental once, and then, parents got it for us. And man, I played the ever living heck out of the 64. That has been, was probably my favorite console of all time up until, Switch came out. So a lot of fond memories of this, and it just absolutely love it.
Gamebird, what about you, man?
Yeah, my first experience with the Nintendo 64 and Mario 64, it was, man, it must have been that first or second month of the console. My babysitter's brother got it at launch and got the 64 with Mario 64. And he was like, "Oh, you love Nintendo. You want to try this out?" And I was blown away as a kid. You know how like every console gen, you feel like, oh, or at least I did as a kid.
Yeah.
You feel like, oh my gosh, it's never gonna look better than this.
Always.
It's never gonna, like, this is, holy crap, it's never gonna look better. So that was this game. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so realistic looking. These look like real people. Those look like real trees. Just being so floored by the 3D graphics and just the wonder of this game. And I begged my parents for a Nintendo 64. I came home that day begging them, I need a Nintendo 64. I need Mario 64. You don't understand. It's the greatest thing ever. I had my birthday coming up, and I got a console for my birthday, and I was so stoked. And I opened it up, and it was a PS1. And I was so depressed because I wanted in hindsight, the PS1 rocks, but I was so depressed. And my parents were like, "We know you really wanted a Nintendo 64, but they were sold out and they didn't have it. So we got you this." And I ended up doing like chores and putting money aside, and then my parents end up paying for like a chunk of it, like a quarter of it. But I did tons of chores until I could afford the console in this game, and I finally got it. And yeah, it was my favorite. It was one of my favorite games for a very, very little while. But so many great memories, and like Super Mario World, the secrets, I love that, all the hidden stars and secret areas in the castle. Like, I love that they were doing that during the Super Mario World era and the Mario 64. Definitely want to see more of that. But yeah, this game, it's crazy how Mario set the standard for 2D platformers, and then they did it again with 3D Mario and set the standard again, but for 3D platformers this time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nintendo Land, what about you, man?
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, like I said before, I started really with the GameCube with Sunshine, was like my first real deep dive into Mario in the 3D world. And then I went back to 64. We had a 64. I was really, really big on like Donkey Kong 64 a lot. And then of course Mario 64. But man, it's just, when you look at today, they didn't even have to have that Mario game be as open as it was. They could have just had a linear 3D Mario game where you're just getting to the end, like we see with Galaxy, Mario 3D World. And then you look at the future and like Galaxy 1, Galaxy 2, Mario 3D World, none of those were still as open as 64 and Sunshine was. And I think that's just a testament to how amazing that game was. The fact I still, to this day, am wanting a hub world like 64s that go throughout Peach's castle, see what it looks like nowadays. And just to have that back then was so cool. I mean, I remember used to just running through the halls back and forth, diving and just sliding through the halls. It's just stuff like that. Like, it's like, why couldn't they keep like, where's that at Nintendo nowadays? Like, I want a hub world again, and I want this like,
Yeah.
it felt like one big connected world. All these paintings were real universes that you could dive into, and he dove back out into the castle, and I love that instead of just like on a world map and hopping from place to place, it just all felt interconnected. And I remember even being like a little, it was kind of spooky, especially with like Boo's Haunt. And for a Mario game to have that level of like, used to like really freak me out. It was looked so like dark and realistic in like the underground section. And then you hear the merry-go-round and oh man, yeah, 64. What else can you say? It's pretty much perfection.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, man. So I'll give kind of like a quick summary of my 64 story. I'm going to try to be quick. So gamers, as I've told you guys, that's where we grew up renting all of our games. And my dad and I go there on a Friday after school. It was actually, no, was this after school? No, it wasn't. It was in June. So school was out, and Jimbo, who was the manager there, he was the one who knew like everyone in our family. Awesome dude. He'd give us all like this inside information all the time back in the day about new games coming out that he had heard. He was like almost like my original leaker, like from the 90s, like someone who actually had inside information that wasn't printed in magazines. And he did like all the ordering for the store too. And they were pretty big on getting imports, like import games in. So Dad and I go in there and he said, "Hey, we just got in a new system. It's the new Nintendo console. And we haven't even put a flyer out for it yet." And he asked if we wanted to take it home for the weekend. He said it's the Nintendo 64. And this is the Japanese 64. So this is literally in June. So it was the summer that I was transitioning from 5th grade going into 6th grade. And so it was Super Mario 64, and the other game that I got to play with, it was called Human Grand Prix, which is actually called, like, in the US, it ended up being F1 Grand Prix. I think it was an F1 racing game. But I remember he had asked my dad and I, he's like, "Do you have a TV that, has the 3 inputs?" Is how he explained it, the yellow, red, white. We're like, "Yeah, we have that." He's like, "All right, so you guys will be able to set it up because we don't have an RF unit. We didn't order one of those." And he let us take it home, which is, again, this is the coolest shit ever. Like, this would never, ever happen today. He let us take the console home for the weekend for free. You guys know how much it used to cost to like rent consoles back in the day. And it came in the hard case shell that, looks like a briefcase.
Yep.
And so I got to go home and play this. And I was absolutely floored. I'm not going to swear. I try not to. But it's just like, dude, my mind was absolutely blown away at what I was experiencing. Everything's
it'll never look better than that.
No, and everything's in Japanese too. So like, you have to kind of figure out what you're doing, but that almost made it cooler for me when I finally jumped through a painting. Like, not knowing, there's no instructions anywhere. I don't know what Toad's saying. I don't know what Princess says in the beginning. It's all in Japanese. There's no way to like go on the internet back then and look it up. I think we had AOL, but there was no resources like that. And the AOL we had was like free hours from a magazine that I kept like restocking. I was a bad kid. I don't know about you guys, but I just open the magazine up and take the free hours because I'm like, it's free, right? It's free.
Yeah.
So I got to play it. It was amazing. It's like one of my fondest memories. I remember when school started, going into 6th grade, and I was telling everybody about Mario 64 and how it's fully 3D. and you can jump into paintings, and that's like a whole world, and you collect stars. And I'm like just giving them like this basic synopsis, and everyone thinks I'm a liar. Everyone told me it's complete bullshit. There's no way. Sega Saturn's the best thing out, because again, Sega Saturn had came out. One kid in school had it. His name was Joey Jabot. I remember he had Sega Saturn, and he used to always talk about Panzer Dragon Saga or whatever, and how it's the best game ever. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, that's cool, man. Like, my parents aren't buying a Sega Saturn. There's no way. Not after the 32X debacle and the Sega CD. There's no way. So, sure enough, 64 came out. I was redeemed. Everyone then said, okay, you really did play it that summer. Like, you really did. I'm like, yeah. And you can go to Gamers. It was the local video game store. I'm like, go talk to Jimbo. He'll tell you. I'm not a liar. So those were my first memories of playing 64. We got one at launch. When I say we, my parents had like recently, they just got divorced. We went to go live with my cousin. So my mom's twin sister, the same one who ate the sleeve of cookies and the Super Nintendo got returned. That same cousin, right? So here we are. Here's the next new console, 64. Don't fuck it up this time, bro. So when I say we, Jim got the 64 with Mario 64 and Pilot Wings. Obviously, those were the launch titles. We played every day, all night, all day. We'd play basketball all day, and then we'd come home and play all night. Some days we'd skip basketball and just play because it was that good. And that was a big thing back then, to not go to basketball. Loved Pilot Wings. Loved it. Again, really didn't play it much on Super. Played it later on. Didn't really get into it. On the 64, this felt like the future. Pilot Wings was the shit. Love the soundtrack. Still do. You can hear it in the background of many of my YouTube videos. That's how much I love the soundtrack. The hang gliding theme. Hang glider theme is amazing. Funny story. Jim's dad, my Uncle Jim, he does not game. Okay. Growing up, and you guys might be able to attest to this, adults always kind of look down on video games. Like, it's going to rot your brain and you're going to grow out of this. One day they'll grow out of this. One day Steven will grow out of this, and, he won't play as much video games. That was always the thing back then. And so parents didn't really like play video games when I was growing up. It's different now. Like, Landon, your dad played games, which is awesome. Occasionally my dad would play video games with us, especially like when we'd rent Neo Geo, he'd sit down and play with us. I remember waking up early on a Saturday morning to try to get in some time with my cousin on Mario 64. And the Nintendo 64 was gone. It was missing. It was unhooked. None of the wires were there. It was completely gone. And I'm like, oh my God, not again. Like, did you do something? Like,
Another damn sleeve of cookies.
Yeah, dude, I swear that was my first thought. Okay. So, and we're trying to be quiet because as soon as they wake up, my mom, my aunt and his dad, it's yard work time. And we're going to be outside for like 6 hours, mowing the lawn, weed eating, edging, doing everything. Yeah, everything. Front yard, backyard, changing the chemicals in the pool. We'll be doing everything. We're going to be working all day as soon as they wake up. So we're trying to get a little bit of time in. So we're literally like tiptoeing out onto the tile, past the kitchen. There's the living room and then the master bedroom. The doors cracked open a little bit. And we can hear music, which is not normal. You could hear Pilot Wings. We like go to the edge of the door and we're looking in, and Uncle Jim, who does not play video games, is just sitting there playing Pilot Wings. And he said he woke up at like 2 o'clock and took the 64 out and wanted to play Pilot Wings. And it was like 6 a.m. He's just sitting there. He's like, I've been playing for hours. Yeah, dude, this was like the coolest thing ever. I'm like, oh my God, like, this is it, man. this is it. Like, this console has finally won the adults over. Now they understand how cool video games are. And I'll never forget seeing that. I'm just like, this is so cool, dude. This is badass. I'm so happy he likes it. Because, now maybe we can talk him into like buying more games when more games come out.
Yep.
So fond memories of that. And then as far as Mario 64 goes, you guys said it all. It's the shit. I love this game. I still do. Let's move on to the launch titles, and then we'll get out of here. So,
Dash, real quick.
Yeah.
You reminded me of something. It's slightly different than what you were saying, but just like this time, as being a gamer, how you got to play the Nintendo 64, and you're telling everyone about it at school, and everyone thinks you're full of crap.
Yeah.
It reminds me of just this time in gaming. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have articles everywhere. How to unlock the 5 secret characters, or the perfect ending, or how to get to the secret boss. This was stuff that people would just figure out on their own from playing a bunch or doing multiple playthroughs. Some secrets not even finding till their 3rd or 4th playthrough. And I just remember on the Super Nintendo, the Nintendo 64, and even a little bit of the GameCube era as well, sharing like, oh my gosh, did you see the secret boss or the hidden character that you get if you do this? And kids being like, dude, you're full of shit.
Yep.
Because that all it was word of mouth back then. Half the time people like, you're full of shit.
Exactly. That's why that's what I meant by like nobody could help me with A Link to the Past, because it's like, unless you had a friend that was like, or someone at school that was really into gaming and was really good at games, no one's going to be able to help you. And if you call that Nintendo hotline number, you're screwed. If parents see that on the bill, you are in deep shit. And it doesn't even matter how much it costs. It doesn't matter. If it was $5 and you say, hey, wait, I got $5 in my room, I'll give it to you. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's the principle of it. Don't ever call this number without our permission.
Yeah.
That was how the parents rolled, man. Like, you don't call that shit ever.
Yeah, you'd hope someone else had it at school and you'd talk it on the schoolyard. I just remember, with Smash Melee, someone told me like, "Oh, did you know if you leave the game on for 24 hours, it unlocks Mewtwo as a character?" And like, this kid is so full of shit. Like, it's, it's not even funny, But of course, I went home that night and I'm like, all right, let's see what happens.
You guys remember the original Smash Melee hoax, right? With how to unlock Sonic and Tails in the game.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
From IGN, it all started from IGN putting out that fake rumor.
Yep, loved it.
So good, dude. So these games right here, again, the 64 launch, we had 2 games, like smallest launch ever. And then it was very slow to trickle out. The next game that came out was Wave Race 64. That was the 3rd game. And I bought Wave Race right when it came out, like the day it came out, and we didn't even rent it. I knew I wanted this game. I don't know why I wanted it so bad. Maybe it was the Nintendo Power Nintendo 64 promotional VHS tape where I saw Wave Race and I'm like, dude, this looks like the future.
Yep.
We did ride jet skis from time to time. Like, again, my cousin Jim, they had jet skis, so we'd take it out to the lake. And to me, it looked like that. Like, it felt very real.
Yeah.
But when I finally played this, I remember my dad coming in the room and he sees the game and he's like, oh my God. Like, he was literally blown away at how good it looked and how realistic the water graphics are and the waves and, the sunset in the background and everything. He's just like, I can't believe how good this, like he was amazed. And again, like, to me, that was very telling when adults were legitimately amazed by the video games, right? I thought that was the coolest thing ever growing up. I'm like,
Mhm.
finally they get it, like video games aren't stupid. And Wave Race, again, you guys know how much I love this game. I love the soundtrack. You always hear Wave Race music in my videos. Always.
Mhm.
Fond memories of this game. I'm pissed. I'm pissed that Nintendo hasn't brought this back. I literally am. I'm like,
Screw
I
you, Nintendo.
yeah, I try not to talk about it much because like I try not to give like energy into things that like piss me off, right?
Until now.
Yeah, but yeah, I try to keep it cool, right? And level head it, but if I'm being completely honest, it really pisses me off that we don't have a new Wave Race because I'm like, I just want one that feels as good as it does to control
Mhm.
with modern day like water graphics. Like I just put out my video for the Sonic Cross Worlds beta, and there's sections in it where you're on the water and you're like your vehicle turns into like a boat. And I swear to you, I'm playing it. I'm like, God, why can't we get a fucking Wave Race? Like, that's what I'm thinking in the back of my mind. I'm like, this is such bullshit because this feels good. But I'm like, if
Yeah.
Nintendo did it, it would feel perfect. You know what I mean? Like, it would feel
Yeah.
tight. And that was one problem with that game is the controls just weren't that tight. Like, I just want another Wave Race. Tell me, guys, what games did you play here? Because I could go on for forever. These are all like core memories for me.
So I played every single game here except for the Wayne Gretzky's hockey because I really wasn't that into hockey in general. I still am not to this day. I played a lot of the
It's
stuff
really
back
good.
on NES, but I just really wasn't into actual hockey, so kind of got out of that. The only other one I didn't play was Hexen. Otherwise, I played all the rest of these, and did Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Dude,
So
the game was
special.
sick. Dash Rendar.
Dude,
Yep.
this still today one of the best Star Wars games. It is so good, and considering that there's actually quite a bit of bad Star Wars games, the fact that this one, the first one on 64, was so damn good. Oh man! And look, someone else is gonna end up talking about it, but Mario Kart 64 is like one of the goats.
Yeah.
It just is.
Best battle mode still
Yeah.
to me in a Mario Kart.
What was your favorite level for battle?
I like the blocks.
The
Yes,
blocks.
the block
Yeah.
fortress. We
It's the
love that
Block Fortress. Thank you. Best battle level of all time.
all
Period.
time.
Full stop.
The donut was pretty fun though.
Oh,
trying to
Yeah, Donut was fun too.
trying
The
to
worst was the skyscraper
One of
because my accidental death count was.
Oh, yeah, right.
yeah. You want to take yourself out on that
Yeah,
one.
right.
That's the
Yeah.
challenge.
Yeah.
Just don't screw up, and you probably win. Oh man, but yeah, I love all these games. Oh, and I always gotta give a shout out to Doom. Doom
Yeah,
64,
so good.
legit.
Yeah, it's really good.
Still so good.
And I first played Doom on PC. So
Same.
coming from PC to play an N64 version and it actually being really, really good after being really disappointed with other PC games that came to console, I'm like, they get it. This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a decent chunk of games here that I never played. Wayne Gretzky, never played. Hexen, never played. FIFA 64, never played. War Gods, I've never played. And that's it. Those are the only ones that I haven't played on here. But I want to comment on Wave Race because I feel you, Stash. When I first played this, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. This was the game that actually made me, for whatever reason, this game, the water graphics looked so good to me that I started basing games like how good their graphics are based on how the water looks.
We did
I'm like,
too.
yeah, but does it look like the water in this game?
We all did that. I talked to Nate
Yeah.
about that a while ago, right? Like,
Yeah,
Like,
it was always the
try-
water.
always, dude, that was how you really
What's the
rated the
water look
graphics.
like?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so weird, right?
Yeah, it's super weird. But this was the game that made me start doing that. Mario 64, of course. Shadows of the Empire, fantastic. I think the really big one here for me, though, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, Star Fox 64. I freaking loved this game. I played this game nonstop. I loved it so much. I loved all the again, I had this weird fascination back then, I guess, with secrets and secret paths and secret levels, because that was like, seeing whenever I saw that I missed whatever hidden secret that led to a different path on the, the 3 different timelines, I guess. I was like, oh my gosh, where was it? What did I miss? And doing it 100 times, not being able to find it, and then finally figuring out what triggers the secret, and the different variations of Andros at the end. Just such a cool game. It had the voice acting, which was really cool.
Yeah.
Not common for Nintendo.
No,
at the
not
time,
at all.
obviously. So the soundtrack was amazing. And again, it's one of those games where like the visuals, like seeing space in that 3D environment, and I don't know, the rumble with it and stuff. So just really cool.
100%. Eric.
Yeah. The 2 games I played, I mean, the game I played the most on this one is obviously Mario Kart 64. I lived on that game.
Yeah.
But Star Fox 64, I did play a few times with my friends. My one friend was a complete asshole at it because he would play the multiplayer game, and he would just sit and kind of just duck around corners, so it would just be constantly going around, and because the map, you'd go in through one side, come out the other, and come back through, and he'd play those freaking walls to his advantage. It was like, damn it, stop, get back here, you bastard. But no, I mean, yeah, Mario Kart on this one was on this list here is the game that I lived on. So
Nice, man. Landon, what games do you play over here, Landon?
Mario Kart 64 never hit with me. I don't know why. I don't know if it was just like, to me, I always felt like the tracks were pretty just average. Block Fortress is great, I will say. I did have fun with that. But Star Fox 64 was my game for sure. I remember my dad lying to me so hard. Well, he didn't lie. He just didn't know. I was like, dude, how do you get to these other planets? Like, how do I do this? How do I get to these other galaxies? He's like, oh, it's just random. I'm like, no way. What? There's just no way. And I'm like, I played this like 3 times through to send me to the same route. And I remember like finding it on accident. And I remember like specifically being on that mission with the R-Wing, and you're chasing down the train. And I thought that was the coolest thing ever. And that giant like thing comes off the train, and you have to shoot it out the sky. And I was like, dude, this game is amazing. And I remember just trying so hard to figure out, because back then you didn't have internet or anything, so we had to figure out like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Like, and sometimes it was like bizarre, like certain ways you had to defeat the boss, and you had to defeat him quickly, and I just remember spending all my time trying to find each of the galaxy routes, and it was awesome. And also like, just communicating with all the characters, talking to each other. It got annoying eventually when you did like the same pass every time. But it was cool. You felt like you was like in an action movie, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it had that really awesome opening cutscene too, which was a big deal.
So cool.
Like, you definitely weren't gonna press start. You're like, I gotta see this whole cutscene, dude. This is like a movie inside the game. It was such a big deal back then. So for me, guys, I played all of these games, some more than others. Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey is actually a badass hockey game. Really good. It's like NBA Jam or NFL Blitz or Slugfest. It's the Midway Sports. You can literally get on fire in the game, just like you can in NBA Jam. And obviously, you guys know I love my Midway Sports. That's why I'm wearing an NBA Jam shirt today. I love those games. Mortal Kombat Trilogy.
Did you say NBA Jam? Hold on. Did you say NBA Jam?
I did, yes.
Wait a second. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam, baby.
There we go.
Yeah, dude. That's why I'm wearing it. I'm with the movement. I always have been. We have to do this. Please start a change.org. Let's pass it around. Let's get that baby signed. MK Trilogy, though, like, what was cool about this is that it felt exactly like the arcade, because it was. And the load times, there was no load times, which was awesome. And you had the biggest roster. That roster is massive. So Great memories with MK Trilogy. Killer Instinct Gold. I played it a lot. I own it. I still enjoyed MK Trilogy more, believe it or not. But Killer Instinct Gold soundtrack was badass. Loved it. Cruising USA, again, played that a lot. Hexen. We rented Hexen. You guys want to hear something weird? We rented Hexen, Jim and I, and we both got the worst headaches of our lives back then. We both did. And we always referred to Hexen as a headache in a box. That's what we called it. I don't know why. I don't know why today, this is decades later. I still remember it as a headache in a box, and I can almost feel how bad the headache was. Isn't that weird?
That is insane.
Yeah.
We both same experience. Played plenty of first person shooters. Something about Hexen 64. Blast Corps, badass game by Rareware. And we played this game so much. It was a game we rented all the time. It's very unique. I mean, you go around, you have to destroy stuff in order to advance in the map, and you have to do it within a certain time frame. It was a very unique game, a game that would never get made today by a big development studio, because obviously Rare was a big AAA developer for Nintendo. Shadows of the Empire, bought it the day it came out. I rewatched the Nintendo 64 VHS launch tape from Nintendo Power numerous times because they had like a 5 to 10 minute segment just on Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. I don't know if you guys remember that or if anybody in chat does, but it was so awesome. And this was like right around the time the original Star Wars movies came back to theaters as well, the special editions. So it was just really exciting. And we didn't know if we were ever going to get any new Star Wars movies back then. It was like George Lucas said we were going to get it. But again, you really didn't know. You weren't in the know because the internet wasn't what it is today. And again, the internet was a real luxury. Trying to talk your parents into purchasing a second phone line so the phone line doesn't get tied up was hard work back then. They're like, what? You want us to buy another phone line?
That never happened
For the internet?
So
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had the one.
Or you're online and somebody picks up the phone and then you get kicked off.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was the worst.
And it makes that horrible sound.
I was
Yeah.
playing Age of Empires, Mom.
Or like, I remember
my game. Yeah.
my cousin lived down the street from us, and so sometimes we'd be on the internet and his mom, so my mom's twin sister, would come over and be like, I've been trying to call you for hours. The line's been busy. And it's like, oh, the kids are on, they must be on the internet again. It's like, dude, it was real problems back then to try and explain the internet to your parents. But Shadows of the Empire, that game was $79.99 at Toys R Us in the United States. That was the price when it came out. So I've said this story numerous times. When people complain about video game prices going up, I always bring up Shadows of the Empire. And I got to say, it was worth $79.99. And I remember my mom saying, this is coming out of your money. Are you sure you want to? Are you sure? Is this your final answer? Are you sure you want to spend what's going to be $85 after tax? I'm like, yes, I know I want this game. And it was totally worth it. Star Fox 64, yes. Rumble Pack. Amazing. It was the first game to use the Rumble Pack. It introduced the Rumble Pack. That was awesome.
I still got my Star Fox 64 box with I have the one with that came with the Rumble Pack.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is it in good condition?
Yeah. It's in pretty solid.
Good for you. That's a nice relic to keep. I used to have the collector's edition of Ocarina of Time, and my brother smashed the box. He stepped on it on purpose.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Wish I still had mine. War Gods, again, played this. We rented every game that would come out for 64. Like, this is the first 9 months. So when a new game hit the shelf, it didn't matter what it was, you were renting it. because you want to try out a new game in 3D. It was decent. FIFA, we played that. Again, decent. Played a ton of NBA Hang Time. Ton. Because again, this is the sequel to NBA Jam. This is the game that came out after NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Loved Hang Time. They had Create a Player in this game, which was really cool. Obviously, Mario Kart, bought that day one at Best Buy. Totally remember going there on the Tuesday, back when it was Tuesday new releases, and got this. Didn't regret a moment of it. Turok, my cousin Jim bought it at Toys R Us. That was $69.99 for Turok. And it took such a long time to get used to those controls. I don't know if you guys remember that, but using the C buttons on the N64 controller. Yeah, dude. That took a lot of practice. Really fun though. And then Doom 64. Doom on Super Nintendo wasn't great. It was not optimized. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
And so it was like, okay, well, how's Doom 64 gonna run? Right? And then when we played it, we're like, holy shit, this is amazing. This is way better than the computer version. So there you go. All right, guys, that's gonna cap it. Next week, GameCube and GBA. Look forward to that.
I do have to throw one more shout out though to the 64 because it gave us the most epic pause menu music ever with GoldenEye.
So,
I mean,
Yeah.
it went
Very-
so damn
It
hard.
was very sensual,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
you
I
have to
can
go
hear
that
it.
hard,
Yeah.
but it did for a pause menu.
Dude,
All right, Nate. Jeez.
I
Simmer
wish
down, dude.
it was right outside the launch window.
Mm.
So GoldenEye came out in August of 97.
Mm.
And so 64 came out September 96. So it was right outside the launch window. And I'm looking at the release dates. I'm like, I wish I could include this, but
Right.
I got to keep it legit, man.
No, I get you,
Yeah.
but I had to throw the shout out there because that music was
Sorry.
amazing.
I was too busy using
I
stick.
know.
All right. Stick fix. Game Bird. What are we talking about, buddy?
All right. So we got a big one here because a lot of us were expecting some sort of a Switch Direct this month. And unless there's some sort of Nintendo miracle tomorrow, it looks like we're not getting one. And it's interesting because we also had, obviously Jeff Grubb talked about this, PH Brazil. So what's going on? Do you guys think that there's any possibility that a Direct is happening? Is it going to happen in March? Maybe the February was wrong. Is it going to be Switch One focused? Could it be, indie or partner Mario Day related? What are you guys thinking? And does this feel kind of like a letdown for you guys? How are you feeling knowing that this just might not be happening?
More
Well,
excited.
Look, I don't. So I was obviously, a few podcasts ago, very confident that we were going to end up getting some sort of Direct this month. Mostly because history, right? It's been 4 years in a row.
4 years.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And on top of that, PH Brazil's fairly reliable, but he was only once I found out he was only single sourced this time compared to last August, I was like, oh, well, that's a little different then because which source was correct. You don't really know. It sounds like they both were, but then maybe only one was reliable and one got lucky, right? And so it sounds like one maybe got lucky and the other one was the reliable one. And now he now knows that personally, but it's one of those, when he clarified halfway through the month, well, actually, this is just one source. It's like, okay, so you're not that confident because by now you would have heard more and you didn't. Nate the Hate never heard anything. Now he said, well, I wasn't asking. Yeah, but he usually doesn't ask. They just tell him. So he wasn't hearing anything. And then the weird thing, though, is when Jeff Grubb came in 2 weeks ago and he's like, well, actually, I have someone telling me the same thing that's happening this month. I'm like, oh, okay. But we all know how reliable Jeff Grubb has been with some of his Nintendo sources.
Yeah.
He's way more reliable with other companies, not necessarily as much with Nintendo. So that's not to say Jeff Grubb doesn't have a source. It's just that I think that because if you look at what happened, right? Like, is it possible they had a direct schedule and then they canceled it or whatever? And I'm like, I don't think so, actually, because look what they did. Last week was previews for Xenoblade Chronicles X. Nintendo knew they were those guys had the review copies. So they had them like weeks ago. So Nintendo already knew last week was going to be previews and there wasn't going to be a direct. And then they did the overview trailer this week. They would have already known that. They would have already known they're following the preview following week with an overview trailer for Xenoblade Chronicles X, and they would have obviously known about the Pokemon Presents tomorrow. So it's one of those things where it's like you kind of look at it, and it looks to me like no, Nintendo at no point never had one and canceled it. So it makes me smile only a smidge because it means I get to say, "Hey, look, Samus Hunter was wrong again."
I want to add a second part to this. Because there's some interesting stuff there, but what do you guys think this means for Switch One? Do you think it's Xenoblade? Is it ending? Do you think that they're just going to save those Switch One games for the April 2nd Switch 2 Direct? We know it's backwards compatible. There's a possibility the games are going to run better, so maybe they want to show it like, hey, this is a Switch One game. This is it running on Switch 2. Yeah. Do you think there's still room for Switch 1 Directs post the Switch 2? So what are you guys' thoughts on that as well?
Yeah. So what I will say is, setting aside the fact that I absolutely think there's no direct, I think they would have pre-announced it. Yeah, Pokemon Presents tomorrow. They're going to let Pokemon have their day. Exciting, by the way. We should see Legends EA gameplay for the first time.
Hell yeah.
Wow, that's pretty hype.
I got my
setting that aside. Yeah. Setting that aside, we got I do think they'll do something for Mario Day. It's 40th anniversary. They're going to do something. They're going to show something. I don't know if it's going to be a new game. I don't know if it's going to be, just Galaxy 2 or something. There'll be something going on for Mario Day. They celebrate Mario Day every year. Whether or not they show games or if it's just all merchandise stuff, I don't know, but there'll be something. Will they do like a mini presentation that day? Maybe. I don't know. But there'll be some celebrations of Mario Day because it's 40th anniversary. So what they show, I have no idea. Again, if they have games to show, then I think there'll be a mini presentation for it. If they don't have games to show, then it's just going to be a bunch of like a flurry of social announcements. But in terms of Switch 1, I don't think they're done. Like Kirby Planet Robobot's probably coming. Nate the Hate said it is. I'm sure that's probably a thing that's coming. They'll probably have other ports and remasters, and there'll be other third-party games. I think though, when Nintendo decided to announce the Switch 2 Direct in January, that's when they knew they weren't going to do any other Direct before then. So when you consider that they've already announced their next Direct, how silly it was to kind of think, oh, they've already announced their next Direct, so now they're going to slip another Direct in. As much as it makes sense to line up, because hey, look, Switch 2's not out till June at the earliest, right? So then, they got to line up Switch games. Do they really need a Direct for ports and remasters and third-party games? Or can they just do their flurry of Twitter Directs they've done in the past? Do they actually need a Direct presentation anymore for Switch 1? And I think the answer is no. I think they can get away with just social media posts. And I think that'll do just fine. I mean, the Bayonetta 3 release date didn't happen in a Direct. That was just literally posted on X and Instagram. So I kind of think because Nintendo doesn't have any more major, like, brand new first-party games coming, that they don't necessarily need the Direct anymore for Switch 1. Which does mean we have sadly had our last general Switch 1 Direct, which was back in June of last year. Crazy how long ago that feels now. But that doesn't mean we won't see something at the Switch 2 Direct. And I think the something we're going to see is either an old Switch game showing it running better or something on Switch 2 to kind of show backwards compatibility and some improvements there. Or if they don't do that, let's say Nintendo decides they're not going to improve games and they don't want to showcase that, we could see Metroid Prime 4 as a cross-gen at that Direct. And so then that technically would be like seeing a Switch 1 game, but we're going to see it in light of here it is on Switch 1, but if you get it at launch, here's the mouse support and how crazy it looks on Switch 2. And it'll be even crazier. Nintendo, do right by the customer. Make it just one game. You just buy one game, and if you happen to play it on Switch 2, it's just better. That's what I hope, but I know Nintendo. It's going to be two different ones, and they're going to make me buy both copies. they're not making me buy it, but I'm going to buy it because I've been waiting forever for a new Metroid Prime. Like I've been waiting a hell of a long time, so I'll end up owning. Maybe I leave the Switch copy sealed because that one might not be on sale for as long, or maybe it will be on sale even longer because that's the biggest audience. I don't know, but that's kind of how I feel personally about all of this. But it was a fun ride to speculate about a possible direct.
Sure.
That's
All
what
right.
I'm.
Some good points there, but now we're going to fly over to the mystical land of Nintendo Land and ask you, Landon, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this one? Do you think there's still some miracle possibility of a Switch 1 Direct? Do you think that it's left in the dust? We won't really get much news. And what do you think this means for Switch 1 going forward as we enter the Switch 2 era?
I knew we were done by like week 3 of February. I felt very confident if something was going to happen, it was going to be very early in February. To get kind of like a little slate started. I really, with that Planet Robobot rumor, I felt February was perfect. I thought they could have just shadow dropped that in February, have that filled out, and then they just, go through all February with nothing instead. So I was like, yeah, something's. I don't think they had plans for anything. I don't think it was ever planned. I think their eyes are on Switch 2. I think they even came out in the beginning of February just to say, again, this is the time that Switch 2 Direct is going to happen. Get ready. I think they really are preparing like a mega show. And I mean, for them to advertise, I don't know if we've ever had them advertise a Direct this far in advance. And I think it speaks credence to what they're going to show. And yeah, it sucks because I think even though they didn't need to, I would have really loved to see a Direct because there's things that I feel like definitely need to come out before Switch 2. I still can't believe Prime 2 and Prime 3 are not out yet. That's something that, it's in my head, like, how is that working with Prime 4? Are they really just going to are they not going to give us those games? Are they going to come like last second? Are they going to come later on? I don't know. I would have liked to see Prime 4 touched on in a Direct. I mean, like, is this just going to be something else that's thrown in the Switch 2 Direct instead? I would have liked to see that there. But just more remakes, maybe more remasters. I mean, that's what we've been getting. It had been something that helped tie us over until Switch 2. I think most of us believe Switch 2 is going to launch probably in May or June. So there's going to be a lot of gaps still waiting for games. I still think games are coming. Like Nate said, I think we're going to get shadow drops. I think, Planet Robobot could easily just, here you go, on Twitter one day. Which I hate, by the way, because I collect physical games and I have to wait 2 weeks every freaking time. Yep. Metroid Prime killed me. But there's stuff that they can still, like, in my head, I'm thinking more 3DS games. I would love to see Kid Icarus finally come over. Maybe even like Link Between Worlds, because we know we always get Zelda something every year. It'd be a perfect time for another one of those. But I mean, to me, I'm happy though, because it just kind of is like, you know what? More waiting. Like, we know we're about to eat good. So I just kind of like, let's just take the month of March and just cruise it out. It's gonna be hard, but
March is gonna be rough.
Yeah.
March is gonna be rough. Oh man, good stuff, man. I agree with a lot of what you had to say about that. But now we're gonna flap on by to Mr. Silent but Deadly Eric Moore.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Nobody was supposed to know that happened. No, February probably not a Direct, but I could see them doing something, to announce games, whether it's a Direct or not, on or around Mario Day. I mean, that is what is it again? Come on.
What day of the week?
Yeah, what day is that again?
That is a Monday.
So yeah, I mean, the day after, maybe they announce Mario stuff on Mario Day, and then do a small Direct or an indie world, whatever you want to do, that Tuesday.
He's keeping hope alive, baby.
I can see it. But I mean, it's just my it's the last gasp of air for a Direct for Switch 1 for sure.
You heard it here first, Eric. Inside sources.
Oh yeah,
Nintendo Direct, March 11th.
Yep.
All right, good stuff.
Someone's holding out hope.
And
Someone's got to be that
won't
guy.
we all shit ourselves if it actually did happen?
I'd be like, God damn it, Eric.
That's why I always bring a change of pants.
Yeah, right.
Well, now we're going to head on over to, is that a stash on your face, or are you just happy to see me, Mr. Stash Man?
Yeah, so it's the 26th. It's a short month. Obviously, we got the Pokemon Presents tomorrow, which does still technically mean there's still time for Nintendo Direct. Here's how I look at it, right? In that, and I've said this before, I don't need a Direct. I don't need a traditional Direct. I'd be perfectly fine with a Twitter Direct. I still believe we need to get Metroid Prime 2 and 3 out the door before 4. That would be in Nintendo's best interest, especially for that IP. That IP really needs to build momentum for Part 4. For all the people who played Metroid Prime Remastered, and then Nintendo just expects you to jump into Part 4, and you're not going to give me 2 and 3. All the people who didn't grow up on GameCube, and they have zero interest in trying to track down a GameCube and play in 480p in letterbox format on their TV with probably input lag, because they're going to have to use RCA cables or use an RCA to HDMI converter, which is going to introduce lag. They're probably going to get some shitty one on Amazon, right? And they're going to have a really bad experience. It's like, do you really want to put your fans through that? So that's how I look at that. I'm like, I know these have to get out the door. Whether you want to do a Nintendo Direct or you want to do a Twitter Direct, I don't care. But I have to believe those are coming. Looking at like what Furukawa said about, hey, we're going to try and bring new games to Switch 1. Like, we'd like to bring new games to Switch 1 is what he had said at the investors meeting. He didn't say we are going to. He said if it makes sense, right, we're going to do that. I think if you look at those words and you analyze them a little bit, what he's saying is that we may bring new experiences to Switch 1, like new games. I don't know. But I look at it in that he's saying that doesn't mean we're not bringing games to Switch 1. I think he means like new games, like new entries in a series. If it makes sense, we'll do that. Otherwise, we're not going to, but they're still going to support Switch 1. I expect remasters to continue to come out. I do. I still believe that there's a good chance of Mario Galaxy 2 coming out on Switch 1 for Mario's 40th. It just makes sense. Why would you omit that from Super Mario 3D All-Stars unless you had a plan? Nintendo plans ahead. They say, you know what? We're going to give them 3 3D All-Star games. And for the 40th, we already have a plan. We're going to give Switch 1 owners Super Mario Galaxy 2 HD. That way they can celebrate Mario's 40th with a new title. And for everyone who's getting Switch 2, they're going to have their new 3D Mario that will come out probably in the fall, September, October, November. But I think Nintendo wants to make sure that both Switch 1 and Switch 2 owners can celebrate Mario's 40th birthday in a special way. We only have games. We only have Xenoblade on March 20th. Outside of that, it's a completely empty calendar, right? So again, what do you want to do here? Like, and I ask you guys this too, what makes the most sense? Do you want to have a Nintendo Direct before Switch 2? Because once Switch 2 comes out, is anyone going to care about the Direct, or are they going to care as much? We'll still care. We'll still watch it. There's still going to be games we'll buy on Switch 1. But for everybody else, for the masses, right? Does it have more of an impact or less of an impact? What do you guys think? Because you still got to announce these games that are coming. They're not just going to put a halt to it at, 100 and almost 55 million Switches in people's hands. They're not just going to stop releasing games. They have to release games. They have to be like financially, fiscally responsible as a publicly traded company. You got to keep releasing games. What do you think?
Yeah, I think. I mean, you made a lot of great points. I think we're still going to get game releases for the Switch. I think they made that pretty clear. I do agree with you. I feel like doing a Switch 1 Direct post Switch 2, like all the information, all the new games, is gonna hurt it in the long run. But I don't know. I've been 50-50 on this Direct for some time now. I think I made that clear in the next few sorry, the next few or the last few podcasts, and I've been pretty clear that I never thought that Prime 4 was going to be shown in a Switch 1 Direct. I think we already got that. I think it's going to be shown next in the Switch 2. You guys are killing me. Right now. Can we have some decency while the new co-host speaks?
Close the private chat. You don't got to read.
I'm minusing the chat. I can't even get my bearings straight. Anyways, I never thought we were going to get.
He has no idea what the hell is going on.
I know. I never thought we were going to get another Prime 4 showing in a Switch 1 Direct. To me, it always made more sense for Switch 2. Just to give that wow factor to show what the tech does. We've already seen it on Switch 1. That's good enough. It already blew our minds. Let's take it even further. I think we're all expecting Mario Kart to be the big launch game. I think having that kind of technical powerhouse coming out alongside it and people seeing the visuals is really going to propel that one forward. But I think they could still drop Switch 1 announcements in Switch 2 Directs. I don't think it necessarily has to be separate. I think if they're going to do stuff that's separate related to Switch 1 going forward, they can do their Twitter announcements, their Twitter drops, and that works fine. It's hard for me to visualize, in the month of September, we have a Direct dedicated on Switch 1 games. I just don't see anything like that happening. And like I said earlier, I've been 50-50 on this Direct for a while. Now I'm at the point where I feel like it's maybe 20% chance. I said this last week, Nintendo is the hardest company to predict. There's no set rules with them. It's a lot easier to kind of predict Microsoft or Sony based on consistent patterns. Nintendo will just throw you a curveball. They give zero shits. There's no set rules with them. They'll literally have a pattern and then completely break it and be like, bam, didn't see that coming when they dropped Paper Mario announcement on Twitter for the first time, and everyone's like, what the heck, we're dropping games on Twitter now? When they left E3 and we're like, no, we're going digital directs directly to the consumer. So they changed stuff up like there's no tomorrow. It would not shock me at all for them to do a surprise Direct tomorrow alongside the Pokemon Presents. But again, at this point, I don't think it'll be Switch 1 focused. I could see a mini partner showcase. I could see an indie Direct happening before the Switch 2 one. It's a weird position because on one hand, Switch has had an amazing send-off when you compare it to previous Nintendo consoles that they've just let die way ahead of time. We've gotten some good stuff this year. We're getting an amazing Xenoblade game next month. And so part of me feels like, well, Switch has already crushed. We don't need anything else. The other part of me is, man, Switch is like this immortal console that's like blowing all these records. Let's give it one last hurrah. But yeah, we'll see.
Lando, what do you think?
Come on, man. I had the whole thing ready.
All right, Lando.
All right. I do not think. I think Nintendo's just like I said, is on Switch 2 mindset. I think the only thing we get, like you said, Gamebird, is just mini Direct, partner showcase type of thing. If they want to treat Metroid Prime kind of like a Breath of the Wild situation, if it's like a cross-release type of game, they could have a little separate Direct for that. kind of just showing off the game. They don't have to even talk anything about the Switch 2 version or anything. Just show off what Prime 4 is going to be. At least get some word out there. That'd be great. But I think they're done. I think they're going to stay quiet. Shadow drops. And that's always their best friends. Just little Twitter stuff. I mean, they did it with Xenoblade. Just quick little boom. Here's a trailer out of the middle of nowhere.
True.
I for sure think we'll probably get that for Planet Robobot in March sometime. Maybe even before Xenoblade comes out. But besides that, I think they're all their gears are ready for Switch 2. But with that, I'm gonna have to head out for the night. I'm tired. It's bedtime.
Yeah, you're all good, man.
Sorry, man. I'm just catching up with chat.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm all telling people to shut up and stuff. That's horrible.
Shut up.
I will touch on Mario Day first, though. I completely forgot about that. I don't think they're going to do anything. I feel like they might just announce something to announce in the future. I like all the festivities are not going to start until like September, probably towards the end of the year. But I'm hoping for anything. You know me. I mean, you talk about that 3D Mario. Give me a hint. Give me something.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Let me ask you one last thing, Landon. You gonna get that stick fix for Switch 2?
What was that?
Stick fix. Are
A
you gonna
stick
get
fix?
stick fix? Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, dude.
Really?
Dude, you gotta see it. When you sign off, you gotta go check out Stick
right
Fix.
before you go to bed, get on your phone and just go to YouTube
Oh,
and type in
gosh.
Stick Fix.
All right, that's the first thing I'm doing. Let me get off.
All right.
All right.
Well,
Show
thank
your
you for
family,
being
too.
here, man. Everyone, go check out Nintendo Land's channel. Throw him a subscription if you like. If you like him talking about month-old rumors. No, I'm not
I watch all your.
That's
I
all
literally
tired of
watch,
March.
Hey, I watch all of your videos. I
appreciate
before
that.
before you even came on the show, I was watching all of them. So
Oh, that's awesome, man.
yeah,
That's
they're all
awesome.
great. I look forward to them. It's very good speculation.
Appreciate that.
No, it's all good. It's all good, man. God knows I'll be talking about that same rumor in like a week.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it is what it is. All right, man. It's slim pickings out there for us news-oriented channels. There's not anything going on.
Nothing.
Well, Pokemon Presents tomorrow. And then that's a day. And then nothing. All right. Thanks, Landon, for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Cheers, man. Thanks so much.
Calling you
night.
Lando now.
All right, guys.
Have a good one.
All right. Did everyone go then? Or
Yeah.
Stan?
Yeah. So, do you think we get possibly a Twitter direct, like Twitter announcements in March? Do you think that's possible that we get announcements in March if it's on
I think
Twitter?
it's totally possible.
I feel we need
too.
something.
We need something because after March 20th, there's nothing. So again, like, would it be more or less impactful? Is what I want to know.
Well,
If you did Switch 1 after Switch 2.
so I think, I mean, look, the impact is what it is. No matter what they do, Switch 2 is going to overlook anything Switch 1's got going on, whether it's before or after. I kind of feel like there's so much anticipation of that Switch 2 event that I'm not sure that people really care all that much. Pokemon being like obviously an exception because it's just such a large IP on its own. And we got to remember, we're saying like, oh, after Xenoblade, there's nothing. Well, we can get a date for ZA tomorrow. That could be a thing that actually happens. That could be a summer game for all we know. We have no idea when ZA is coming out. We kind of assume it'll be holiday, but what if it's not? What if it is like a summer game? So that could end up being something that could be coming quite quickly for all we know. So I kind of feel like even though there's going to be so much hype around Switch 2, and yes, they have those preview events in April that are obviously going to have, footage of stuff and lots of conversations going on around the demos and stuff that get played. I kind of feel like later on in April, I can't look if I go off my gut feeling that they're just going to keep doing Switch 1 announcements through Twitter, it's just going to be every month. There'll be something next month. There'll be something in April. There'll be something in May. And, I'm not saying they're shadow dropping every single game moving forward. But I do think that announcing the games can still just happen in that way. Because I think Nintendo's acutely aware that even before they announced the Switch 2, people were only really talking about Switch 2 anyways. So they know that like that's all people really care about is Switch 2. So there's no point to put all this effort into presentations and getting people hyped up when the number one question in the chat is going to be, where's my Switch 2 games? So like just avoid that, have your Switch 2 event and just drop all these Twitter announcements and everything. I think everything will be just fine. The only reason I would think they would ever need to not do that would be if there was another major game coming. And I don't think there is. I think all their biggest games are all on Switch 2 because Nintendo believes software sells systems. Can't do that if you're still putting your software on the prior system. So I think it's going to be mostly ports and remasters.
Yep.
And that's fine. Like, does Kirby Planet Robobot need a direct?
No.
Like, does it really need one? Does Metro Prime 2 and 3 need a direct? Not really. They shadow dropped Metro Prime Remaster for crying out loud. Did a direct really help that? They could have just did that without a direct.
Yeah, totally. I also think like stuff that's like eShop first, like the Prime Remastered,
Yeah.
doesn't need Switch. That could be in any Switch 2 direct. They could have Prime 4 at a later time. That could be a summer game or a late summer game, possibly. And they could be like, oh, and by the way, Prime 2 and Prime 3 Remastered are available today.
Right now. Yeah, right now in the
Yeah,
eShop.
and
right
those are Switch 1 games. No one's gonna be like, oh, I don't care. This is a Switch 2 direct. Prime fans are gonna be like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, because then you got Prime 4 stuff there. So like it's
Yep.
It's one of those things that I kind of like. I don't think the Switch 2, the April 2nd event, is gonna have like really anything new for Switch 1. Besides possibly if Metro Prime 4 is cross-gen or if ZA is cross-gen, then maybe you could argue anything showing for that is also Switch 1 news. But I think it's very clear the April 2nd is Switch 2 only. It's very focused on that. So I'm going to like Twitter drops, I think, is really all they really need to do moving forward for Switch 1. And if you guys think about it, it's a little sad. The Switch 1 direct era kind of just went out with a little Peter. Like, hey, we had the big June one. Here's a third-party one in August when we usually have another big one in September, but nope, we didn't do that. And now we're done.
Yeah.
It would have been nice. I know they couldn't have announced it ahead of time because they would have give away when they're going to announce Switch 2 or show it. But like, it would have been nice to know, that, hey, we have no more Switch 1 directs planned. It would have been nice to know. I know that Nintendo never communicates in that way. But it would have just been nice. I think they kind of did tell us when they said, hey, April 2nd, Switch shooter. I think that was kind of in hindsight. Setting aside all the rumors, in hindsight, it's like Nintendo was kind of telling us. But
they could it would actually, I think that would have been a great idea if they told us and they just add a but to it. There will be no more Switch 1 related directs or focused directs going forward. But
we still have games coming.
Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are available today.
Hoping to get that in. It would have been nice if they would have just shadow dropped 2 Zelda games and told us no more directs.
It'd be a great way to go out.
Yep. Dude, no one's gonna be like, this sucks. Everyone's gonna be like, okay, cool, thank you.
I wouldn't be surprised if we still got themed Switch 1 consoles, like special editions. Like like for those games, possibly.
Yeah,
one of them, like a Zelda theme. You never know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, maybe I think if there's any more themed systems, it's got to be based around either Legend ZA or Metro Prime 4. It's got to be based around the big ones they have left. So I definitely think that is possible. They could have one or two last theme systems. I don't think they're going to go too big. They're going to have enough big games left to really do it with. Those are kind of the two. And that would be neat. I mean, heck, even if Metro Prime 4 is cross-gen, one of the reasons people might still get it on Switch 1 is I bought it and I got my theme Switch OLED.
Yeah. Or even like next year for Zelda's 40th. Like, what if they came out with Wind Waker next year on Switch 1? And there was a Wind Waker themed Switch 1.
Or even a Switch Lite.
Yeah.
That would really bug me because I'd be so tempted to buy a Wind Waker.
Well,
exactly.
That's why I know. I'd just be like, please make it a Switch Lite when it's discounted and only like $100. Yeah. Then I will gladly
all over that.
Yeah, that is going on the shelf.
That's the worst part of buying consoles at launch is like you get so many cool options later and you don't know what they're going to do. So then you buy the first cool option. You're like, okay, I got this one. And then they do a golden Zelda one.
I waited.
I know.
I waited till the
bugs me.
One. I waited. I was so tempted on so many of them. I'm like, nope. They will do a Zelda one someday. It's going to happen. They did it with 3DS. Just wait, Nate. Just wait.
So I did want to mention one thing to you guys before we go to the next topic. Michaela, my lady, she texted me earlier today a screenshot of something at the store.
Oh, shit.
She's like, do you need this? And so I was like, yes, get me too. So I just want to say the Mario 40th anniversary merch is probably starting.
Mhm.
And it seems like they're getting it out in time for Mario Day. So
Mhm.
Oh, shit.
it's just a magazine, but it's a special Time magazine,
Oh,
the 14.99 edition.
nice.
40 years.
Oh,
It's definitely, you
Oh,
know, it's I'm showing this so bad. Here.
I might have to go pick one
yeah,
up.
I'm gonna
I
need to
don't-
get that
Yeah, I don't do magazines. That is freaking cool.
for the 40th. I will gladly get that.
This is the back.
Nice.
So I got the Time magazines last year for Pokemon for their anniversary. Right? There was 4 of them. You know, got to catch them all, obviously.
Yep.
And they're badass. This is 96 pages. And again, she got home like right before the podcast. So I haven't had a chance to look. And I'm like, can you get me one that I will, you know, put my greasy hands on, and then one that I keep in perfect condition.
Yep.
But even like right when you open it, you guys can see
That's
it's
really
got like
cool.
another cover on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
This looks really nice. You know, there's your table of contents page.
Where'd she find that at? Was that at the grocery store, Target, or
Grocery stores. She was at
Yeah.
they went to Whole Foods on break. Like they walked over there for lunch at work, and she saw it there. And
That's
I'm like,
cool.
oh yeah, no doubt, please. I'm like, I have not heard anybody on Twitter talk about this yet. No one's posted about it.
That is sick.
I'm guessing it literally hit newsstands like possibly this morning. And I'm like, oh yeah, please get this. So yeah, keep an eye out for that, guys. For all the collectors out there. It's starting. There's probably going to be a lot more.
Yeah, it's
coming.
the first thing to have it out there that you could buy.
Yep.
It's awesome. I'm gonna have to find it. Not a lot of places that still have magazine stands, so I gotta look around a little bit. Grocery store might be the best place.
I will say this: getting Pokemon, all 4 of them, was very hard. So they were sold out, and from what I heard, the East Coast got like 2 colors, got like red and blue, and the West Coast got different ones, got the Pikachu and something else. So it was very hard to track down, and of course, people on eBay, you know how that goes,
jacking that price up.
Yep, exactly. So what we got next?
We got what Nintendo's first and second party teams are cooking up for Switch 2. What we think they are working on. So we're gonna start with their team. I'm guessing it's a second party. Good Feel. They're massive. They're on a massive hiring spree right now. One of the largest we've seen in the company history. There's a high chance this has to do with one or multiple game projects for Switch 2. Their Nintendo game library in the past consists of Wario Land Shake It on the Wii in 2008, Kirby's Epic Yarn, and Luxley's lineup on Wii and DSware in 2010, Wii Play Motion on the Wii in 2011, Street Pass Me Plaza, Me Force, and Mario and Luigi's Dream Team, 3DS in 2013, Yoshi's Woolly World and Battleground Z on the Wii U and 3DS in 2015, Miitopia, Slot Car Rivals, and Market Crashers on 3DS in 2016, Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World 3DS in 2017, Monkey Barrels, Yoshi's Crafted World, and Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. Jeepers, a lot of yarns. I forgot about all that. Switch in 3DS in 2019. And then there's a large gap, and then Princess Peach Showtime.
Probably because of COVID. That's
Right,
what that large
absolutely.
gap was.
Yep.
And so if we stop there, obviously the way that, because I organized the list, the way the list goes is it's kind of going studio by studio. So it's like, what do we really feel? We'll just stop at each one. Like, what do we really feel they're going to be working on next? So like, Good Feel's that company that obviously has made a ton of Nintendo games. Huge second party for Nintendo. And a lot of them are the more family oriented stuff. but some not so much. Some crazy good ones in there. I mean, Mario and Luigi Dream Team, good game. Love that game. A lot of people don't know they were the ones that did that one because they always, oh no, it's that closed studio. No, there's more going on here than meets the eye. So I'll just throw some initial thoughts. I have no idea what the hell they're working on. If they consider Princess Peach Showtime a win, if Nintendo considers that a win, I can see them working on another game starring Princess Peach for Switch 2. I could absolutely see that being a thing. I could also see them going back making another Yarn game. It's been a bit. Go back to the Yoshi. Go back to the Kirby. Look, if the Kirby team at HAL is working on another 3D Kirby, maybe they're making the side-scrolling one. You know? And I could definitely see that if it's not a Switch 2 game, maybe a last game on Switch 1 kind of thing. But they're going to make stuff for Switch 2. They're going to have probably multiple games on Switch 2. What I really want to see is some of the more creative stuff come back. Like when they were doing like the Street Pass stuff or like the Miitopia kind of stuff. I want to see that come back. So something creative and inventive that's family friendly, but uses the system in a new way. I would love to see something like that. And obviously with them having like big involvement with Mii's back in the day, I'm kind of a sucker for that kind of stuff. I'd like to see them bring the Mii's back in a really huge way again. I think that would actually pop with today's youth, especially if there's a camera accessory that could take our picture and convert us into a Mii. That'd be cool. Maybe that comes with the game. Maybe that's part of the game. It's a picture taking game or something. I don't know, but just throwing ideas out there. Good Feel is always known for giving me a good feeling. Hey, even though I wasn't a big fan of Princess Peach Showtime, I can understand the appeal of that game to a very young kids. I'm actually curious. You know what? My almost 3-year-old niece is gonna be staying here for a week. I'm gonna have her try playing the game and see if she likes it. So I feel like she'd be kind of the age group for it, where something super easy and colorful. You know, you barely have to touch the controls to do things. She might find it to be fun. So
I think it's great for kids. That's what I said in my review. It's great for kids. There's a market for it, but for adults,
yeah, it ain't my cup of tea. And even like I go back like my childhood, I wouldn't have liked that game either.
I wouldn't have either, but
it's like, but I grew up in a completely different era. So
exactly,
you know, we're in the era today where kids like their hands held through everything. So maybe it's
we grew up in an era where we got punched in the face and called it good. Jesus, please, sir, might have another.
So, anyways, that's kind of my thoughts on Good Feel. Gamebird.
I kind of echo your sentiment. The weird creative stuff. I love the idea of Street Pass being on Switch 2 already. You know, who would have known that the Switch was going to be this mega star, insane hit that sells 150 million plus units? Imagining Street Pass with that and all the fun stuff that they could do with that is just really cool. The other one, though, that I would absolutely love to see, I think this was one of my favorite platformers on the Wii, Wario Land Shake It. I would love to see a sequel. Beautiful hand-drawn art on the beautiful Switch 2 visuals. Give it some fun new mechanics. We already know the Joy-Cons and the Pro Controller are going to have the motion controls, the gyro sensor. So give us a new Shake It or a Wiggle It or a Flick It or a, I don't know, Twist It. Wario Land Twist It. Give me Twist It.
Dude, make me a Mario Bop It game that involves this.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Twist it.
Yep. I love it.
Yeah, right.
All right, Stash.
You know, Wario would be cool. I don't know if we'll get it. I wonder if Wario is going to be like in the new Mario movie.
Oh, I would love that.
Yep.
Yeah, because if he is, I think you got to get a title out early. I think that would be good. You know, I think the days are gone where you have to like release a video game at the same time as a movie. You can release it much earlier, and the movie itself is going to help bring in the sales. Nintendo already saw that with the Mario movie, because all of these games that have been out for a while had a huge boost in sales from the movie. So you don't have to do it around that time. So you could release one earlier. You know, I look at a game like Pizza Tower, and that game got immediately compared to Wario, to like Wario Land games. And I thought to myself, I wonder how Nintendo feels about that. You know, like this game is like, so many people love it. it's getting all this attention, and everyone's saying, it's like a modern Wario. And it's like, yeah, why don't you guys release one? Like, this game's getting compared to your game, and it's receiving all this praise, yet you haven't had one in forever. So I did wonder about that. I'm like, I wonder if they were like, hey, maybe we should release one. Like, maybe we should remake one, something. I do look at Yoshi as well in that, again, Mario movie. What are we doing here? It's been a while since we've had a Yoshi game, a standalone title. What are the plans? Are we trying to get one out in the launch window? Right? Because the Mario movie is what? April? Is it April 2026? Because if so, I mean, look at the Switch 2 launch window. Say it comes out in June.
Yeah, April 3rd, 2026.
Okay, the launch window would take us to March. Hypothetically, if it comes out in June, 6 month, we go to the third month of the next year. Or it comes out maybe in May, and we're looking at February. So I think it would be a really good call, obviously, to get a new Yoshi game on the store shelves early within that launch window. And again, that's why it makes sense to get Galaxy 2 HD out on Switch 1. Because again, Yoshi's on the cover. This is going to sell. It'll sell when it's released. And when the movie comes out, it will sell again. It will have like a second launch, so to speak. And then Switch 1 owners are happy. And Switch 2 owners have a new Yoshi game. So I think you got to kind of get some of these IPs out the door that are going to be connected to the Mario movie to really maximize your profits. So that's where I would go. I would go with either a new Yoshi game or possibly Wario. I don't know if Wario is a game that you're going to get in year 1. I feel like it's more year 3, 4. But we'll see. I'd love to see Wario. I want to see Wario in land format. None of the Wario where you can keep releasing those, but give us an old school Wario, please. Look at how much people love Wario Land 4. You got to be looking at that feedback from NSO, right? So many people are like, "Oh man, I never played this game. It's so good." Take that combined with what everyone's saying about Pizza Tower. What are we doing here, man? You're leaving money on the table if you don't release a Wario Land. What we got next? What's the next studio?
Yeah.
We're gonna move into, I believe, Nintendo's.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
first
we're
party.
gonna go to the first party ones, then we'll
Their
come back in a second.
EPD1, which is their entertainment planning and development groups. They're mainly a support studio. Most recently credited in Bayonetta 3 and Kirby in the Forgotten Land as a supervisory studio. What could they be working on? God, I hope it's Kirby in the Forgotten Land too.
Yeah, it would be nice if they're supervising that. It would make a lot of sense as well, especially since Bayonetta 4 might be happening. Like, I don't want to rule that out.
Right.
Just because like the prequel maybe didn't do as well as they wanted, and I know a lot of talent left Platinum. Well, all the more reason for people who supervised Bayonetta 3 to be there for Bayonetta 4. I really want both to continue, and obviously these aren't the primary developers of these. They're a support group, so they could be doing any number of projects. They kind of just go around where they're needed. And again, they clearly work more with the second party and the third parties, right? Because if you think about Kirby, that is second party with HAL Laboratories. And then if you think about, obviously, Bayonetta, that's third party at Platinum. So they're probably working with an outside studio. So I'm going to sit back and go, look, the fans want it. They're helping with Forgotten Land 2 or something of that ilk. If they don't call it Forgotten Land 2, it doesn't have to be called that. But another 3D Kirby game. And look, we didn't get a Kirby last year. We're due. I think we're getting a 3D Kirby year 1 of Switch 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if we find out in the credits that that EPD1 was involved with that. Now, Stash, what do you think?
I could see a Kirby game. I could. We need to get one out the door. It's best to get one out early.
Yeah.
Forgotten Land. Everybody loved it. Nobody's forgotten about that land. Everyone wants to return to that dreamland, right?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Kirby Return to Forgotten
You,
Land.
you like that? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Honestly, that trailer still gets me. When I first saw that trailer, it looked like The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone else notice that? Was I the only one who saw that trailer? I'm like,
Yeah, no,
why does this look
yeah,
like The
totally.
Last of Us? And then it's Kirby. I'm like, what's going on? This is wild. But then,
Yeah, it had that like post-apocalyptic setup.
yeah, I'm like, this is so funny. It's a Kirby game, huh? But honestly, this is a great direction for Kirby. They've remade so many Kirby's, right? Like, are we out of Kirby's to remake? I don't know if they're going to remake Dreamland 2 and 3.
They need to do the oh my gosh, Canvas Curse.
Yeah.
That really good one.
Yeah, that's true. I just wonder if we're going to have a world where we get 2D Kirby's and 3D Kirby's. Like how we're getting with Zelda, Mario, Metroid. Like is that another IP that's going to continue to get 2D and 3D titles? I wonder. I feel like it deserves it, right? Like the sales are there.
Mhm.
Yeah. Forgotten Lands did really well. And critically, which is, always a treat for Kirby.
Best selling Kirby of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
True.
I think we're for sure getting a follow-up to that game. People love it. Super successful. It kind of brought me back to Kirby. I feel like I kind of grew out of it. I got to play that one with my kid, and it was a blast. Had so much fun together. Made a lot of memories in that one. And I just see ways that they can expand on it. Forgotten Worlds, Forgotten Universe, Forgotten Lands 2. Brave New Worlds. Who knows?
Okay.
But I don't as much as I'd love to see something with Bayonetta 4. I think, given the shakeup at Platinum and, the creator leaving the studio, and I don't see Bayonetta on the horizon anytime soon.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Or a new IP.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you never know.
Any one of these can be working on a brand new IP. It's very well possible.
Yep.
So EPD2 is another support studio. Most recently credited on Mario plus Rabbids 2 as a supervisor. What could they be working on?
So obviously they work specifically with just a third-party crossover. I wonder if they could be, if I keep that theme, Nintendo's probably crossing over with a couple third parties in the first few years of Switch 2. I mean, we think about the Hyrule Warriors series, right? The crossover, the Fire Emblem Warriors as well, the Mario plus Rabbids. There's going to be more of these crossovers. Nintendo seems more and more willing over the years to allow their crossover. Mario and Sonic Olympic Games, right? And I know that series came to an end, sadly, for some people. I didn't really care for the series much, but there were some people that bought every single one. So it kind of sucks that one's no longer happening. But there'll be something. The Mario and Rabbids series kind of feels like it's at its end. It's possible. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't really think it's a limb. I'm pretty sure Ubisoft is gonna repackage both the Mario Rabbids games together and like maybe upgrade them to 4K, put them back out for $60 on Switch 2. Kind of think they're going to do that and just try to get some extra sales in there. Hoping that Sparks of Hope maybe gets more players because people want to replay the original from year one of Switch in 4K that was really popular and sold like 8 million copies. So maybe they're supervising on that potential thing. That could just be what they're doing. Or they are supervising on something else entirely. And Nintendo's got a new crossover. Maybe a new Warriors game. We haven't had a new crossover Warriors game in a while. Could be time for one of those.
Mushroom Kingdom Warriors. That's the one I want.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I don't know if they'll go that far. It would be nice if they did, though. I'm going to bring up Zelda again because I know it'd be weird for a third Zelda Warriors game, but the reason it's not
lends itself to.
The reason it's not is if you actually look at the Warriors series, like all of them, all the crossovers and the Dynasty Warriors, the 2 best-selling Warriors games are the Zelda ones.
Yeah.
Oh,
So like, it makes a lot of sense to go back to that well.
Yeah. Or
and
they
how
could do the ultimate. They could do the ultimate, which I think would be massive if they just did Nintendo Warriors, and it's kind of like your Dynasty, like all the universes collide. Smash Brothers, you know.
But if they go the Zelda route, like I think what I want them to do is what they won't do. Like a lot of people get mad at the last Zelda Warriors game because it's not a true prequel, but the story of that game was written by the people who wrote the Breath of the Wild story, guys. It's as canon as it fucking gets. It's just it's a spin-off, but it just created another timeline split. We all love our timeline splits in the Zelda community. That being said, I would love a Warriors game that takes place in between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happened to those divine beasts, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Probably won't be that way though. They probably should. Like my personal, what I want if they did with another Warriors, I want Hyrule Warriors 2. I want a continuation of the OG Hyrule Warriors. Because you got to remember, that game was so cool for so many reasons, and one of them was we got to visit all the different Hyrules and stuff, but we didn't go everywhere. It didn't visit all of them. Think about places we could still go. We could still go to Termina and Clocktown. Be sick, right? And just, you know, imagine some of the 2D games reimagined. Revisiting the cave with the old man in Zelda 1. Like, there's a lot of unique ideas that could be re-realized in 3D that would just be so sick. Certain enemies we haven't seen in 3D yet that would just be awesome. And the boss fights, you know, I don't know if I call them boss fights, but the bigger enemy fights they have in Warriors are just so much fun. So I could see that. But I'm just going to go with, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident that we're getting a Mario and Rabbids collection pack, and I think they're going to be supervising that. That's what I think.
That's a solid pick.
Anyone else have any different thoughts than that?
That was my pick. Actually, I think that they would be supervising that double pack.
Yeah.
And as far as the Warriors game, I would love to see a Xenoblade Warriors.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a really good fit.
That would be a good one too.
Makes a lot of sense.
But I think you do have to go back to that Zelda well.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah. It just sells so damn well, and we're so far away from the next big 3D Zelda. Like, it's time. You gotta fill the gap.
I think you can do both during the Switch 2 generation.
Absolutely.
How would you guys feel about an original Zelda Warriors game? One that doesn't take place. I mean, you kind of have that with the first Hyrule Warriors, but it really is a combination of all the timelines. All they really changed was like kind of a new story and a new villain, but like, a fresh art style, a fresh version of Link, and kind of like when we get a new Zelda game in general.
Well, the Link design was unique to that game.
Sure. Yeah, with the scarf and stuff.
And they had a new sister, new character, Linkle. Yep. Why'd you go with Linkle as the name? I just couldn't come up with anything better. Like, he has an actual sister, in Wind Waker, and they didn't go with Linkle as the name. Like, didn't have to. The female version of like, dumb. Oh, it's your sister. Like, what are we doing? Just give her a real name. Don't base it off a Link's name. Anyways, I actually liked her as a character, and she was fun to play with. But why?
The name's horrible.
Name her after Link? I don't.
It's like they drew it from a hat. Everyone threw in a name, and that's the one they drew. And they're like, "Damn it!
I want playable female." Okay, well, we'll make a female Linkle, but it's a sister. Haha, aren't we clever? It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Link has a sister. You could have used her actual sister. No, okay. Well, if you're gonna make up a new character, give it a better name. Like Sia was a good name. Like the original enemy, the OG enemy you came up for it was great. Sia was a good name, and the story of like her entire path is because she wants Link to basically bone her ass, and Link doesn't want to do it. What an interesting story. Nintendo would never make a storyline where the number one enemy just wants to bone Link. That's the problem. But that's the story of Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah.
The story is that she wants to bone his ass, and Link won't let it happen. He's too busy tapping that Zelda. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
this is the guy who thought of Linkle right here on my screen.
Clearly, you're watching
Linkle.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, we need the Zelda well just feels like such a hit for the Warriors series, and it was such a good pairing. You know, I'm all for it. That doesn't have to be Hyrule Warriors 2. It could just be a different, completely different type of, completely original. Obviously, to make it work, you got to have some Zelda enemies, got to have some Zelda characters. But, you know, there's a way to go about it that would be really, really fun. I kind of liken it like Fire Emblem Warriors was a very original while bringing in some of the old. You know, something like that would be cool.
I know what they're doing.
What's that?
I know what they're doing. They're going to work on the greatest crossover ever. I'm going to give you the Nintendo character. You give me the game that they're going to cross it over with. Ready? Master Hand.
I was about to go with Dead or Alive, so beach volleyball. Don't at me.
Fair enough.
Now.
Fair enough.
It's the only thing I had anything to do with a hand. Slap some balls around.
Any guesses?
I thought I was nuts.
Master Hand?
Yeah.
Sorry, you give me a giant floating
Smash
hand.
Bros.
Crossover game.
Crossover game. He comes from Smash Bros.
He comes from Smash Bros. Yeah. So what game would Master Hand crossover well with? The most epic crossover ever.
Pong.
Star Fox?
No, not what I was thinking.
Andros?
Nope.
Oh,
Doesn't he attack you with his hand?
I literally don't know.
I
don't know what.
I'm going almost quite literal.
Literal hand party.
Master Hand Masturbate.
No,
that's not a game.
No,
that's not a game. That's just a daily occurrence.
Oh, I know. Panty party.
Oh yes. Gerhard got it in chat.
I was gonna say Glover. Yeah,
Glover.
As soon as I saw his chat
That's-
message, I'm like, "Dog, Glover."
That was 2 on the hand.
Yep.
What if they crossed over also with the Chef Boyardee glove?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Glover.
Yeah.
It's literally
Yeah.
all the different glove characters.
Just tie it all in, dude.
It's all part of the lore, baby.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that'd be sick. I'd
The
be all
gloves
over
are
that.
off.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the
So-
next one, Eric.
The major EPD 3, the Zelda team. Obviously, their most recent work was Tears of the Kingdom. And they were also, but they were not credited on Echoes of Wisdom.
No, they were not credited in Echoes of Wisdom. There's Glover.
Gloves are off, baby.
Hell yeah.
I would
So-
like to see what he looks like without his
Look,
glove.
EPD 3, I think it's pretty damn obvious they're working on the next 3D Zelda, right? The question is if they're involved in any small way in any sort of remake or remaster before then. And my thought is, if that Ocarina of Time remake is a real thing, Aonuma's involved, aka EPD3 is involved. Now, they might not be the lead developer, but they're supervising the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that's the next game they're credited in is a remake or remaster of Ocarina of Time as a supervisor. And then their next actual like big game that the whole team is working on is that next big 3D Zelda. I think it's pretty obvious. They are literally that team. So be weird if they were working on Pokemon Stars or something. Like what are we doing? What are we doing?
It's pretty much self-explanatory what they're probably working on.
Yeah. Anyone else disagree?
No, I think what you said makes perfect sense.
A lot of these would be kind of quick like that. Like it's like this team just does this one thing. It's pretty obvious what's next.
Yep.
The Zelda guys.
Yeah.
Yep. So EPD4 is kind of a casual random studio. They formerly made Wii Sports and Sports Resort, Brain Age, Labo, Switch Sports, and Game Builder Garage. What do we think we're working on?
Switch Sports 2.
Yeah.
I agree.
Sports Resort.
Huge seller. Big seller. Nintendo would be stupid to not bring on another one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 15 million seller. You do it again. But here's the thing. They are weird. Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort were huge hits, and they went on to do all this other wacky shit. So
I mean, fair enough.
Did they do 51 Clubhouse games, or was that somebody else?
I don't see
No,
that.
that was
on your
somebody
list.
else.
Yep.
That was somebody else then. Okay.
Who did Ring Fit Adventure? Who is that?
I don't remember.
You see his chat cards voiced by Danny Glover.
Yes,
Good.
voiced by Danny Glover. Yep.
So
Hell
look,
yeah.
I think they're making a Switch Sports 2. Is that the next game they're doing? You know what? I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say Switch Sports 2 is that next one they're doing. I think it's gonna be early in the life.
Yeah.
It's too
Yeah,
evergreen.
Switch Sports 2 makes sense. People love it.
Developed
Yeah.
by
Brand.
Nintendo EPD4.
Or
Ring
it'd be
Fit.
Nintendo Switch 2 Sports. That's probably what they call it.
Yeah, I wish it was Pilot Wings, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, I don't think
these guys
so.
did work do Ring Fit.
Yeah.
So
you can
I
do-
would not be surprised for a Ring Fit 2.
And-
or another unique workout game because like they've really hit on the unique workout games.
Yeah.
You know?
apparently 1-2 Switch as well.
Yeah, they're all. I told you the weird and wacky.
Yeah.
they're involved in the weird and
Yeah.
wacky from Nintendo, but their most successful games are the
Mhm.
sports and the workout.
They're gonna come out with a really dumb ironing game where you use mouse mode and you just iron clothes.
You know it's gonna happen. You know it's gonna happen.
You just iron clothes.
Yeah, like an ironing simulator.
Yeah.
So, Switch Sports 2 or Nintendo Switch 2 Sports or whatever they decide to call the damn thing, and or a new workout game, and no matter which one it is, it's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
Because they're a weird and wacky studio, but they make good shit.
Yeah.
For that ironing mode, they're gonna turn off all sort of fans, so the controller just heats up too.
My God. Here we go. That's what the hidden feature of the Switch 2
Yes.
controllers is.
The hidden
Makes your
sphincter.
hands wet
Yes. Yeah. So
intentionally. Anyone else
anyone
disagree
else? Yeah.
or have anything else?
Nah.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like that's like a safe
Something
bet.
wacky.
One
I
of
mean,
those-
I could see another Brain Age. That would be kind of nice.
or they could do well, again, like they did 1-2
Yeah.
Switch. There could be something weird like that day one.
Right.
Where it's some sort of like, hey, we're just taking advantage of everything the controller does day one.
Yeah. So EPD 5. This is the Animal Crossing and Splatoon team. Most recent work was Splatoon 3 DLC. What do we think they're working on now?
So I've been on board of it being a new Animal Crossing this whole time. Because they didn't do a lot of content for that game, probably because of COVID. And they obviously went on to Splatoon 3 like pretty quickly. So, and I think that was because that's what the pipeline ordered. It's like, hey, you got to move on to Splatoon 3. So I think Animal Crossing, I don't think it's year one, but I do think that's what's coming from them. But it's either that or Splatoon 4. Anyone think it's Splatoon 4?
No, because I think it's time for Nintendo to shake things up with Splatoon. I think they've kind of built on what worked with the first game and then built on what worked with the second game. I think if we get a Splatoon 4 that feels just like Splatoon 3 again with more weapons and new maps, it's going to have run its course a little bit on the sales side. I know it's really big in Japan, but I feel like it's time they kind of shake it up. Maybe they do a more in-depth story mode that feels more complete and story driven. Or maybe they do a new like battle royale mode that's an extra mode alongside Salmon Run, and that they put a lot of love and work on. I don't know, but I feel like they need to shake that one up. I feel like the solution for Animal Crossing, they just have to build on it, maybe enhance the online features and connectivity. I feel like that's the next big step. I'm hoping, again, we've talked about this numerous times on the cast, the voice chat, the better communication with friends. I think that plays well into Animal Crossing strengths and having a community and having your friends online coming in and out of your island or your campsite or your space or whatever.
I think it would be cool if the next Animal Crossing has, you have your single player, you always got to have that, but you have another mode that's almost like an online MMO where it's one giant world that everyone's taking care of and forming and building. Be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Whether they'll ever do it, I have no idea. But
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
all right, what's the next group here?
EPD 6 is a support studio, most recently credited in Metroid Prime Remaster.
Cool. They'll be credited in 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Done.
Yeah,
Done.
2 and 3.
Yep.
Done.
Okay. EPD 7 support studio. Most recent games were Metroid Dread and Famicom Detective Club remakes. As a supervisor, what are they working on?
It'll be whatever.
Metroid.
Yeah, it'll be whatever that. What development studio was it that did Dread?
Mercury Steam?
Yeah, Mercury
Right.
Steam. Yeah. So
Yep.
it's whatever Metro game they're working on next. I bet you they're helping supervise that.
Mhm.
Yep.
That was a huge success. There's no way we're not getting another one of those fairly soon.
Yeah. Such a good game too. One of the best Switch games.
All right, next group.
For sure.
What do we got?
EPD 8. This is another big team. This is the big 3D Mario team.
Wow.
Most recently, most recently we're working on is Mario Odyssey.
All right, Stash. What is this team
yeah.
working on?
Donkey Kong.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be the new 3D Mario.
Right? Right? It's like the last game credited in Mario Odyssey. Okay, so they've been cooking a long time on this 3D Mario is what we're saying.
Yeah, right.
Expect big things from this game. I can't wait.
Yeah. They did supervise 3D World and Bowser's Fury.
Of course they did.
So-
Yeah, because they made the original. So
Yep.
But yeah, no, they've been cooking for a long. Dude, this guys,
This
can
thing
you
better be
imagine the 3D?
freaking epic.
This 3D Mario team has gotten 8 years to make this game. I don't know they've ever taken this long to make a 3D Mario game. This is going to be.
No.
They haven't.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, can you imagine the 97 overall 3D Mario team on Mario Odyssey getting 8 years to fucking cook? Do you know what we're about to see right now?
Dude, are we gonna get kind of the Tears of the Kingdom in the sense that they're like, okay, we went to space in the past, we've done in land in the present, now we're combining space and land, and you go up and down.
And literally, we love what Tears of the Kingdom did. You can build your own rocket ship, baby.
Or attach a rocket to a Goomba and ride the Goomba. to space.
Right, the Goomba.
Yep.
Whatever floats your boat.
Go to the moon and join Zelda there.
Jeez.
And we need we need Rosalina, so I hope she makes an appearance. She's awesome.
I'd love to see a Mario multiverse game.
Oh, okay.
It
That
goes
would be
through
cool.
different
Yeah.
Nintendo worlds.
Dude,
That would be interesting.
they've been cooking this game for so long. There's so much they could be doing, and we have no clue. Nothing is leaked. We have no hints on anything with this other than it's happening. So,
Yep.
If you do multiverse, you cross promote all your other IP. with
April
Mario.
2nd, come on.
Right.
April 2nd, we better
that'd be
see this
awesome.
thing. It's going to be sick.
Right.
I can't wait.
All right.
All right. EP 9. Another big team. The Mario Kart team. They also did ARMS. We
already saw the new Mario Kart. It's obviously what's next.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh, man. What a shocker. The Mario Kart team's making a new Mario Kart for the first time in a decade. Also, better be cooking.
Yeah, they're already working on future DLC,
Yeah.
future tracks, in my
Oh,
opinion.
yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if this team is like, because there's going to be a DLC roadmap.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be surprised if this Mario Kart game's been done for like 2 years
Mhm.
and they've just been working on the DLC roadmap. And they're actually like by 2026, 2027, not even working on this anymore because all the DLC has been done for like the next 4 years. And they're actually working on another ARMS
Oh,
or
yeah.
another game like that.
I agree.
But Mario Kart, we've already seen it. We've already
Yeah.
shown. That's what they have
Yeah.
next.
Excuse me. And the last EPD they have is EPD 10. This team works on side-scrolling Mario and Pikmin. Their last releases were in 2023 with Mario Wonder and Pikmin 4.
Pikmin 5, baby.
Pikmin 5. I agree.
Pikmin 5.
Pikmin 5.
Yeah, they already confirmed they're making a new one, so it's just, they have Wonder out now. They're probably working on Pikmin 5.
Dude,
So-
Pikmin 5 is going to look so
I agree.
beautiful
God,
on Switch 5. We were talking about water and wave race earlier and thinking about like seeing Pikmin, like the shrunken with the big garden and objects and how beautiful those games are already.
yeah. Pikmin 5 is going to look so gorgeous on Switch too.
Right.
All right. So now
Back
we have the
to-
second part.
Back to second parties. Yep. So Nintendo Software Technologies, NST. Pretty much mostly used to port old Nintendo games now, with the recent ones being Captain Toad and 3D World plus Bowser's Fury.
So I got a gut feeling that if not all games, a lot of Switch 1 games are going to have some upgrades on Switch 2 in some way. And I feel like they're going to be involved with a lot of that stuff, upgrading the old Switch 1 games on Switch 2. So I don't know what ones they're going to choose to go with, or what they might have been involved in the Breath of the Wild upgrades as an example. Because like if they're like a port studio for Nintendo, I don't know how many Switch 1 games will be ported when it's backwards compatible, but I can see them working on the upgrades. That's my thoughts. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Go ahead, Stash.
It's obvious what they're working on.
Ooh, what's this?
NSD,
Yeah.
Wave Race,
Oh, there
Oh,
it is.
yes,
The dream.
Yes.
the dream.
Alive.
Yep.
There we go.
They made Blue Storm.
They did. Yeah, they used to actually make a lot of really nice shit back in the day. They
A
were
lot.
they were a big Western developer for Nintendo, and then they just kind of stopped and were put on porting.
Yeah.
What's okay? Bring back the old wave races. Port them over.
Yeah.
4K.
I agree wholeheartedly. I'd love to see that.
Imagine the water physics today, baby.
I know.
Woo!
Damn.
All right.
All right.
Game Bird, you got any thoughts?
Ah, man. Yeah, from the sounds of it, they're mostly a port company, so it's going to be some sort of interesting port. Although I do love when some of these companies get put in charge of their own game once they've gotten familiar. So I love the idea of getting a new Captain Toad. Since they already got to work on that one. Great puzzle game. So much fun. I didn't play it because they brought that one over to the Switch. I never played the Switch version, but the Wii U version loved. Such a good game.
Every version of that game is great.
Yep.
All right, what we got next?
Yep. Nerd, that's the NSO team. They've also developed tech that works with other games like Ring Fit, Labo, Mario Kart Home Circuit. Even though they weren't the main devs on it, they were the ones that were instrumental in helping invent the tech used with them. Could they be working on new tech in another game? What are you thinking?
Well, I think they were involved with the mouse mode.
Oh, yeah, that could also be
The mouse stuff.
Good call.
Because again, they seem to be involved with like the unique control kind of stuff. So I would say, with the mouse mode and helping develop that up. But in terms of like a specific game, obviously they're still doing NSO stuff, right? They're still obviously going to keep doing that. So like we can make a billion guesses at NSO games. It's it's a pick 'em. So yeah, the next platform and all they're handling all that stuff. But if I think about like the actual games, they don't work specifically on games. They help with the tech behind it. So I kind of feel like whatever the new workout game ends up being, and it's going to have an accessory. They probably helped invent that accessory, and that might be like the next tech thing we see them do. Software wise, it's just going to be more NSO, which again we could take a billion guesses on that. I'm going to go with the next workout game. That's the next time we see them credited.
What about Mario Paint?
There we go.
Yeah.
Maybe
That
could be it.
Yeah, Mr. P Nug said that in chat, and I'm like, yeah, they would be a good candidate for that. So good call there.
Yeah, I like that.
At least NSO backwards compatibility.
Yeah,
Let us use the mouse on Mario Paint on Super.
Yeah, why not? Have mouse support.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, I was gonna go on that's kind of similar to what I was gonna say. I was gonna go on a limb and say that they're gonna come up with a new mouse accessory that you could slot your Joy-Con in and have some mouse mode related game. But I guess Paint would make a lot of sense as that game. So pretty much the same thing.
He said a paintbrush accessory. It's like,
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'll take over for a moment. Eric's letting my dog out. Let's go Monolith Soft. Obviously, we all know what Monolith Soft does. They make Xenoblade, and they've been a huge support team at some of Nintendo's biggest studios. Xenoblade 3 and its DLC are the most recent products they put out specifically. And then they obviously did a lot of support work because they have separate teams here for Tears of the Kingdom and Splatoon 3. So what are they cooking right now? It's also kind of notable. They sort of announced working on a new IP like a long time ago.
Yeah.
But like we haven't really heard anything about that since. So whether it got canned or what's going on with that, we don't know. And my thing is they're probably going to be credited for Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like they made that game. So like, yeah, they're going to be credited, even if they're not the ones that did the definitive, which I think they were because there's new content. So I kind of think that's the next game they're like, because they probably made the new content, I'm assuming. So they were probably, but I don't think that, when I talk about Switch 2, I mean, it's easy just to toss out a Xenoblade game. They seem to be able to get them out fairly quickly. But I'm going to say their next project's their new IP, and that's what's dropping. When it's dropping, I don't know. But I'm going to say they didn't abandon it, and instead Nintendo does what they tend to do sometimes, and they let their teams cook. And they've been letting them cook this new IP up for almost the entire Switch generation to get it ready for the new system. That's what I'm going to say they did next. You guys got any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think their next game is a new Xenoblade. In fact, I don't think they're working on a Xenoblade game. I am going to go for a wild prediction. I think we're getting a new Xeno series. We had a trilogy of Xenoblade. What about Xenosphere or Xeno? I don't know. Xeno guns.
We don't got the Saga.
No Saga. A new one. We had Gears already. We had Saga. We've got Blade, Xenoforce, Xenosphere, Xenogun. I don't know, but I could see a new Xeno trilogy.
Xenostar, baby.
Of Xeno games. Xenostars.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
What do you think, Stash?
Yeah, I would think that they're working on the next Xenoblade.
Okay.
Just
that's a safe bet. That's like all they technically put out besides their support team. So
yeah, I mean, I expect we're getting a Xenoblade on Switch too.
Okay, that gets us to Eric gets caught up here. Next level games. Next level games. Obviously, well known Luigi's Mansion. Like that's the big series they've really blown up with was Luigi's Mansion, but it's not all they've done recently. In fact, their most recent game was Mario Strikers. For Nintendo Switch. So I'm gonna go with personally Luigi's Mansion 4. I just think it makes sense. Their last game was the Strikers. Go back to the well. Go back to Luigi's Mansion. 3 was huge. And with 2 HG maybe not selling as well as they maybe wanted it to, it's time to remind people what this series can do. And you know what? 3 was beautiful on Switch. So it can be one of those kind of showcase games for visuals. It's a Western studio. Western studios love their visuals. Make this be one of those showcase games that makes people go, oh, shit, that's a Switch 2 game? You sure it's not PS5 Pro? Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. Plus, Mario Strikers wasn't as well received as they probably hoped it would be. So, what do you guys think?
Agree.
I mean,
agree.
The only thing outside of Luigi's Mansion they could possibly be working on is like a Mario Sluggers.
Sure, that would be nice, but also like,
no, I mean, I 100% think they're working on the Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah,
but I think the only other thing outside of that would be maybe a Sluggers baseball.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
So we're looking at ND Cube. This is the Mario Party team. Jamboree was their last game. They also made Clubhouse games.
So they got 3 Mario parties out on Switch. It's hard to say that they're working on anything other than the next Mario Party, right? It's like, come on. They gotta be, but also they did do Clubhouse games, which was a pretty big success on Switch. Sold a lot. So I kind of like it's got to be a Mario Party, right? But what if they do have like another Clubhouse game style game coming? Because I think it does so well. 51 worldwide Clubhouse games. Mm-hmm. So really well. All the games played fantastic. They're all classics that everyone loves and grew up with. I know it's hard to like do that game again because like what are you going to do? It's the same stuff. But they could find other games they maybe didn't do and find other classic games to bring in. Mm-hmm. You can't play Stratego in there. Let's get some Stratego going. Let's get Chinese Go. Let's get some. There's other games they could bring in, other card games they didn't cover. So maybe that is something they do. Only because I'm saying that only because Jamboree was just last year. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, if there's anything soon, I think it's that. Then again, as I said, it's been 8 years and they got 3 Mario parties out. So like, Mario Party next year, baby. It's probably what's going to happen because that's what they do. Every couple of years, here's a new Mario Party.
I expect both. I do think we'll get another Clubhouse games.
It was too successful. Something.
Exactly. You got to bring it out. And that game's been out of print for a very long time.
Yeah. Just selling digitally. All those extra sales you see, guys, just digital, not physical. All right. What we got next?
Next, we got Retro.
Ooh, Retro
we know it. We already know Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah.
What else do we think will be their first Switch 2 only game?
Prime 5.
Prime 5?
I'm going to go with the rumors are true. And they're already working on Prime 5.
I agree.
Makes sense. What do you think, Gamebird?
Oh, man. God.
They also did Donkey Kong in the past. It's so long
I-
on the list.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing Donkey Kong. Man, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm on board with the rumors for Prime 5. I really want to be, but I also don't want to get my hopes up with that.
He's smoking the reefer for like a new IP over there.
I'm going to say new IP.
I'm smoking the reefer. There it is. Cloud9 new IP, baby.
There you go.
Hey,
Yeah,
I would love
new
it.
IP.
The only
I want
thing
that Sheikah game.
The only that pitch they had. You know, it's interesting because the reason I'm going to buy the Prime 5 rumor is after Tropical Freeze, there was a long gap before they took over for Prime 4, and they couldn't get anything approved and through. Something about that studio seems to struggle with original ideas, but they're really good at making FPSs. So Prime 5 it is. I'm going to stick with it, but
Yeah.
I would love if they were working on like an original IP that actually got approved and is going to see the finish line. Would be cool. So that's always been the dream with retro. It's always been hey, let's take the Metroid and the Donkey Kong handcuffs off and let you cook. Well, they had time to do that and they didn't. So, but we'll
Maybe
see.
they're making the next big crossover.
It's different times.
Yeah.
It's different times.
Yeah.
We live in a different era. I think the whole development team's actually been replaced since those days.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a Western studio. They don't last more than 10 years.
Yeah.
All right, what's next, Eric?
All right, One Up Studios. They're a sport team that recently worked on Bowser's Fury, 3D All Stars, and New Horizons.
I think they're working on something, supervising something related to Mario's 40th.
Yep.
Something related to it. They're supervising the project
Mhm.
because it might be being done by a third-party studio, and they're going to be the team that makes sure that studio doesn't fuck it up.
Mhm.
So, like Mario Galaxy
All Stars 2.
Yeah, it could be 3D All Stars 2. You could do a Mario Galaxy 2 just solo release done by a third party. They're the ones making sure that game is not fucked up.
Yep.
Something like
Makes
that.
the most sense.
Agreed.
So there's going to be something, and I feel like, hey, they need a supervisor group for Mario this year. Do it. They're the ones.
I'd love to see Galaxy to get the Bowser's Fury treatment.
Mm.
Give us like some actual more stuff like they did with 3D All Stars. That would be a nice 40th anniversary gift for fans.
That would be sick. Let's do it. And it would and it would give an excuse for why it wasn't in 3D All Stars.
It would. That would be a very good excuse.
Releasing it right now for 60 would feel very bad to a lot of fans.
Yeah, it sure would.
All right, next.
SRD. They are now fully owned by Nintendo as of 2022. Their most recent work on support work for Splatoon 3.
I
mean, if
Splatoon 4.
then-
I know I think Animal Crossing is coming first, but that doesn't mean that work hasn't started on Splatoon 4, which it probably has.
Yeah, they're working on both. I think if that's like what the team's really done since 2022 and Nintendo fully bought them, it's kind of like, okay, maybe they're like that one of those teams that helps keep Splatoon going on to the next one. They just keep it going. That's like the only thing I could find them like specifically credited for since Nintendo bought them.
it could be that they're starting the work on Splatoon 4 while what was the other studio?
One of the EPD groups.
Yeah, one of the EPD groups.
Well,
Finishes working on the
Nintendo,
on the next Animal Crossing.
Nintendo's biggest EPD groups have traditionally been known to be able to work on multiple games at once. So,
Right.
So we'll see.
But
all right.
Next one is Shiver Entertainment. Switch One Port Studio recently acquired, ported tons of third-party games to Switch in the past.
Yep, we have literally no clue what they're doing.
No clue.
I know we talked about this back when it happened. Like the thought back then was like they bought them to help third parties get games on Switch too. Like, hey, let's give third parties one less barrier to come to our platform. Let's offer this studio if they don't want to. If like, hey, we can't find a good studio to port, or Panic Button and all these other companies, Tantalus, they're all like booked up. Hey, we got Shiver Studios for you guys, and maybe offer a slightly cheaper solution. But it's interesting because they haven't been credited with anything since Nintendo bought them. Now, that doesn't mean they're not working on something. They obviously are. But if it's for Switch 2, of course they haven't been credited yet because the game's not out yet.
Yep.
Right? So I'm like, they must be working on a Switch 2 port of something. Like, what
Or
if they're the ones
multiple.
doing Assassin's Creed Shadows for all we know? Like, they literally could be doing anything. If you look at their history, it's like a bunch of major third-party games they ported to Switch 1. It's like, well, okay. But the thing is, Nintendo owns them now. So is that really what they're still doing?
Oh, one surprised me.
Or did Nintendo say, hey, you got the talent to do this. Maybe you got the talent to bring back the wave race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, obviously got talent. Maybe we want to task you with making a new game. Again, though, it's hard to imagine them doing anything but ports because that's all they've ever done. But
Yeah.
I don't know because they haven't been credited with anything. Nintendo bought them for a reason.
Ports.
Maybe just to port their own games in 4K. I have no idea. That's the one that I'm like up in the air. I'm like, I really don't know what they're doing until they get credited in something. Yeah. So that's kind of the mystery one where it's kind of like, I don't know what Nintendo's plans are for that studio, but
no, I'm sure it's just a bridge between,
Yeah,
you know, if third parties have questions on, you know, how can we make this better for Switch 2?
Shiver Studios.
Yep,
Answer
exactly.
the call.
Yep. Exactly.
Next
one, Hell Laboratories. I mean, I think we all know what they're working on. Probably the next Kirby.
Adventures of Lolo.
Yeah.
There you go. For Nintendo specifically, because they do make some other games, but for Nintendo specifically, it's the next Kirby.
Basically a Kirby.
Yeah, it's pretty much all they really make for Nintendo anymore. Straight up, it's just straight Kirby games. Obviously, everyone knows they used to do Smash and stuff back in the day, but that's why I moved over to Bandai
Been a
Namco.
long time.
Yeah, Bandai Namco is now the primary lead studio on that. So
They could be working on the new Ghostbusters 3.
maybe.
Huh?
No, I'm totally joking. They're definitely not working on that. That'd be badass, though.
I was hoping,
Kirby's one of the ghosts in it.
but no.
That would be cool.
And the fact that new Kirby wasn't last year, I'm like, they're working on the new 3D Kirby game, probably.
Yeah.
Because those games are going to take longer to make than the other ones, but the sales show they should be putting time into that. So that's probably what it is.
Or Kirby's the what is it, the plasma, their plasma things.
Also, you
where it
guys
sucks up the ghosts.
You guys ever wondered how close HAL and Nintendo are if you don't know the history? Nintendo owns an entire building called Nintendo Tokyo. They own the building. Nintendo occupies 3 floors on like a 30-floor building. They own the building. HAL Laboratories is located in that building. So is the Pokemon Company. So is Game Freak. So like, if you ever wonder, like, oh, but Nintendo doesn't wholly own these things, get the fuck out of here. They own the goddamn building that they're in.
Yeah.
Like, they work very closely with Nintendo. They're basically owned without being owned. It is what it is.
Well, they did bring one of the biggest franchises to Nintendo as well with Smash.
Oh yeah, they created it.
Yeah,
Sakurai worked there.
Yeah,
at the time.
And we got Nintendo's president from HAL.
Iwata.
Yeah,
Iwata.
Yep.
So,
HAL was a
they're
huge
close.
deal back in the day. Today, it's mostly to do Kirby games. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
HAL's a pal.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with Kirby.
for sure. Now we move on to Intelligent Systems. They are the Fire Emblem team. They dabbled in WarioWare Get It Together recently. Otherwise, it's just been Fire Emblem.
And the last one was Engage in 2023. New Fire Emblem.
I mean,
Genealogy of the Holy Wars has been kind of rumored for a while. It's like a remake coming back. I can see them doing that. Otherwise, a new Fire Emblem, like Three Houses, going back to more of the social aspect. I can see them doing next. That was so popular. I kind of feel like that's probably next. They have a lot of teams that have done different WarioWare games. So that one kind of passes around at Nintendo. So I'm gonna say,
who's got
I
more time?
agree. I think it's a new Fire Emblem. I'm hoping it's a return to form as far as like going back to the Three Houses, really strong emphasis on the story and the characters. Engage was fine, but after Three Houses, it felt more of like a celebration of the series. So I'm hoping to get that deep, rich storytelling.
yeah. The irony is Engage is what Fire Emblem used to always be. That is what Fire Emblem was.
I know. No.
A newer thing. And it's
Yes, it's a new return to form because Three Houses
the original
changed
Fire Emblem game. It's all about
and
it's all
getting-
about social now.
3 campaigns on one cart. You kidding me?
But the way
Three
to-
Houses is amazing.
What about
making
Paper Mario?
Mario the student.
Mhm.
Ooh, Paper Mario.
They worked on all the Paper Marios.
Yeah, we just haven't had a new one in a bit since Origami King.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
means we're due for
due.
a new one.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Paper
I
Mario.
like it.
Let's do
I
it.
like it.
There we go. I like the stat. She's always got that deep
Yeah.
lower.
Deep cut.
There we go.
All
What
right.
else?
Next one is Grezzo.
Yeah.
They dabbled in porting some 3DS games, but they recently released Echoes of Wisdom for Switch.
I love this company.
Dude, this company's
I'm a
great.
big fan.
Grezzo rocks.
Yeah.
Look, my Zelda brain wants to say the next thing's another Zelda, but it's like, okay, is it realistically another Zelda? They do other stuff, you know. Because like, look, yeah, Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D, Link's Awakening remake, you know, Echoes of Wisdom, technically Triforce Heroes as well. So like, they've done a lot of Zelda, but that all of that was spread over like 15, 20 years. So it's highly doubtful the next project is a Zelda. It'll probably be like the one after that. So I'm not really sure. They ported Miitopia over to Switch, so there's a part of my heartstring. I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Miitopia 2. I'm gonna keep just like let them cook, let them do something. But they're also like a huge like remake remaster stuff for Nintendo. So they could be heavily involved in say an Ocarina of Time remake. They could be literally the lead studio on that this whole time, and we wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
They could be because they did Ocarina of Time 3D, so they already have intimate knowledge of that game because they already worked on the 3DS version. So could be that would be the one Zelda thing where I'm like, well, if they've actually been cooking on this for many years with Nintendo's help, okay then. But assuming it's not Zelda, that's where it gets real interesting, because new game wise, it's only been Zelda for Nintendo. Otherwise, they've only worked on like porting other games. So I know what I want them to work on if they're porting. Eternal Darkness. I would love for them to port that into HD or whatever over to because I don't know if they're ever adding that game to NSO. I would love it to come back.
We got GoldenEye.
I know, that's what gave me hope. And like Nintendo owns Eternal Darkness. It's their own IP, but they're like to pretend it doesn't exist. I don't know why.
I think Grezzo's working on is going to bring a Zelda game next. I'm actually going to go opposite, Nate. I don't think it's Ocarina of Time, though. And I don't think it's a new game. I'm going to go on a limb and predict two possibilities. The first one is a port. It's an HD remaster of A Link Between Worlds. I think Grezzo would absolutely nail that. The other, I think A Link Between Worlds is amazing. One of my favorite, if not my favorite 3DS game of all time. But there is a specific Zelda game that deserves a remake, probably more than any Zelda game I could think of. And that's The Legend of Zelda 2. I would love to see that get brought to the Switch too. Fully redone. I think Grezzo would kill it. I don't think they should do it in the cutesy kind of diorama art style. I think this one needs a new visual look, but I'd love to see that brought back, see those deeper RPG mechanics kind of modernized. Nate, you're having troubles. Is this painful to you?
I'm going to stay out of this conversation because Zelda 2 to me is already a perfect video game as it is. And any way they bring it back is going to ruin all of the things that made Zelda 2 great. That being said, the problem is what I love about it is exactly what everyone hates about it. Yeah. So because of that, I'm not opposed to it coming back in this way just so new people can experience the game in an enjoyable way for them. But look, if it ain't a Dark Souls style Zelda, then it ain't for me.
And it needs to be hard. And just for the record, I actually really like Zelda 2 Adventure Link. There's only a couple Zelda games that rubbed me the wrong way. Phantom Hourglass.
Someone else. Finally, someone else on the Phantom Hourglass screen. Get out of here.
That's a whole deep dive. I hate that game.
Oh my god! I found the one other person in the world that agrees with me that Spirit Tracks was not good.
Dude, Spirit Tracks is way better, but for some reason, people always say Phantom Hourglass is better.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
I'm happy to hear this too.
Admit you don't like trains. Admit you don't like trains. That's the problem. Get out of here,
dude. Trains rock. Anytime there's a train level in a game, I get stoked. Just saying.
Did we just become best friends?
I think so. Do you want to build trains together or something?
Go play Choo Choo Charles.
We'll talk about it later. But anyways, I think that game would be sick, and I'd want them to keep all the weird, quirky crap. I am Error. I want that stuff in the game. You can't get rid of it. But But yeah, it would be cool if they brought it back, make it a little bit darker and moodier. Like you said, make it tough as nails. Think like ghouls and ghosts and Dark Souls and stuff like that. You know, put like orchestrate it. You know, give like the crazy music when you're fighting Dark Link at the end and stuff.
Now you're making me want it to be Spirit Tracks because I want that fully orchestrated so bad.
Dude, that soundtrack is so good.
Oh,
I gotta give a shout out to the Link Between Worlds soundtrack. That one had like the acoustic theme when you're going through the overworld. That was so rad. But anyways, yeah, I think it's Zelda.
I think it's Zelda 2. Not Zelda 2, but I think it's Zelda as well. You know, I gotta wonder what kind of order we're gonna go in with the Zelda remakes, right? Because I think it would be maybe better to bring back like a remake of A Link to the Past before they bring over A Link Between Worlds. Like it would make sense to bring A Link to the Past first, and then maybe like 2 or 3 years down the road as one of those games where we get a Zelda title each year in between one of the mainline 3D Zeldas, give us A Link Between Worlds, because I think it would be appreciated more because of how those games are similar. But like with A Link Between Worlds, you can go to any dungeon, and with obviously A Link to the Past, it is structured and you can't do that. So I just wonder if there's a master timeline for Nintendo that we don't know about.
Probably.
Yeah, but you do need to get over at some point A Link Between Worlds. So I would love to see it be A Link to the Past remake first, and then get that over maybe in 2027, 2028, A Link Between Worlds. But at the same time, I'd love to see Zelda 1 remade and then do Zelda 2. And again, as both of you guys said, I'm a huge lifelong Zelda 2 fan. I've always stuck up for it. I've always thought it's an amazing game. You can see that in my review. I reviewed the game on my channel, and I said the same thing about Simon's Quest. I love Simon's Quest, Castlevania 2. So many people hate it. They hate it for the same reasons they hate Zelda 2. The number 2 in both of those games series they're the odd ones out. They completely did everything different, and everyone was pissed about it. But I love both those games.
Hell yeah! There we go. What we got next?
Jupiter. They did fitness boxing and Picross.
They literally do Picross like every year. I'm gonna say a new Picross game.
Literally,
something Picross comes out every year.
I think we get Mike Tyson's fitness boxing.
Ooh, that'd be
You think
cool.
that's gonna be next? Didn't they just have Fitness Boxing 3 in December?
No,
So
I don't.
kinda feel like it
I
might
don't
be-
think we're getting a Mike Tyson's fitness boxing. No,
Well, no, I don't think.
I would love it though. I'd pre-order right now.
Hey, look, I know it's a workout game, but just to punch him in the face.
Right.
I swear, no Jake Paul crossover.
Yeah, God, no, please.
No. I don't bet on people wanting to punch Jake Paul in the face. I will just not buy it on principle.
Yeah.
They should give us a Punch-Out fitness boxing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Be Jake
That's
Paul.
an obvious crossover. I don't know why.
Would be Jake
Yeah.
Paul. That's
I
the
think more
sad
people
part.
would buy it if there was a Punch-Out crossover. People that wouldn't normally buy it would buy it.
Okay.
It won't happen though.
Yeah.
No.
What's that next
All
studio?
right. Last and not least, we have Camelot, which is basically a Mario sports. So this one I could see doing the Mario baseball for sure.
I am gonna say nope. They don't give a shit about baseball. They're going back to the well. It's Mario Tennis time. New Mario Tennis. Please.
I wish they'd do it. I wish we'd get a new sport. I feel like we need a new sport. Add another sport to the repertoire.
Sure. But I'm gonna say this. While I expect it to be Mario Tennis, Camelot, you teased last time. You teased a single player RPG. In fact, you still call it an RPG. Okay, technically you level up, but it's linear as shit, and you don't actually get to do anything. You never compete in any tournaments besides at the very beginning of the game. You compete in a tournament, and then you never do it again the rest of the game. You finally qualify somehow to be in the top league without ever having competed, just because you fixed up the courses, and then you never get to compete in the league. The game just ends. It's a glorified tutorial. The tutorial should have been at the beginning of the game with the opening tournament, and then the game opens up, but it never does. It's just a glorified. So, like, here's my thing. Clearly, some people at Camelot want to go back to the RPG days, but they can't get away from, well, we got to make this family-friendly tutorial. No. Take the fucking reins off. Mario Tennis, the full RPG mode.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I know I'm pipe dreaming.
Yeah, right.
But am I? Because they tried. They made like a half step in the right direction. Now, cross the river. Have your team go back and play Mario Tennis on the Game Boy Color. This should be a requirement before you develop the next game. They should just require it. But yeah. I realistically do think it's gonna be a Mario Tennis, whether it's good or bad.
I want Mario wrestling. Or Mario hockey.
WWE style. Please don't.
Hockey would be fun.
It better be WWE style wrestling, not real wrestling.
Yeah. Not Roman.
It is actually fun.
College wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to see Mario and Wario just hugging each other on the mat and rolling around.
Yeah. Bunch of submission moves.
Yeah, right.
What's that game? That indie game?
Put him in the lion tamer.
With, like the physic nuts in the wrestling gear.
And I'm not, guys. If you guys like watching like real wrestling and Olympic wrestling, and stuff, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
But as a video game, man, no, I'm sorry. To me, it would be as exciting. Why do you think there's not a bunch of Olympic swimming games?
Yeah,
it's swimming laps is not a fun concept in a video game. Rolling around with submission moves on a map. You're just sitting there. Oh, you rolled onto the circle. Break up. All right, get back. No, this is not entertaining to play in a video game format. It has to be entertainment wrestling.
To be fair, Hideo Kojima did make a game where the basic premise is walking, and the combat mechanics revolve around the difficulties of walking.
Mario arm wrestling would be sick. They're saying that in chat. Like, imagine if you could like tie it in with the movie Over the Top with Stallone.
Oh my god,
that's so sick.
I just need to see what is it, Waluigi off the top rope, baby. I just gotta see it.
If you did a Mario wrestling game, I would want the wrestlers from pro wrestling on regular Nintendo to be secret characters like Starman and the green guy.
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Oh my god, why didn't I think about this? Like, if you're gonna go with a new sport, this is one they've I don't think they've ever done this. What about a Mario dodgeball?
Oh yeah.
Oh dude, I would love that.
Yeah.
Ooh, and they could do a crossover with the team who makes dodgeball.
Yeah.
Because those games are fun.
That.
Yeah. That'd be sick.
That'd be really good. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically, I think it's going to be Mario Tennis.
It's the most popular sports game.
Yeah.
Sells the best.
I want to see them add RPG elements to it, and I want to see that with golf as well. But with golf coming out in 2021, Mario Tennis came out in 2017 or 18?
I think it was 18.
Yeah, so that's the next one.
At E3 in 18, so I think it was in 18.
And guys, based on our launch history, there's always a tennis game. There's always a tennis game right around launch window. It lines up there. What I'd really love is Golden Sun, but I think those days. I think it's probably sunset.
The golden days.
Yeah, it's probably sunset. It's probably over.
Mario Tennis Aces was 2018.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's when you played on E3.
Yep.
We're definitely getting Mario Tennis first.
I'd love to see like a Mario Gridirons. That'd be fun. Football. Use Birdo's egg as the football.
I have a theory on Mario Baseball. I don't think we're gonna get a baseball game.
I would love
possibly again. I think that Nintendo was only making Mario Baseball games because of their ownership with the Seattle Mariners, and after that ended, they stopped making baseball games. I think it might have been in the part of their deal with owning a baseball team and having Nintendo all over the stadium. I don't know if you guys remember, but behind home plate, they used to have Nintendo game advertisements.
Yeah.
Look at that. Ken Griffey Jr. They had the
Mhm.
Ken Griffey games, Slugfest on 64, then the Mario baseball games, and then they got out of the Mariners, and now we have had no baseball games since. So it makes
It's
sense
w-
timeline wise.
It's weird though because baseball is huge in Japan. Like it's so popular out there
It
that
is huge.
that is interesting thing to note that after they sold off the Mariners, that was during like Wii U doing poorly. They sold them, right? Or
Yeah, I think
is my timeline off?
that's a good question. I know they owned. Did they own the largest percentage, guys? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
I think they did. They were a majority stakeholder, I believe.
They
Until
sold
the Wii
them
U.
And then they sold most of it. They kept like a very minor stake just to honor
10%.
Yamuchi.
They sold the majority interest in August 2016.
Yep.
So our last baseball game was what? Sluggers or Slugfest in 2007?
I think so.
Mhm. Dude, that's a long time.
It's a long time. I mean, it's 2025. We're 2
Yeah.
years away from 20 years.
Yeah. Crazy. All right, let's get to our last topic here. It's gonna be a shorter one, but there's some interesting stuff. You guys are kind of a preview of a video I haven't made yet, but will be happening unless something else crazy. And we got Pokemon Presents tomorrow, so who the heck knows? Some crazy stuff could be going on. So maybe I end up not making a video on this. But let me grab this thing to share with you guys here. So what we're looking at right now are some new leaks for Switch 2. This comes from the person that supposedly spent 40 grand on the Switch 2 and the dock to sell the ability to test fit your stuff to accessory makers. And he provided CAD model, like brand new CAD models of the Nintendo Switch, like right away or like within days of the purchase or whatever. But those models weren't really that exciting because everything shown in those models is what Nintendo showed in the trailer, right? There was nothing new really for us. Yeah, it was more accurate than the prior CAD models, but for us fans, didn't really matter, right? We've seen the front, we've seen the top, we've seen the back, we've seen a whole 360 of the Switch 2. So we know what it looks like. But we didn't get a massive look at the dock. Okay. We have had leaked pictures of the dock in the past that were really exciting, but we haven't seen the full dock officially. So now he did CAD models of the dock itself. And again, nothing too crazy here. There's only one part that's a little interesting. This is just the front side, nothing too exciting. There's like the front side we already saw from Nintendo. This is the side look with the the two USB ports there. Again, this looks a lot like the leak stuff we had before, right? So, it's kind of just confirming that those leaks were obviously legit. You see, where the back piece would go on and everything. You see a little bit of interesting stuff down in the slot area. That's probably just for positioning purposes when you put your Switch in there. You see the back, you see the clear Ethernet, HDMI, and the power. Nothing too exciting. You see the air vents and everything, exactly like what the leaked images from like what Next Handheld was showing in Laura K. Buzz. But here we see a top-down look, which we haven't seen yet. And a couple interesting notes. Obviously, there still have like those little jet-out rails that you have in your current dock that kind of help line it up. You see what looks like probably a rubber stopper at the bottom on each side. And then you see, obviously, the middle mechanism, which has the USB-C in the middle. Then these two little things, which we've already seen the bottom of a Switch 2. So like that's obviously these are the things that line up at the bottom. This is just how the Switch how the Switch lines up in there. So nothing too exciting here until you get to this right here. Apparently there's this pattern on the bottom. Now you can see like the 4 circles here that are probably like, if they're not screw holes, then they're feet,
Yeah.
But we have like this
Like a little
circle
rubber.
pattern. So we have like these circle patterns because like I kept thinking, well, if those are feet, then those are obviously, they're like little rubber feet that hold it in place. Because my thought originally when I saw this circle pattern, I was like, oh, maybe this is just like a rubber print thing. But no, if they have feet, then are these holes, because again, this is just a model, are these holes potentially air vents on the bottom? Because I honestly don't know what else it would be. Like literally. So that's like the only interesting thing because we've never seen the bottom. So unless you guys have any other ideas, air vents are the only thing I can come up with. But maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a design pattern.
Yeah, I think what you said makes sense. I feel like it's either grip or it's air vents, just like, you've got the speaker looking Xbox Series S where you have that circle with all the ventilation.
I'm looking at mine right now on my desk, and I'm like, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's immediately what I thought of, was just that kind of speaker looking design.
Yeah.
If this thing's going to be a lot more powerful, extra ventilation is a good thing. So,
well, I also consider that we know, but now that we've seen the Switch 2, that the air intakes are on the bottom, right? So it sucks in air from the bottom. And if you look at this top down, you can kind of see these cutouts where the air intakes would be. And I'm wondering if they're, instead of us assuming that the air is being drawn from the back, because we've seen those vents, what if it's actually being drawn from the bottom? And that's why this is potentially air vents, because they're actually just directly sucking it up from there. And they just decided to put as much air vents on this thing as possible to give it all the possibility to get air from anywhere.
Yeah.
Let it breathe as much as it can. Who cares where the air comes from?
Help prevent the warping too. That was happening on the OG Switch, getting that curve.
Because like if the docked mode is as powerful as has been speculated in the past, then I can see them being like, no, we got to let this dock breathe as much as possible. We're going to give them air vents everywhere. But again, it's still just like, we don't know, right?
Yeah.
But it's new. It's something new. And that's what's really cool. It creates that speculation. I've even looked in the chat, not really seeing a whole lot of speculation exactly on what it is. Just people joking around about, I can connect the Legos to it. Maybe. Maybe that's the play. Maybe the play is you can attach this to Legos because now they have Nintendo Legos, right? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Create your own dock out of Legos by surrounding the real dock. Maybe that's the play. Could be. Okay. So this, though, brought up some other things that have been going on. And there was this podcast that Kit and Krista did where they brought on a former Nintendo employee. This has been making headlines everywhere. Yeah, literally everywhere. It's been on every major website, IGN, everything. Because everyone's treating this guy like gospel. But I think they're paying attention to the wrong part. Okay? Because everyone's focused. So Sean worked in their marketing and sales department in various aspects and knows how Nintendo releases products. He was there for the release of Switch and Switch OLED and all that stuff. Right? So very knowledgeable on how Nintendo handles releasing products. And so everyone's focusing on his predictions, right? He's predicting a mid-June release. What a shocker. It's almost like that's, he gave reasoning for why he thinks Nintendo would do that, having to do with, kids getting into the summer, building hype with kids, want to bring it into the school year. And on top of that, people have a lot of time to play during the summer. It just makes a lot of sense to do an early summer release. Fine. Makes total sense. Same reason a lot of people think it would make sense. And it gives them 2 sellout periods, guaranteed, launch and holiday. Great. Worked well for Switch. Why not do it for Switch too? But he also did a price thing where he said, he can't see this thing being any higher than $449. He really thinks more realistically $399. Okay, cool. So he's right where everyone else is speculating. Fine. I don't think that was really that newsworthy. That's just speculation. I actually like the thing he said that he knows and isn't speculation. And everyone's ignoring it. And I think they're ignoring it because they want to keep making headlines. So we speculated in the past, and I've definitely done in videos, and for years, do retailers really know the price point of stuff before it's revealed? The answer is technically yes, but not right now. Those listings you see at Best Buy, the listings on the GameStop backend, Costco, none of them actually know the price of Switch 2. And he said this like definitively. They would not know at all. They also would not know when the system's coming out. He said, at best, if there had been any communication, they would have just told them a general quarter of the year. And that would be it. They wouldn't know an exact release date. They wouldn't know pricing, not right now. Now, when would they then? Because they're got to know eventually. Do they just find out when the public does? No. They find out about a week before the public does. That way they can actually be prepared for pre-orders. So that's stuff that should be reported. I don't know why that's not the headline news. That's stuff like he would have direct knowledge. No, Nintendo does not communicate at all with these retailers about the pricing or the release date until a week before Nintendo's about to reveal it to the public. Okay, when's it being revealed to the public? April 2nd. Okay, so they'll know at the end of next month. So yes, there could be some leaks from retail at the end of next month that we should pay attention to. But, all the ones we've gotten so far are just literally people making it up. People who work there, trying to get hype, trying to get people to pay attention to them. So this also, by the way, changes my coverage in the future. Now that I have this confirmed by somebody who worked at Nintendo that no, they absolutely don't tell retailers this. I won't be covering any more of these retail price leaks or dates on my channel in the future. With a caveat. The problem is we don't know when Nintendo's going to release new product. They shadow dropped the announcement of the Switch OLED. They shadow dropped the announcement of the Switch Lite, and retailers knew the week before. So how do I know when I can pay attention and when I can't? And I think the only way to know is if it's hinting at a new product. If it's a leak that hints at an unannounced new product, okay. But when it's an announced product like Switch 2 is right now, no. So that's the way I'm going to kind of handle things moving forward. And I don't know about you guys on the podcast. If you guys still want to speculate, we can still speculate on price points and release dates. I just don't know. Obviously we should probably leave out the retail stuff. That's my opinion, of course. Sean doesn't work at Nintendo anymore, and maybe they've changed in the couple of years since he left. Maybe they are telling retailers everything. But I kind of feel like this kind of fits with what I suspected, that these companies aren't telling retail shit.
Yeah.
They have no reason.
I'd pay attention more when it's dawn of the first day and only 72 hours remain until the Switch 2 Direct.
And you know what? He made another comment in there. Because everyone loves Walmart Canada.
Yeah,
I think they're leaking directs.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's like, we hate Walmart Canada. We ain't telling them anything. It's like, you want to link them to a direct? They're just following the rumors like everybody else. So it was kind of funny because he has direct knowledge that Nintendo doesn't tell Walmart Canada anything because they leak everything. So they don't tell Walmart Canada anything. So when everyone Walmart Canada said something, so something's gonna happen. No, they're just following the rumors, guys. That's all. They're just doing what we're all doing and banking on. Oh, Nate the Hate said something. Yeah, this is probably happening this month. Let's drop a Nintendo Direct tweet hype, and then get credited like we know something. Literally, they don't know anything, and he literally confirmed straight up they don't even talk to Walmart Canada, and he worked at Nintendo America. They don't even talk to him. So, yeah. When you see retailers being that bold, yeah, Nintendo ain't talking to them. You see people like D-Brand going out there and being like, yeah, we know we have exact CAD models of the Switch. You think Nintendo's talking to them? No. They might have real CAD models, but it ain't from Nintendo. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't want to shoot down everyone. I don't want to shoot down people's hype when they see Walmart Canada do stuff. Just know they're doing it based on the rumors, the same rumors we're already reporting and talking about anyways. They don't actually know if anything's going to happen. Did they put out a direct tweet this month? I don't even know. It would have been hilarious if they did, and then there's no direct. I didn't look. I didn't bother to look at Walmart Canada put out a direct tweet this month. Would have been funny. And maybe they only follow the rumors from Nate the Hate, just so they seem even more credible because Nate the Hate usually is right. Anyway, so I thought that's the stuff that should be reported and talked about. I just wanted to bring it up. Do you guys have any thoughts on this stuff?
No, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense, honestly. A company's going to want to prevent as many leaks as possible, keep things as close to their chest as possible till the right time. Obviously, they don't want that price out there until they're ready to announce it. So giving retailers notice within that 24 or 48 hour window sounds right. I don't know. It's a weird thing to think that people would be leaking it out months in advance. We don't even know when the release date is yet. Yeah. So I think it makes solid sense.
I agree. I don't see why Nintendo would tell retailers they can't be trusted.
No.
Yeah,
We all know that.
Yeah,
we
not
we
at
live
all.
in an era where everything gets leaked. Everyone wants to, get street cred on the
Mhm.
internet, on social media, and leak things out. No one cares if they lose their job
No,
over it. You know what I'm saying?
in
Like,
retail. Not in retail. They
no,
don't.
not in retail, and I can't blame them. But the point is that I would not see them telling any of the retailers early. They're gonna find out maybe a few days before, again, because of pre-orders, because you got to get that stuff set up in the background. You guys both know that. We
Oh,
all
yeah.
know that.
Yeah, and they got to make sure they got. Hey, we got to have staff that day. Managers, you got to maybe work a double that day for pre-order purposes.
Yeah, all that makes sense. I watched the whole episode, and I thought that was probably the most interesting piece of information as well.
Mhm.
He did mention June and the price point, and his speculation is the same as ours. I
Yeah.
didn't glean anything new from it.
Yeah, there's
Um,
nothing really that insightful about it. It was just
It wasn't, but I appreciate it. The
Yeah, being honest.
conversation and listening. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Nothing
it
wrong
helps to know that we're just completely on track and we don't work there. So that's cool.
Yeah.
We never worked there, but we know exactly. We have a very, very, very good idea of what's going on.
yeah. And
There's
how,
confirmation.
yeah, we got confirmation of like a lot of things. I always suspected retail didn't know much, but without knowing, all right, we'll talk about it. But now we know. I think for me, like, yeah, it could just confirmed a lot of things that I've said and talked about in the past. It's really nice to have some of that confirmation and even some of like how he says Nintendo's probably thinking. That's how we've talked about how we thought maybe Nintendo was thinking. So that was kind of neat. But I think for me, what frustrated me was just the actual news in here is being ignored to talk about the price point and the release date, which this guy admitted he doesn't know and has no direct knowledge on. So he's guessing like all of us. So why is that report worthy? Because he used to work at Nintendo? Okay, well, Kit and Krista have given guesses too. I don't see you reporting on that.
I know.
Yeah.
So like, it's kind of like, why? I mean, we all know why they're ignoring the real news, so they can keep making those reports and keep getting those clicks. They don't want to spread the word that retailers don't know anything.
Exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, look, guys, admittedly, that hurts me as a channel, saying that, hey, I now know I can't report on it because I know it's a lie. And if I know it's a lie, I can't put it out there. I can't give that energy. So it actually hurts my channel because it gives me less content to make in terms of that stuff. But I'd rather be honest,
Mhm.
So that's kind of what sucks is I wish it would have been more widely reported. By the way, I'm not claiming nobody reported on it. It's just you weren't seeing the IGNs talk about it. You weren't like, no.
Yeah.
The reputable outlets that should be reporting the real news from the show didn't. They reported speculation as news, which I guess we've gotten used to at this point. It's kind of what everyone's doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways,
If there's anything that the retailers know, it's right now, it's fake leaks that Nintendo's providing them to weed out the leakers and find out where all this horrible shit came from with their console leaking early.
yeah. And again, as the guy said, it is possible they've been told a quarter. Like it is possible Nintendo, in the past has communicated a quarter as an example for like the Switch OLED. So it's possible that they might know a general 3-month window of release, but that would be it. And it wouldn't. Okay, your general 3-month window is what? June, July, August? Cool. Well, that's what everyone's thinking anyway. So like, what are we talking? What are we doing? May, June, July? Okay, cool. That's what everyone's thinking anyways. Anyways, again, this isn't any shade at the guy who said it. This is just how the reports were handled.
Exactly.
The podcast itself was very good. I want everyone actually, if you haven't watched it, go check it out. It was very insightful because one thing I like with the Kit and Krista podcast is, look, we've kind of heard everything from them about the behind the scenes at Nintendo, what they know. But what's really neat is they know a lot of former employees that can come in and bring knowledge they don't have.
Yeah.
And that's cool. So you learn a lot of behind the scenes stuff in the Switch era, especially. And that's probably how Nintendo's still behaving today because a lot of that was still under the current president. So, so there was some other neat stuff here. speaking of reporting, Datre81, fellow YouTuber, you guys should go check him out as well. He discovered an NVIDIA employee who has seemingly been working on the Nintendo Switch 2 chip since October of 2017. He is the lead designer on the CPU for that chip. Now, there's been a lot of pushback on this, being like, oh, well, you can't guarantee that's what he was doing, or you can't. Okay, you're 100% correct in that I can't tell you because I'm not the one who's working on it. I can only read a LinkedIn profile and come to my own conclusions, right? That's all anyone can really do, right? We're not that person. And so people thinking, well, there's no way they're working on Switch 2 in 2017. Well, I've drug up some quotes from Nintendo, one from this generation and one from the Iwata era. So let's go with the one from this generation. All right. So this quote came from Toru Yamashita, Deputy General Manager of Nintendo Technology and Development Department. Pretty important person in the hardware department, right? He's the general manager of their general technology development at the whole company. Yeah, he probably knows what he's talking about. And he said this in an Ask Nintendo interview back in 2021. At Nintendo, we tend to say that whenever we release new hardware, we immediately start thinking about the next one. But this doesn't only mean that we're working on new product development, but we're also constantly working on what can still be done to products even after they are released. So what he's basically saying is we immediately start working on the next product, but we're also thinking about the products we release in between. Your Switch Lites, your Switch OLEDs, right? The revision products. So he's basically, as soon as the product's out, we're already working on the next one. But we're also working on some revisions for the current. So that's just someone at Nintendo straight up saying, absolutely, we work on stuff right away. He just told you straight out in 2021. So absolutely, Switch 2 was being worked on in 2017. But if you don't want to say that, oh, it was just a conversation about Switch 2, well, let's go back even further. So to further hammer this home, Satoru Iwata, the late Satoru Iwata, brought this up during the Wii era in an Iwata Asks. I missed the Iwata Asks. The Ask Nintendo things are good. The Iwata Asks was just different, man. It just was, because Satoru Iwata was a game developer.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked like pertinent questions that fans would actually want to know about game development. The current Ask series Nintendo does now and then is still good, but it's very marketing focused. It doesn't doesn't dive too deep into the deep details. Still fun though. I'm glad Nintendo at least kept the series going. That being said, Genu Takada, back in an Iwata Ask segment, back during the Wii era, he was the general manager of Integrated Research and Development Division at that time. So again, involved in being a manager for helping develop new hardware, said the following: we started developing Wii, and this is important, right after we launched the GameCube. As soon as we complete one system, we work on the next. Yeah. So this isn't like a new thing for Nintendo. Oh. So even if this employee didn't start working on the CPU in 2017, the system was being worked on in 2017. So the reason that this all matters is because when you think about, there is something unique about this situation. I want to be very clear, because one thing I left out of the quote from the Wii era was that he went on to say that we're always trying to take current technology and adapt it in a new way. And the one thing about the quote that that the potential of the 2017 thing is the chip being made for Switch 2, the T239, doesn't exist in any other product, which means it's a fully custom chip from the ground up. And if it's been in creation since 2017, the idea would be there's no way to approximate its performance because it's not comparable to anything on the market, including the T234. That was like the big takeaway from the Datre video. And this would be the first time in Nintendo's history that this is the key part. Nintendo's never used a fully custom from the ground up chip before. It's always been something current adapted to them. So people talk about, oh, they just use it off the shelf. You're right. It was a mostly off the shelf Tegra X1. But all their prior systems were pretty much off the shelf stuff too. And that was admitted by, what was his name again? That was admitted by Genu Takada, that we adapting things that currently exist to our use. Well, back in 2017, you know what didn't exist? The 3000 series GPUs. You know what also didn't exist? The A78C, that's reportedly the CPU in the system, those came out in 2021 and 2022. Didn't exist in 2017. So that's the interesting part here is even if you want to say we can't read the LinkedIn profile correctly, Switch 2's been in the works for 8 years. Just factually. Nintendo told us in an interview in 2021, even though they didn't say Switch 2 because it wasn't announced yet. And in the Iwata Ask series, they told us that this is just what Nintendo does. Product comes out, we work on that. I bet you this is true of almost every company, by the way. Any hardware company. And then, in fact, if you're Apple, right now you're probably working on the next 4 iPhones. Not just the next one, you know.
Well, it's like, what do you do after the new console's out?
Yeah, the hardware team just stopped working.
You just stop working for like
Take 4 years off.
4 years?
Yeah.
No, for real.
And
You
then
know, like people got to think about that. Come on.
Yeah. You don't wait 5 years and go, so what do we do now?
Yeah, it's about
What
time.
do we do next?
You don't lay them off.
Maybe we should think of something, guys. Yeah. No, this one seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, of course. You finish your project. Now you dive deep into R&D. And especially with Nintendo, a company that constantly innovates and strives to bring new ways to play for gamers, even with the Switch 2, which is probably their most iterative console since the launch of the Wii, you better believe they did R&D and probably did tons of experimentation that we'll never know about new and unique ways to play. Obviously, mouse mode landed somewhere in that pass, and maybe the Switch 2 has features that we just don't know about yet that we'll find out on the big direct coming in April. But R&D is huge. Didn't Nintendo also just open up a huge building specifically for R&D? Am I getting my facts wrong here? I feel like they not that long ago they opened a big R&D building.
They have a second building for their HQ. It hasn't opened yet. I think it opens this year. It was supposed to open
Okay.
but it's been delayed for whatever reasons. And that was because they outgrew their current headquarters. And a huge part of that was going to be for their R&D team, but then they were still going to put game development in there as well. Which I don't know. Nintendo's going to move people around. It's on their main Kyoto campus. So, and it's officially called a campus. It'll finally have multiple buildings. Nintendo, they bought up a lot. They bought up a ton of land around their headquarters, like it was like 8 years ago. I think this next building is just the beginning of a much more long-term, really building out that area to be like the HQ of Nintendo, kind of like Apple and Microsoft have kind of done, like really build that out.
It's so cool though, if you think about it.
Right now, their next headquarters is in Tokyo, and I don't think they're going to close that one down because they have a lot of development studios that work out of it. But yeah, kind of cool. Nintendo expanding at a time when other people are shrinking. Fun fact: Nintendo over the course of the Switch era has increased their employees by 2,000. That's insane. Kind of crazy. Consider the industry we're in, man.
Yeah, mass shrinkage.
Yeah, in 2025, there's like a site that's tracking like all the layoffs. It's crazy. I saw it in the RGT's video today. I was like, dude, 2 months in.
Yeah.
So many.
So wild.
That's why I saw it in his video today. You know, I was talking to, again, this is probably the stuff Michaela just doesn't want to like talk about. I'm talking to her about this at like 11 at night in bed. And she's like not even awake. I'm like, babe, do you remember when we were in the living room and I was watching that game show on TV, the live stream? It was the Sony State of Play, and I saw Suicide Squad. And do you remember it was the first time we saw it? And I told you immediately that this game is going to bomb so bad that people are going to lose their jobs over it. I was like, remember? And she's like, yeah, you know, she's like half asleep. Yeah, I remember. I'm like, it's still happening. Because you know, I kept her up to date when the game came out and it bombed. And then I was like, babe, I'm like, they just closed 3 studios today. One of them, the San Diego studio, has been developers for over 30 years, that studio. I'm like, all because of Suicide Squad. I'm like, I told you it's suicide. Like literally, I told her this game is suicide. You can't do this. It's horrible. Like,
Stash,
it was so obvious.
Does she like video games?
She games. I mean, she ain't You know,
Okay.
not like us.
It's so great if she didn't like games at all.
Yeah, but I
These,
was like, I was just
things
getting
are-
into it last night, telling her about
Yeah.
it, and she's literally like 95% sleeping.
Yeah.
That's so good. I love it.
Don't really give a shit.
I was just mad though. I'm like, you know what the fuck are you releasing this game for? Right?
You could,
Give us a Batman Arkham game. That's what we want. You would have made money on it. You release this horse shit because
now
you
you're
just want to make money.
Dude,
You-
it's the suits.
It's the suits. I know it
It's
is. And
the
RGT is 100% right. And I have been saying this for years. I don't go on my channel and talk about it, but I've been saying it for freaking years. It's so annoying, dude. It's always the suits. And I
Yeah.
know this from working
When a
all the
company's-
years in corporate. People don't know what they're doing. I have to actually help. I had to help so many people in corporate who had no idea what the fuck they're doing. It's like, you can't go
Yeah.
talk to people like this. You have no idea how to do their job. You can't tell them how to do their job. You don't even know how to do it. And so I was always the source because I'm the one who started from the bottom and went up. So I did all these
Yeah.
jobs. And you had all these people who worked in corporate who have never done these jobs. It's like, well, we can save face by asking Steve, you know? It's like, fucking hey, dude. I can't stand it. I get heated about it just because I worked in corporate so long. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I know all this shit's happening in video games right now. I just know it is. I've seen it. I've seen this movie.
see, this is what I appreciate about Nintendo. People that made the game decisions all came from making games.
Absolutely. They don't focus on it when Nintendo makes a game. It's not like, how does this increase revenue and company growth? It's, is this game fun? Are people going to like this? Are people going to have fun? Fun is at the core of their development. It's what's lacking in AAA gaming. It's how can we make the most money? What's
Yeah.
the quickest route to money? Games of service. Even though it's like your chance of survival, and they cannibalize each other, and they take studios who have no experience with online games and throw them into the furnace where they're like, I don't know if this is a good idea. Shut up and do what your corporate masters say. It's an actual
Yeah.
conversation.
They got to stop chasing trends from 5 years ago. Trends are trends for a reason. It's because you
Yeah.
caught lightning in a bottle and now it's trending.
Yep.
That doesn't mean you go out and try and make a game today with how long game development takes now. It's like, what kind of brain do you have, dude? That is so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that is so stupid.
Yeah, who thought
And we all know that.
was a good idea? You're
Oh
gonna
my God.
chase Paladins and Overwatch 10 years late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's brutal. You're playing catch up.
But if you're gonna chase, well, $400 million budget game? No, you chase it with some like cheap indie title with a unique concept. Not a AAA $400 million. You're not gonna. No one's gonna care. They have established games they're already playing. They're not gonna. Well, Marvel Rivals. Okay, that's a rare one, but it's because it's
it's a
Marvel.
massive license.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the license.
Yeah.
It's so huge. You didn't have
Yeah,
that kind of license. You were trying to do something new with a new IP. No, stop.
Yeah.
You got to make games for the right reasons, right? The right reasons. Or you got to make video games because you're trying to genuinely make a great video game, a great work of art. And when you do things for the right reasons, money follows. But when you do it in the wrong order, which is I want to make money and I don't really care how great the game is, I'm just trying to see how I can make the most money. That's when everything screws up, man. That's the wrong formula. Yet that's the formula that's being used by a lot of these AAA developers. And again, I agree with RGT in that things have been falling apart for a long time when it comes to AAA development. Like there is a crash within AAA development. That doesn't mean everything, and it doesn't mean everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think the industry is crashing, but the
The industry's
part,
not.
the AAA aspect is.
No, and everyone
Yeah.
should be thanking indie games.
Yeah,
Indies helped a lot to keep things like level-headed and afloat.
Indiana's dire. You know, and then
That's
you have
what-
Nintendo that didn't chase anything and just
No.
said,
Dude,
We just
nothing.
want to make
Like-
great games.
hey, single player
Dude,
games are dying out. We got to chase multiplayer. Look, we'll have our multiplayer. We're still making single player games. Oh, and our single player games are selling 30 million.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude, Nintendo was the company that like, oh yeah, we'll make a battle royale game. we'll do Mario 35 and Tetris 99
Yeah.
and F-Zero 99. Like games that are friggin' fun, kick ass, and aren't gonna tank companies. You know what I mean?
And kind of
they're awesome.
And they build on a concept Nintendo did back in the 90s with the
Yeah.
World Championships.
Sure.
Like it's just building on something Nintendo already knows people like, and it looks
Yeah.
nothing like other battle royale games. Like, yeah, it is, guys. Tetris 99 is a battle royale game.
Yep. Through and through.
But it's nothing like any of the ones you think about when you think about the Fortnites and the War Zones. It's nothing like those games. It's so
rad.
fundamentally different. It feels weird to call it a battle royale, but that is what it is technically. And obviously with really popular IP. Again, why could Marvel Rivals succeed where Concord couldn't? Really, really popular IP with characters people want to play. That was the difference there.
Yeah.
Trying to establish a new IP like Nintendo did with Splatoon. Splatoon was a risk. That wasn't a high budget game. That was a risk for Nintendo, the original Splatoon. And it paid off. But they didn't do it by making a $400 million budget game. Like they were probably going to make their money back on it if it only sold 2 million. Yeah. So
and it worked. You know, it was a game that worked.
Yeah, it worked. And again, obviously its own unique concept, Squid Kid Inc. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like, I'm not saying Nintendo doesn't sometimes dabble in chasing certain trends, but they do it cheaply. They don't put all their eggs in that basket and then have a massive red mark on their finances when that game bombs, because they didn't stop making all the successful games along the way, and they're not over budgeting. Like one of my biggest things in the AAA industry is the over budgeting. Well, you don't understand.
Insane.
It's so hard. We need to spend, 200, 300 million to make Spider-Man 2. I'm like, okay, licensing fees aside, why? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 just came out and it had a budget of like 10 million.
Exactly.
And that game's incredible and doing incredibly well and already profitable right now at 2 million sales. What are we doing? Didn't the developers of Hellblade leave AAA to prove you didn't need to spend that kind of money to make a AAA game? And then they made Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, and it went on to sell millions and make them a shitload of money to the point that Microsoft actually wanted to buy them because they just proved a concept that everyone knows is possible. But for some reason, I don't know if it's the suits. It probably is the suits making these decisions that we need to hire hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of developers to make this game and push the visuals, and you got to get the graphics to the max, and you got to push the new 5090 to the extreme for your 8K that less than a 0.092% of people are ever going to experience. For what? For what? Why can't you make games for 50 million and less that are in the AAA space? There's people out there that say Nintendo games aren't AAA because they're not 200, 300, 400. Fuck that. Don't be AAA then. It's failing. That is failing. There's only very select games that can do it. Call of Duty, again, and they didn't start out doing it. They built themselves up, establishing the IP to afford that budget. The Zelda team, that is actually one Nintendo does. It looks like spend about 150, 200 million, AAA kind of money. But they built up to it.
But even so, I'm glad you mentioned Zelda, because it's wild that we live in a world where Breath of the Wild needs to sell less copies to be successful than so many other lesser experiences that are AAA games. Like even I think it was this one's a bit older, but the Tomb Raider reboot that was fantastic, by the way. But that first game, if I remember, had to sell way more copies than Breath of the Wild ended up needing to sell to be profitable. Like that's wild to me.
Like 5 million or something. I think it had to hit to be profitable. And they were pretty confident they'd hit 5. They didn't know it was going to be as big as it was. But and Tears of the Kingdom had a higher budget than Breath of the Wild, but that's because of the success of Breath of the Wild. They figured, well, we're selling 10 million at least. Let's give it a bigger budget. Again, Nintendo giving budgets appropriate to the sales of it. And when it's something new, like an ARMS, you use a much smaller budget and you see what happens.
Test the waters.
You test the waters. It takes off. You put more into the next game. That's what Nintendo's strategy has always been. And sometimes they don't have to put more. But then you look at the next 3D Mario. Guess what? The last 3D Mario is the best-selling 3D Mario of all time. Now they spent 8 years making the next one. It's going to be the biggest budget 3D Mario game of all time. Why? Because the last one sold 25 million, unlike any 3D Mario ever. So they're going to put way more money into the next one because the last game already afforded the budget for this game. This game could sell 0 copies and they're probably still ahead off Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
That's how you do your budgeting.
Yeah.
So yeah, this might be the first ever $100 million Mario game. And you know what? They're probably going to cook and sell 10, 15, 20 million and be profitable at 8 million in sales. Like the budgets have gotten out of hand. The chasing the also, I know some Western developers, the weird way they develop games. They'll have like this studio over here develops like, okay, you're developing the core animations, but this one over here, you're working on the multiplayer. And then this one over here, you're working on the story and you're working on the walking animation. This one over here, you're actually working on the textures, and they work in completely different parts of the world.
And then
then
staple it together.
After like 3 years, now you got to bring it all together and make it a cohesive game. I'm like, what are we doing?
Frankenstein.
No wonder the games are broken.
Yeah.
What are we doing? That
Yeah.
can't be video. Well, literally, that's rumored to be what Bandai Namco was attempting to do with Metroid Prime 4. That they had like 3 studios and trying to bring it together, and Nintendo's like, what? What is this?
I hate the stigma that's been created with the new generation consoles around AA games, because AA games are rad. They're so rad, and they're so healthy for a console. One of the worst things that Sony ever did with PS5, in my opinion, was they basically got rid of their big like AA games push. They got rid of a bunch of their Japanese studios. They're like, we want the biggest, best, most cinematic, most powerful games you've ever seen. And then I think about a series like, and I really hope we get a dump of all these on Switch too, because I think it would do fantastic. The Yakuza series, which has always been kind of AA. They never went outside of their budget, and now look at it. They had a game that could have been a game of the year, the Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Extreme popularity. The games are getting bigger and better.
Yeah.
Japanese studios rock. I don't know why Sony especially has abandoned that. Nintendo's smart.
Either.
They've got all those great AA games to fill in the blanks. Because yeah, big games take work. Your big mainline Zelda game takes work. Your big 3D Mario mainline game takes work. It takes time. How do we fill in the gaps? We put in excellent AA games like Bayonetta that kick ass, you know?
Yeah.
So gotta support AA, because so many of them are so good. They don't have all the prettiest textures, but ultimately, is that really what matters, or is it your experience and the fun you're having?
I mean, look, the best thing that happened to Sony was Astrobot last year.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the first AA game in ages. And it won the Game of the Year. It beat out all the big AAAs.
Yep.
Why? Because they made an incredibly fun 3D platformer at a time when Nintendo is seemingly the only company doing it, besides some indies. And it's awesome. It's amazing. It's fun, and it reviewed well. Now, did it have the greatest sales? No, 1.5 million. But you know what they said? They were profitable at 1.5 million. Imagine, Sony. Profits. I know you have a hard time with that sometimes in your gaming space. You're 31 billion in debt. Profits. Sound good to me. So it looks good on the spreadsheet.
Yeah. I want to throw one extra thing in here, just because I said there's a comment that says just because you hate AAA games doesn't mean these devs should stop making it. I want to clarify, I have no hate for AAA games. I love AAA games. So, some of my favorite games over the last couple of years have been AAA. The Final Fantasy games that they've redone that are stunning and hit all the
Final Fantasy 7, remake, rebirth.
Absolutely.
The Last of Us. I loved part 1, part 2. I play all the we play all the video games. We're not talking about
Hogwarts Legacy
AAA game. Hey, we're talking about big bloated budgets and how one bad release can tank
the whole studio.
All these other studios, and it's unfortunate because it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that bloated. And you can look at other developers as a template to emulate off of their success. Like, hey, how can this developer with, only 20% of the amount of employees that this company has, and they're making all this money and their games are selling consistently high numbers, and we have hundreds more employees, and we're failing.
Mhm.
Like it doesn't have to be that bloated, and it doesn't have to be that way. There's templates out there to follow, is what we're saying. So I don't think any of us have any hate for AAA games.
No.
Yeah.
Ever.
No, what's
I
happening
mean,
now
bigger
is-
and better is great.
Yeah, what's happening now is a repercussion of the industry going in a singular direction for too long.
Yeah.
Chasing the same things for too long. It worked really well during the 360, PS3, and even the PS4 era. It worked really well to big budget, throw your people at it. The games didn't take 6 years to make; they were taking 3 to 4 years. You were getting them out a little bit quicker. You were seeing sales returns quicker, and there weren't you weren't necessarily chasing games as a service at the time either. And it worked, but it worked in the present. It wasn't very forward thinking. You were so worried about today's profits instead of 10 years down the road. Thinking, is this sustainable 10 years from now? No, it's proven it's not. And that's what's happening. And again, for certain franchises, absolutely. The Call of Duty stuff, absolutely. The biggest budget game in the world is going to be GTA 6. Absolutely can justify it. You sell 200 million copies of a game, you have an unlimited budget. That's life. That's fine.
Yeah.
But those are the exceptions.
Yeah.
No, you think, does anyone think they're spending up, because this might be $1 billion game, GTA 6 potentially spent $1 billion on the That's crazy.
I know, seriously.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that, but yeah.
They made like hundreds of billions on GTA 5. So like drop in the bucket for Rockstar. But here's the thing. You think they're spending that kind of money on a new IP? No. Hell, fuck no. They're not stupid. I'll put $1 billion into a new IP. That would maybe sink Rockstar in general when that IP doesn't make that money back. They're not stupid. So, and that's an example of a company that does have big budgets, but they didn't start that way. GTA started small teams, small budgets, worked their way up. Red Dead started small, worked their way up.
They exploded.
Bully was made with a small team, small budget. Like, that's how you start new IPs. You don't try to go shoot for the moon with your very first game in a new IP. Even like Black Myth Wukong, great example. That was a smaller team in China, 25 million in sales. The next game is going to have a bigger budget. That's how you do it. You build off the success. You don't invest hundreds of millions into an unknown.
Yeah. Like I think specifically what we're talking about also is like AAA, big budget, trend chasing, live service.
Just
how can I milk the most out of my customer bullshit is what is really
gotcha
hurting the industry. Yes.
Because they make me lots of money now. Okay, but when people are tired of that, what's left a decade from now?
Yeah.
The next game. Are people going to put up with this bullshit for another game? No, they're not. They're just not. They're not going to. Look, yeah, Battlefront. Amazing Star Wars franchise. Yeah, the game's fun to play. Ruined by your gotcha mechanic microtransaction bullshit.
Yep.
If that's in the next game, your sales are going to be halved, if not worse.
Yeah, we just want actual video games. Just give us video games, okay? Don't give us a video game that has sales pitches everywhere. Like I don't want to be hit with a splash page every time I sign into NBA 2K asking me if I want to buy these packs. And I have to literally wait for the splash page to load so I can press no.
Yeah, I know.
If I press X too fast, it'll take me into it to almost buy it. I'm like, God, stop. Like everywhere, bro. We don't want this. I already bought the game.
All the time.
Yeah, just let me play the game. Just let me play.
Didn't realize it was. Just wait. I heard somewhere that EA had a brilliant idea of actually bringing live commercials into the games.
I heard that.
Yeah,
like
Netflix with ads, now with Madden as well.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah,
They're gonna start doing product placement and stuff.
Like,
dude, imagine if you got like prescription commercials.
Like,
those are the worst.
If Madden was advertising tonight's Thursday night football game, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, you're a football. You're based on this product.
I mean, product placements. I don't have an issue with. Like if they put like a ad in the background of the game, That's not bad.
Yeah.
But when they interrupt your game to show you an actual fucking commercial, that's when I have a problem.
Yeah,
Same.
I don't need to have you play NBA 2K and you have the announcers talking to them. But hey, but first a message from our sponsors. I mean, this better be funny or some shit. No, it's a real ad. Get the fuck out of my game. What are we doing?
Right.
Yeah, like if I got a
Yeah.
halftime show sponsored by Pfizer or some shit, I'd be like, I'm uninstalling this game.
I'm like, it's fine if you want to say, hey, here's a halftime show. This halftime show is sponsored by Verizon. Okay. Now don't go to a commercial. Don't you dare bring up that. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say it's sponsored by, this
sponsored by
halftime show is
Verizon, and it's like
sponsored by
it's
Verizon,
on the billboard above their head when they're talking about the
Done.
half. Fine, but you can't like jump to a real commercial. You can't. It's a video game.
No.
Well, this is reality. You're right. And one thing we don't like about reality is the commercials. Now we understand the commercials pay the bills, and we'll put up with it. And there's timeouts, and I get it's fine.
I can go walk away and go to the bathroom.
I've accepted commercials during live sports.
Right.
I'm cool with that. But this isn't a live sport. This is a video game. I'm here to play the game.
Now, if someone in your game just happens to be using stick fix, personally don't see there, being anything wrong with that. But that's just me.
Yeah, when I load up Madden tomorrow and I see a stick fix ad, it's the only acceptable ad. The only one.
Yep.
The only one. All right. Let's get to the super chatty questions in here. We got our first one here from ASMR Alex, just saying cute twink alert is what it is. You're welcome. I actually don't know what the comment was about. It was so long ago. So
I don't know what that.
I don't know what it was about at all. Taker 610. Big miss for the usually bulletproof PH Brazil. I mean, he's not bulletproof. I'll give you one other example. I won't go for that far back. He was still pretty confident late last year that Switch 2 was going to come out in March because that's what he had heard and he hadn't been updated on it. And obviously, we're about to enter March and Switch 2 is not coming out because the direct for it's in April. It'd be kind of awkward. But for the most part, he was probably right about the delay. He's been right about other directs. So like I would say PH Brazil is still fairly reliable.
That's why they put usually.
But he's not always right. And he admitted it during this month. I wish he would have told us sooner that it was single sourced, so you would know. Okay, it's worth talking about, but this is less reliable than his usual reports. But hey, that's all right. I can understand why he probably put a lot of faith in this person because he was the first one to tell him about the dual direct in August, and that ended up happening. So I could see why he put a bit more faith in this one and didn't feel like he had to note it until he started having doubts himself. Dominic Brawler says, got a question for the hardcore old school gamers. Who all 100% is Super Mario World? I've never actually 100%ed it.
I did.
I know you did, Stash.
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Yep. I'm not just talking about top secret area. I mean the whole special road, and how about Soda Lake? If you know, you know. I don't know. And that makes me sad. And now I'm going to be Googling Soda Lake Super Mario World tonight.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Damn it. I don't know that one. Jorge says, which dev should make an F-Zero game if no one from Nintendo appears interested? Who made that the fast racing RMX or whatever at the beginning of Switch?
Oh, yeah.
Like it's basically a clone of F-Zero.
Yeah.
They'd be a good.
That was developer was Shinin Multimedia. They published it too.
There we go. See, so a team that's already made a game similar to it, that would give me some more faith that they would nail it. And they'd probably have a lot of respect for the IP because that's what inspired them. Besides that, I'm cool. Platinum Games would take a crack at it.
I really want an F-Zero game that's a little bit like Forza Horizon, where it's open world and you can enter races in the open world and Grand Prix and stuff like that. I don't know who would be the right company for the job on that one, but man, just that open world kind of cyberpunk future sci-fi city flying through and stuff, I think would be really cool.
So
That's
another
a good
one,
idea.
another one I'm thinking of is this is a while back, but Star Wars Pod Racer gave me similar vibe, and it looks like it was Aspire was the primary developer, along with Lucas, obviously Lucas Games and PAX Softnica. So I don't know if that team is probably not together anymore, the team that actually did that game. But it's just speaking of people that I have experience to be able to do it.
They're supposed to be working on KOTOR remake.
Yeah,
Aspire.
that's what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Hope so.
Hope it's good.
Hope it's not canned.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean like Wonder Woman?
Yeah, you know what? I was talking to her about that too last night. I said the one game. I said it says right in there that they want to keep making like Harry Potter, which remember I talked about, the director's cut.
Yep.
That's coming, guarantee it. But that, and I said DC games. I said, but get this. They canceled the Wonder Woman game. That's a DC game. So what are we doing? You guys are saying we're canceling DC games. Or we're gonna focus on DC games, but we're not gonna make Wonder Woman. That's canceled. And apparently it looked
hundreds
great.
of millions of dollars down the drain.
Yeah,
We just talked about this.
I would have played that. I would have bought
dollars.
that. I would have bought that. That looked cool. Like the idea of it was really cool. I'm like, imagine if it's like Batman, but it's Wonder Woman and it's its own take, but it's like kind of that kind of world, right? I'm like, this would have been great. This is all we want.
And there's ways to do things right. Like I think Machine Games did it right with Indie.
Oh God, they cooked so hard with that. So good.
Nailed it. I can't wait for it to hit PS5. It should be hitting it soon because that's where the sales are going to be at. Like that game needs more sales, and it's not going to happen until it hits PS5. So
yeah, I'll double dip. I already said it in my review. I'm double dipping because the review or not the DLC's coming out in the spring. So I presume it's going to be the same date.
So bring back Pilot Wings and Wave Race, says Plucky69. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
It's time.
Please.
Nintendo have been randomly bringing back Famicom Detective Club. You can bring these back. Come on. Come on. You brought back those games. I know the guy still works. The guy who made the game still works at Nintendo, but come on. Wave Race should have been back a long time ago.
Yep.
So Demar Brawler says, I miss cheat codes. Who remembers playing as Clinton in NBA Jam on SNES? Yep. Or using big head modes in NFL Blitz and N64. Nostalgia, baby.
Yeah.
Of course. Yep.
Cheat codes still exist on PC games. They never really went away. There's several like modern PC games that still support cheat codes. It makes them fun. The Sims is one that's always just supported cheat codes. But yeah, like it used to be a thing on console games, and that it's really gone away in the console space.
That's the best.
Fun. It's fun. Like multiplayer games is where it was like the best, the absolute best.
Yep. Dude, I loved all of the codes in GoldenEye, the paintball, the big head mode, unlimited ammo, golden gun, all that stuff. So much fun. I missed the Game Shark too. That was fun. Plug your game in and experiment with all the cheats on there.
And again, people still cheat and stuff, whether it's through emulation or on PC in general. You can just modify games. So, I miss it. It still exists in very small modicums, but I mean, there's probably some indie games out there that support it, but it's still just, it's kind of like a bygone era of console gaming. And, now if it's there and a AAA studio made it, well, that cheat code is going to cost you $19.99.
Right.
Or it doesn't work. Oh, you looked it up online. Too bad. You got to pay $19.99 to unlock it. Taker6 says a No February Direct tells me that AZ and MP4 are cross-gen.
Look at that. We got Taker calling it Pokemon AZ now, too.
Yeah.
It's catching on.
ZA. So the MP4 one is obviously just, we just speculate. Mouse mode makes sense. ZA is the one that like I wasn't very confident in, but then someone pointed out that there's actually hints at it in the Terra leak that there might be a Switch 2 version, or at least one that was partially worked on at one point. So sure, maybe. I have no idea. Look, the Switch 2 can play the games either way. So sure,
right?
Why not?
Hell yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I'll say this for Game Freak, can we just get one version that works well?
I mean,
that's out of 2, please.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if I really want them developing for 2 platforms. We're struggling with one. Right? Can we get it right?
It really upsets me too. of like all the companies, like they pull in so much money.
Yeah, dude.
It
They're the ones that
really bothers me when people say, yeah, but they're new to 3D. I'm like, dude, there's companies that are starting up and making their very first game ever that are bringing something more polished and you know,
And, like,
worthwhile to the table.
it can't be a budget issue. This team makes so much fucking money.
Dude, one of the most lucrative gaming companies out there.
I think when you consider the budgets of the games, like, dude, it is insanely
Pure
profit.
profit.
They're selling $60 games, spending $10 million to make it, and they're selling 20 million copies at full price. Like, that's just, they are insanely profitable. I know it's a philosophy of theirs, and I'm cool with them spending less. I actually don't mind the smaller budget. Hey man, can we increase it a little bit and get some better polish?
Yeah.
Please. The game's got to at least be polished. If you're not going to make them look prettier, you can't be releasing Falling Through the World, and just the crazy bugs in Scarlet and Violet are just unacceptable to me.
Yeah,
And
stop motion children in the classroom.
They're
Do you guys
so
remember that in Scarlet and Violet?
it's
all
so unacceptable. Nintendo themselves came out to apologize. You got the parent company pissed off. So that's why I kind of think ZA and Gen 10 might not have performance problems, because Nintendo's pissed. Nintendo's never had to apologize for bugs in a game before. And Nintendo had to come out and make a statement. Like that's mommy and daddy are not happy. Well, yeah, you made us some money, but all everyone's talking about, even to this day, they're not talking about the cool, fun, innovative things you did. They're talking about how shit-tastic the game is when you play it. Yeah.
They need to bring back that Nintendo seal of quality and require it. You can't release your game until it
Hey,
has.
they renewed the trademark. You never know. Maybe they renewed it specifically for the Pokemon company to be like, you can't release the game till it gets our seal of quality.
Right.
Yeah.
You alone are required of all the studios to meet the seal of quality standards. Everyone else, well, what about Goodfield? Well, Grezzo, they had hiccups and echoes of wisdom. You didn't fall through the game world, did you?
Yeah.
Did you? No. Okay,
Yeah.
Grezzo get the pass.
I can stand some small hiccups here and there.
Yeah,
but
the hiccups are annoying.
breaking actual things is not cool.
When you use the echoes, they just worked.
Yeah.
It wasn't throw a Pokeball and maybe the Pokemon doesn't come out, because instead a bigger version of your head happens.
Right.
Why? The bugs
Well, not only that, like echoes, you got to give credit with all the different echoes that you collect and the different ways you combine them and use them to solve puzzles. There's a lot of game breakiness that could possibly happen, and the game works amazing. Whereas Pokemon, they're not really doing anything to challenge and really innovate. I mean, they innovate series with Arceus,
Arceus. The sole issue in Scarlet and Violet was just frame rates, people would be upset, but not as upset. That's it. That's the only issue in Echoes. But that's the problem. That's the tip of the iceberg of problems in Scarlet and Violet. And for a studio that your games are selling minimum 15 million, you just minimum, just on brand alone. Okay, put some fucking money into your game. God damn it. Polish the fuck out. Nintendo took a whole year to polish Tears of the Kingdom. A game that sold less than Scarlet and Violet.
They're like Nintendo's Bethesda, where they just release broken games every time. It's gonna sell tens of millions of copies, dude. I'm curious if Bethesda's actually gonna care about bugs, because it seems like people's like tolerance for their games is just dwindling.
It's the same bugs every game. Everyone just knows. We already know what the bug is. Are we willing to play with it or not? Because we've been playing with it for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like for some reason we can't update our engine and fix the bugs. It's fine. I don't understand, but they keep getting away with it. I mean, their games are fun.
Yeah.
But at some point we have the same bug in every game. It's kind of a joke at this point.
Yeah.
Boo Minnie says, with that said, we could be getting Ocarina of Time remake tomorrow. Well, I mean, that would be nice. It's Pokemon Day. I highly doubt they're going to overshadow Pokemon Day with Ocarina of Time remake. That's all anyone would talk about tomorrow. But thank you, Gamer Classic, for providing me with hope.
Did I say that tonight? I don't think I said that.
I don't think you said tomorrow. I don't think tomorrow was the statement. Maybe you were saying that we could get shadow dropped, and so then you're just hoping it's tomorrow.
This person's gonna have a vendetta against me when their hopes are shattered tomorrow. He said it was happening.
Not you, Game Bird.
Yeah.
Um,
There you go.
this 502 was just to hit the 69 for the beer I chugged earlier. Thank you so much. Appreciate it with the winky face. No, I did not burp in the microphone. Look, after I pissed off Roger's
Yeah,
face,
right.
I got to back
Right.
off from the burp. Apparently. So I did burp, but I did it as quiet as I possibly could. Boom Eddie came in with another two, said, have any of you played Balatro?
Mhm.
If so, what are your thoughts?
Good game.
Good. It's really good.
Very good game.
I have not played it. I'm afraid.
It's addicting.
I like gambling card games, and I have
Yeah.
a feeling I'll put it on my phone and it'll be 10 hours later.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't played it yet. And
Like,
I own it.
Oh, you do?
I have it physically.
It's just knowing me, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I know I'm going to love it, but I also know it needs to happen at a time when for some reason there's like a massive gap in game releases.
Yep.
Or I'll say this, when we go on our trip, if I'm stuck in the airport and we're have all these flight delays,
Mhm.
yeah, I could play my Switch. I get it. I could. And I probably will play it a little bit. But, you know, that's the time between there and the 3-hour flight and everything in between. Well, it's not a 3-hour flight, but whatever.
I think it is.
there might be time to get it all in. I think one way is 3 hours. The other
Yeah.
way is not. It's
Yeah,
wind
it's-
shit.
yeah.
Anyways, so maybe I'll have thoughts on it later. I know it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people play it.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh my fucking god, it's a new way to play poker.
Mhm.
I am.
It is fun.
Oh fuck. Oh, I love poker.
It is
Yeah.
fun.
Shit. Did I still do poker nights once in a while with cash poker hand? I just
We do every holiday. We have my whole life. We play cards. We always have. We play poker. We played Hold'em long before anyone talked about it on ESPN.
popular, yeah.
My family's been doing it for literally since they came to the United States from Italy. Been playing cards, so
Illegal
yeah,
gambling.
I love poker. Love
So-
it. We all love it, man.
What you're saying is, whenever we get the crew together to an in-person show the night before,
Oh yeah, that would be so fun.
we're doing cash hand
Oh,
poker,
God.
baby. $20 buy-in. We'll make it easy. We'll do quarter, 50-cent, small blind, big blind.
Oh,
We'll make
God.
it cheap.
Yeah.
Well,
Dude.
why can't you spend $1,000 to buy into the game?
Yeah, right.
When I
We
was
gotta,
like,
we gotta do it. Guys, you got it all wrong. We got to do our Switch libraries.
Bet the Switch game. I raise
There's like
you.
a mountain of Switch games.
I raise you. Tears of the Kingdom and Splatoon 4. Well, I match that with everybody's 1-2 Switch. And what are you talking about? That is not equal value.
That's when you're scared.
Well, I just looked
Wait.
up MSRP, and
Wait,
MSRP
wait,
is still
hold on.
$59.99. So
It-
suck it.
If Stash goes all in, does that mean he's got his whole gaming collection?
Yeah, but see, it don't matter. You got to match it. You got to match the all in. It
You're
doesn't
right, yeah,
matter.
yeah, right,
I got a
yeah.
feeling
mean,
you'll be pulling
yeah.
98% of it back.
Well, I mean, yeah, but all in. Holy crap!
Anyways, that would be fun. All right.
that would be-
Oh, let's see here. Wink to Man said $5. So, do you think they'll announce an NSO system in the Switch to Direct, GameCube, Dreamcast? I think if there's a new tier, yes,
Mm.
they'll announce
Yeah,
multiple systems, even if it's not like, hey, day one we're gonna have So it's going to be all about like how much they want to explain how NSO is different and or the same on Switch 2 during that Direct. And if they're going to be like, it's different, well, hey, we can now do systems we couldn't before. We added a new tier or something, then yeah.
Mhm.
So it's going to be really like they could just not do it. Obviously, not talk about it at all, just focus on the new games and stuff. But if they feel like this could be a selling point where people might buy NSO preemptively or re-up their NSO preemptively because of it, then yeah. So I think it's, I'm going to say I'm leaning towards unlikely, but not impossible.
Nailed it.
So
I actually think we will, and even if it's not launching with the console, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a little roadmap graphic for NSO.
well, I would love a roadmap graphic. Give me that
Yeah.
Marvel roadmap, Nintendo.
I expect new consoles that are better, more recent than the Nintendo 64. Let me say that, more recent than the 64. They did put out the email blast for everyone to stay tuned for the updates to NSO that are going to be coming this year.
Yep.
It's got to be better than 64. What's after 64, right?
No one knows.
What's after it? It's GameCube, or it's
Yeah.
DS, or it's Dreamcast, or it's all. But I expect Sega to be on board with Dreamcast, with
Yeah,
their
Absolutely.
library, and GameCube. Like,
And you know what? It would be good for Sega because they're bringing out new versions of a lot of those Dreamcast games. They're bringing out new games.
Yeah.
And a lot of those IPs to be a great time to reintroduce everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Helps their new IPs sell more. And again, we can go back to that the whole deal with GameCube, the GameCube controller parts.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So again, I'm leaning towards I don't think it'll be in it, but it could. Like I'm not ruling it out as a possibility. But it sounds like Game Bird is more like, I think it's going to happen. Stash you on like it's probably gonna happen April 2nd. We're gonna hear about it.
At the Direct, could be on the. I feel like they need to talk about the transition of how NSO will transition from Switch 1 to Switch 2, and that's their opportunity to say, and by the way, for Switch 2 owners,
let's make NSOs just sound like I can't miss. You got to be here. Got to be here.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's going to be a roadmap. I don't necessarily think a new console's launching with NSO, but I could see them talking about maybe it's like the new chat function, some of the new features of NSO, and be like, oh, by the way, this at the end of this summer or this fall, we have Dreamcast coming to NSO, or
Dreamcast will
GameCube
be here
coming to
before the
NSO.
end of the calendar year.
Yeah, something like that, where it's kind of like an NSO roadmap.
And here's a tease of some of the games launching with Dreamcast later this year.
they
Right.
should just have Dreamcast come out on September 9th for nostalgia.
That would be for the handful of people that would know.
I mean, 99.99 is legendary.
I know. Such a great date.
I know.
It's like, damn, they knew what they were doing. That's awesome.
Best launch date ever.
Like, what? You're not gonna get anything like that the rest of my lifetime.
No.
Nothing's gonna line up that way. All right, and then we have Attack the Batlog coming in and says, "Yo, Gamebird in the house. Let's go!" Yeah, I gotta get you to do that so I have it as a button over here every time your name comes up. I've been meaning to add that as a sound effect. Oh, you showed up to my live stream. I know this is a podcast one, but guys, Gamebird's in the house.
You're right.
Just pops off. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for episode 6 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. I appreciate you guys staying with us late. We stayed pretty much over 200 live viewers this entire time on this side. I don't know about your guys' channels, but that's absolutely incredible. Late start.
Oh, yeah.
My bad. I'm going to take all the
Third
blame
time was
for
a
it.
charm.
Hey, but I'm going to take all the blame for it. My bad. Maybe we blame my backyard for it, for throwing everything off.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a huge, because we're not even sure right now. Like, I just flushed the toilet when I was up there, and I'm not even sure if it's making it out into anything,
Right.
or if I'm going to go outside and there's shit in my yard. Yeah. So I'm afraid to go out there and find out.
Brutal.
So they're coming in the morning, but it's still like, I'm like, oh, should I start some laundry? No, I probably shouldn't.
Nah, probably
Probably
not.
shouldn't start laundry
Probably
tonight.
not.
Oh man, I kind of have to shower. Should I? I don't know. Maybe the shower is I heat up, or I put the water in a bucket and I go out in my garage and just dump it on myself.
Let's go pick up some body wipes.
Yeah, body wipes and some
Good old dude wipes.
go live off the Axe body spray to make yourself
Oh,
seem
God.
somewhat alive.
Oh god.
I've had issues too where the septic had to be worked on, couldn't use the water. I go to the gym. I'll just go to the gym and take like a nice 10-minute shower, treat myself.
I mean, that's the thing. Like if they come tomorrow and they're like, yeah, we got to shut this all down. We're gonna have to redo your whole drain field, which is what I suspect is gonna have to be done.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be like, okay, well, guys, we're making a daily trip to Grandma's house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear any complaints. We got to get baths and showers, bare minimum. You guys have school and shit. We got to get all that shit washed off you. I got to bring my laundry over there. You know.
Yep.
That's gonna suck because that could take a couple of weeks to get done.
Yeah, I can.
Especially with the ground being frozen still.
I don't know if the ground's frozen. Do you see the collapsed mud pie out there? I don't know how frozen my backyard is.
Yeah, but that could just be because of the water in there. I don't know.
Well, considering that I watched someone walk out on the lake and fall through.
Fair enough then.
It's good. It's been in like the 50s. And
No,
40s.
I know.
And for how long has it been? Like 5 days?
Yeah, something like
Something like that. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. When I see my ground collapse out there, I'm like, I don't know how frozen that is.
Are you streaming Pokemon in the morning?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
Good.
It's gonna be weird because I got to drop off my daughter at school at 6:45 and then zip on home and be live by 7:30 because the show's at 8. So, but yeah, I'll be streaming Pokemon in the morning for those that are listening right now. It sounds like it's gonna be 19 minutes, so pretty short.
Yeah,
but also, that's fine. The ZA is what I'm there for. Anything else is a bonus. So
I agree. I just want to see ZA.
Yep. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna be there live, and I got a video to work on in my live show tomorrow, so it should be good. I gotta get a nap at some point because I'm up late tonight. So
get right.
Thank you guys for tuning in. And we'll be back same time next week. I'll tell you the special guest later, guys, in a tweet or something. Because I just got them added during the show for next week. So bye, everyone. Where's my? We have an outro now. That's right. Let me hit it. That's not the outro. This is
not